Teacher always values real combat performance over theoretical talent. Fang Hai said slowly, in history, there has never been a first-rank place for a first stage. Like teacher, who rarely gifts precious artifacts directly to his disciples, instead letting us strive and fight to earn them. Of his 9 children, 6 died in various life and death experiences. Li Yuan is still naive, and it's hard to say what the future holds. Fang Hai shook his head and said, even if I go and speak with teacher, it won't be of much use. The second-class martial god inheritance spot is the limit of what we can do to help Li Yuan. Where he goes from here will depend on his own performance, Fang Hai said slowly. If he can soar to new heights in the virtual battles at the Global University Martial Path Conference and remains exceptional in the Prime Warrior stage, he will naturally secure a first-rank spot, or even a special rank spot. Back then, I also started with a third-class spot and rose step by step in the martial god inheritance until I received teacher's approval and became teacher's disciple, Fang Hai said. Fair enough. The Star Master Bai Shan smiled and said, you are Li Yuan's principal, you decide. However, have you not broken through yet? Star Master Bai Shan looked at the light circulating around Fang Hai and couldn't help saying, why the insistence? The Wanhan Star realm is unpredictable, and no one knows when that thing will appear. Delaying isn't a solution. Do you trust your teacher's judgment that much? If you broke through earlier, the foundation would transform, and your progress would be much faster than it is now, Star Master Bai Shan said. I believe in teacher, Fang Hai said with a smile. Teacher's judgment has never been wrong. Your teacher is indeed more formidable than I am. Star Master Bai Shan shook his head, knowing Fang Hai's personality. This wasn't the first time he had tried to persuade him. All right then, I will issue the official documents regarding Li Yuan shortly. That's settled then, I'm hanging up now. The projection screen faded, and the interior of the aircraft fell silent. Flying heaven-level soul? Li Yuan? I hope he does not waste this second-class place. Martial god inheritance? Fang Hai closed his eyes and muttered to himself, if I want to enter the third area, if I want to catch up with teacher, I must take this step, the path of the mysterious heavens. It's really tough to walk. About the second-class slot, for the martial god inheritance he received directly. Li Yuan, far away in Jiangnan province, was unaware. He had finished his visualization method practice and was instead continuing to cultivate all heaven's stars. A vast amount of origin power surged into his body, fusing into his form continuously as his star meridians operated, making his physique increasingly powerful. Flying heaven-level soul, it has made my cultivation of all heavens stars much more efficient, Li Yuan anticipated within his heart. When I awaken the second star meridian, it should be even faster. Every few days, Li Yuan would attempt to ignite more life stars within his life star space. Little by little, it adds up. As more life stars awaken, Li Yuan vaguely feels that the day to awaken his second star meridian should not be far off. Suddenly, boom! A powerful spiritual fluctuation burst forth suddenly, sweeping out in all directions. Li Yuan abruptly awoke from meditation as his powerful spiritual power, always sensing in all directions, immediately felt this spiritual fluctuation. The aura was very familiar. The spiritual fluctuation was strong but lacked any sort of aggression, disappearing as quickly as it appeared. Is it teacher? A flicker of surprise crossed Li Yuan's eyes. It was teacher Li Yang's aura. Could it be, teacher has broken through? Li Yuan speculated. An hour later, Li Yuan was still meditating quietly, patiently waiting. Li Yuan. A voice rang out in Li Yuan's mind. Telepathic communication. Teacher, has your spiritual power broken through? Li Yuan immediately responded. The two were communicating from across rooms. Haha, yes. Li Yang's voice carried sheer joy. It has broken through, finally, after decades of pouring most of my wealth into this. But the most important thing was your soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit. It's really not ordinary. We'll talk when we meet. I'm coming out soon. Shortly after, Li Yang, who had finished his cultivation, came to the martial arts room where Li Yuan was. Teacher. Li Yuan stood to greet him, already sensing the faint but powerful spiritual fluctuations emanating from Li Yang. This was because Li Yang had just broken through and could not yet perfectly control this spiritual power. Congratulations, teacher, I'm very happy for you, Li Yuan said with a smile. Thank you. Li Yang's smile was irrepressible as a breakthrough in spiritual power to the flying heaven level was indeed a joyous occasion for him. For him, with the soul's transformation, the hope of achieving 5th stage perfection or even 6th stage would increase tenfold. A flying heaven warrior? No longer just a wishful thinking. If I become a flying heaven warrior in the future, Li Yuan, your contribution will be the greatest, Li Yang couldn't hold back from saying. Teacher, it's because you have accumulated enough depth, Li Yuan said, shaking his head repeatedly. Your spiritual power was already at the 2nd order limit, just one soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit is all. Even if you hadn't received it from me today, you could have obtained it from somewhere else next time, Li Yuan said. He didn't consider it his own merit. No, this soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit you gave is very special. Li Yang's eyes held a gleam. Even though it may not compare to a 4th-rank treasure, it is definitely top-notch among 3rd-rank treasures. It contains some divine aspect. Together with some luck, I broke through. Li Yang was very happy. Listening, Li Yuan couldn't help but recall the scene when he seized the 3 soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits. The 3 soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits I obtained are indeed very special. The value of your soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit is extremely high, Li Yang said, looking at Li Yuan. Initially, I planned to compensate you with some more blue star coins, but now it seems, just compensating with blue star coins is not very meaningful. In addition to our previous agreement for your uncle and aunt, I will give you another treasure, Li Yang said with a smile. Whoosh! With a flip of his hand, Li Yang produced a purple elixir in his palm, emitting a faint and strange fragrance. Origin Purple Longevity Pill? Li Yuan instantly recognized the elixir, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. That's right. Lu Jing told me that you probably used this pill for him, Li Yang said with a smile. This one will continue to serve as a life-saving treasure for you, which is quite appropriate. Teacher, didn't you say it was very precious? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. Indeed, it is precious, Li Yang nodded. Normally, if martial artists could become top-grade origin martial artists, the 7-Star Alliance would sell it to us for an ultra-low price of 1 billion blue star coins. But that's only a one-time opportunity. After that, if top-grade origin martial artists want to buy more, they have to pay 50 billion blue star coins and can purchase up to 5 times in their lifetime, Li Yang said with a smile. Do you understand what I'm saying? Can it be regenerated? Li Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Yes, the Origin Purple Longevity Pill indeed has a stable output but is also extremely precious, Li Yang said. To buy a chance at life for 50 billion blue star coins. We top-grade origin martial artists are still willing. As for ordinary martial artists, most don't have the money to buy it, so the majority is unaware. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Between beginning and intermediate martial artists, the strength disparity isn't too great and can be somewhat compensated by numbers. But from advanced martial artists to top-grade origin martial artists, it's complete domination, not even on the same level. Top-grade origin martial artists absolutely dominate in terms of physical quality, origin power, and spiritual power. The key lies in their skills. Facing a 5th stage skill with a 4th stage skill results in total domination. 50 billion blue star coins is too expensive, Li Yuan said, shaking his head. By this calculation, adding the previously agreed sum, Teacher Li Yang has spent over 60 billion blue star coins to purchase this soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit. Li Yuan believed in the other party's astonishing wealth. But by Li Yuan's estimate, it probably wouldn't exceed 20 billion at most. Take it, it's not expensive, Li Yang said with a smile. For me, achieving a breakthrough in spiritual power is something billions of blue star coins can't buy. Now that I can break through, my hope of ascending to flying heaven is within reach. To become a flying heaven level, an Origin Purple Longevity Pill is trivial, Li Yang said. If you don't take it, it would weigh on my conscience, which is not conducive to my cultivation in the future. Since Li Yang put it this way, Li Yuan felt it would be rude to refuse any longer and accepted the Origin Purple Longevity Pill. In fact, having experienced the effects of the Origin Purple Longevity Pill, Li Yuan also understood he indeed needed it. It could truly be life-saving at a critical moment. Soon after, Li Yong took Li Yuan and Shi Xiao onto a large flying vehicle returning to Kunlun Martial University. Since it was a chartered flight, and Li Yong wanted to have a private conversation with Li Yuan, he arranged for Shi Xiao to sit alone on the other side of the cabin. It was very quiet inside. I figure at most by your junior year you'll have to graduate, Li Yong, sitting in his seat, suddenly said with a smile. Perhaps even by your sophomore year. Ah, Li Yuan was stunned. That soon? What do you think the school can still help you with? Li Yong asked with a smile. Li Yuan fell silent. You should be able to feel that this time seeing me. I'm not treating you as an ordinary student, Li Yong said with emotion. Like a normal elite student, for example, Shi Xiao. After one life and death adventure, she would probably earn a few million Blue Star coins. So, the various rewards from the school are still very important to her. But what about you? Li Yong asked, looking at Li Yuan with a half smile. Your strength is already comparable to that of an ordinary martial artist. Your earning capacity, thanks to your powerful spiritual power, is in some respects comparable to that of advanced martial artists, Li Yong said. Li Yuan was speechless. Indeed, the wealth he had obtained from this trip to the Mingshu Star Realm made the school's training plan and the Martial Hall's contract lose their significance to some extent. A few million cash bonus. Not important anymore. Now, his assets under his name were nearly 15 billion Blue Star coins. Even Wan Qing might not have such a fortune. Normally speaking, the most valuable treasure that the school could give you would be heavenly materials treasures like stellar earth marrow crystal, Li Yong said with a smile. 1 unit of stellar earth marrow crystal is worth approximately 2 billion Blue Star coins. That's the limit. More precious treasures are not something the school can offer. Even in Starfire Martial University, Starry Sky Martial University, and others, their top students work hard in their cultivation, mostly for the sake of securing a feixing slot, Li Yong said with emotion. But you are different. Your growth rate in this little over a month has been faster than what Dean Hai and I anticipated for an entire year. At your current rate of growth, it won't be long before you become a martial artist and then head to feixing to receive the inheritance. When you return from the inheritance at feixing, it's estimated you'll go to various star realms for life and death adventures, Li Yong said, looking at Li Yuan. Kunlun Martial University won't be able to hold you for much longer. Cherish your last school days, Li Yong advised. A few hours later, the flying vehicle slowly landed at the auxiliary airfield of Kunlun Martial University. The three of them came out of the airport, the ground covered with snow, and at the end of January, the winter in the northwest was extremely cold. Shi Xiao, you go back first. Li Yuan and I are going to see the dean, Li Yong said with a smile. You also performed very well on this life and death adventure. Now that you're back at school, take a few days to relax. Yes, teacher, Shi Xiao nodded obediently. Meet the dean? In her recollection, not many students at the academy had the chance to see the dean alone. But she wasn't surprised in her heart, as she had already sensed Li Yang's special treatment of Li Yuan on the way back. It was nothing like how a student was usually treated. Junior brother, see you later. Shi Xiao quickly left, leaving Li Yuan and Li Yong standing there. The dean wants to see me? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. With such a big deal concerning you, I find it a bit strange that the president can hold back from seeing you, Li Yong said with a smile. The dean has been waiting for you since early morning, follow me. Yes. Li Yuan pondered thoughtfully, realizing the impact he had caused was far greater than he had imagined. They rode a small flying vehicle, traveling through the campus. Li Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility and peace in his heart. Sophomore year, or at the latest junior year, I will have to leave school? Li Yuan mused to himself, Li Yang's words still echoing in his mind. In truth, ever since his skill broke through to the 5th stage of unity of heaven and man, Li Yuan had been preparing to graduate early. Most elite students, even his fellow schoolmate Yan He, who was already a prime warrior, could still obtain cultivation resources beyond their capabilities from the school. This was the reason why a few prime warrior students were still willing to stay at the academy. What about himself? Indeed, there was not much point in staying at school for a long time. With the current rate of improvement of my physical quality, I estimate that by the end of my sophomore year, I could reach level 25, or even the threshold of a high-level prime warrior, Li Yuan thought. It's difficult for prime warriors to advance in rank, mainly because of the large span in physical quality at each level, but difficulty is relative. With higher skill realms and the awakening of the second star meridian, Li Yuan's rate of physical quality improvement would only become more terrifying. College career? Li Yuan's gaze swept across the campus. In fact, for most of his time at school, Li Yuan was in concealed cultivation, with little interaction with other students. But the mindset and atmosphere of campus life were incomparable to life and death adventures in the star realm. Bracing against the wind and snow, soon after, Li Yong and Li Yuan arrived next to Dean Hai's villa. From a distance, Dean Hai was seen fishing in the midst of the wind and snow, surrounded by a group of attendants. "What's Dean Hai doing?" Li Yuan was taken aback. "Don't ask. If you ask, he'll say he's not fishing for fish in the lake, but for the fish in his heart." Li Yang's voice arose in Li Yuan's mind. "Don't give him the chance to educate you." Li Yuan was speechless. Whoosh, whoosh, the two approached quickly. "Dean, we're back. Why are you fishing in this freezing weather?" Li Yong approached and respectfully said. Li Yuan was stunned for a moment. Wasn't it agreed not to ask? "You're back." Dean Hai's figure shifted slightly, his gaze serene, and he said lightly, "What do you know? Fish in the lake are easy to catch. Fish in the heart are hard to catch. Once you have a breakthrough in your spirit and mind, naturally." Huh? Dean Hai suddenly turned his head to stare at Li Yong, his eyes showing a hint of shock. "Your spiritual power has broken through." "Yes," Li Yong replied with a simple smile. "Dean, I bought a portion of the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit from Li Yuan, and with some luck, I made the breakthrough." "It's all thanks to the Dean's previous suggestion," Li Yong said with a smile. "My suggestion?" Dean Hai was briefly startled, then quickly shifted to a natural smile. "Haha, I just mentioned it, it's your own ability." "This is good news," Dean Hai said with a smile. "A premature breakthrough in spiritual power is a great thing. This increases your chances of advancing to the flying heaven level." "It's all thanks to the continuous guidance of the Dean," Li Yong said with a smile. "You've been eyeing my position as the official Dean for quite some time now, haven't you?" Dean Hai suddenly said with a smile. Li Yong was caught off guard, shaking his head quickly. "No, Dean, I never had such thoughts. Not to mention I haven't yet become a flying heaven warrior. Even if I do reach the flying heaven level, I would still be under the Dean's command." "Never mind. Once you truly break through to the flying heaven level, I'll hand over my position to you," Dean Hai said leisurely. "I've sat here for decades, and I'm a bit tired of it." Before Li Yong could speak again, "Li Yuan." Dean Hai looked towards Li Yuan. "Dean," Li Yuan said respectfully. "All of you, go down," Dean Hai suddenly said to the several attendants at his side. "Yes," the attendants put down their work and left. "Take a seat," Dean Hai gestured, and two stools on his left flew directly to his right. Right next to Li Yuan and Li Yong. This display made both Li Yuan and Li Yong inwardly marvel. This was the power of a sixth-stage skill realm. Able to truly harness the forces of heaven and earth. Materialization. Both of them sat down, quite respectfully. "Li Yuan, your performance this time was very good. Not only did you transform yourself, but you also made great contributions to the country. The chief officer of the Mingshu Star Realm Outpost, Lu Jing, has praised you," Dean Hai said with a smile. "Now you've also helped your teacher make a breakthrough." "It's what I should do," Li Yuan said respectfully. "Yes, the martial god inheritance quota. Li Yong must have told you about it," Dean Hai said. "He mentioned a bit," Li Yuan nodded. "Just now, President Fang has told me that you've been approved by Star-Lord Bai Shan and have secured the only second-class inheritance quota that Sha country has this year," Dean Hai said. "Star-Lord Bai Shan?" Li Yuan held his breath. Star-Lord, he had heard from Li Yong, represented the highest echelon of the Seven-Star Alliance, but as for who exactly they were, he didn't know much. The difference in status was too great, but Bai Shan? That name was like a thunderclap. Every Sha country citizen would recognize it as the key figure who precipitated Sha country's rise to become the #1 power in Blue Star. In the hearts of countless citizens, his status was perhaps even above Dongfang Ji. He was the true pillar of the sky in Sha country. However, in recent decades, there had been little news of him. Second-class quota. Are there ranks above this for the martial god inheritance quota? Li Yong couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Could there possibly be someone among our peers in the alliance whose talent exceeds that of Li Yuan? There are some things I shouldn't say by principle, and you, Li Yong, aren't qualified to know, Dean Hai said indifferently, but now that your spiritual power has undergone transformation, I might as well share that the martial god inheritance quotas range from the highest, which is special rank, to the lowest, which is third class. Li Yuan listened attentively. Under normal circumstances, the elites selected from the upcoming global collegiate martial path virtual and actual combat competitions who are making their first trip to Feixing, would typically only obtain a third-class quota, Dean Hai explained. Then why am I second class? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. Sha country is the homeland of the senior Dongfang Ji, and we hold certain privileges, Dean Hai explained bluntly. Each year, we can directly select one candidate for the quota. This privilege is unique to the homelands of Senior Dongfang Ji and Senior Lant. Li Yuan suddenly understood, so that was how it worked. Lant was the first in the whole 7 stars human civilization to exceed the flying heaven level and was historically critical in saving human civilization. Dongfang Ji is the undisputedly strongest in our current civilization. It was only natural for these two individuals' home countries to have such privileges. Had it not been for you, we might have chosen Dan Taifeng this year, Dean Hai continued. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. Had he taken Dan Taifeng's quota? With Li Yuan's talent, couldn't he have directly applied for a first class? Li Yong asked, curious. Li Yuan couldn't help but glance at his own teacher. Is it okay to ask so directly? Li Yuan, do you think your talent is high? Dean Hai asked with a smile. I wouldn't dare to assume so, Li Yuan quickly shook his head. Your talent is indeed very high, and your performance over the past year has been nothing short of perfect, Dean Hai said with a smile. Looking across the entire history of humanity, you would be placed in the top tier at your age, comparable to Fang Hai back in his day. That's why you were directly granted a second-class quota. Li Yuan didn't know how to respond for a moment. Your talent is high, but never think that you are the only one who is unique, Dean Hai said with a smile. In history, at the first rank, there have been others besides you who possessed flying heaven-level spiritual power. In fact, as far as I know, someone like Senior Dongfang Ji has the power to elevate the spiritual power of any first-rank martial artist to the flying heaven level. That's strong. Li Yuan was inwardly shocked. It was outrageously powerful. Yet having strong spiritual power alone is not very meaningful, Dean Hai explained with a smile. Even among flying heaven warriors, who all have flying heaven-level souls, many still struggle to break through to the 6th stage skill. An ordinary first-rank martial artist, even with a flying heaven-level soul, would probably only be able to sustain his status as a top-grade origin martial artist. Spiritual power is an amplifier of comprehension. Li Yuan listened carefully. Like you, the reason your skills have improved so rapidly isn't solely due to spiritual power, but it isn't the decisive factor, Dean Hai clarified. Even if your spiritual power were average, with your comprehension, after many trials, you would also gradually shine, and I believe that reaching the flying heaven level wouldn't be difficult for you, and even surpassing it is within the realm of possibility. It's just that the growth rate would be much slower than it is now, Dean Hai added with a smile. Li Yuan inwardly sighed. Such high praise from the dean. You're performing well, but you are still too weak and immature, he said. A first-class quota will depend on your performance from now on and after your arrival on Feixing, Dean Hai continued. In fact, for you right now, the difference between special rank, first class, and second class isn't significant. Once you truly come into contact with the martial god inheritance quota, you will naturally understand. Although it's not explicitly stated, but as a convention, the first-class inheritance quota is granted only to the most top-notch among the countless prime warriors of our entire civilization. And there's an unwritten rule, Dean Hai said with a faint smile, which is to slay a flying heaven-level alien race being as a prime warrior. A prime warrior, slaying a flying heaven alien race? Li Yuan's pupils narrowed. Was it really that formidable? First class was that powerful. What about special rank? In the entire Xia country, only Yu Jing has managed to do this, Dean Hai revealed. That's why he is called the leading talent of Xia country's current generation. Belonging to the younger generation, beneath the flying heaven, he added. Flying heaven warriors, on the other hand, are the real backbone powerhouses of our civilization, Dean Hai asserted. I understand, Li Yuan said, internally shaken. To slay a flying heaven alien race as a prime warrior. So, this was the standard for a first-class martial god inheritance quota. Listening to Dean Hai, did it seem like there were quite a few unmatched talents throughout our entire civilization? Combat prowess is one of the criteria, but there are many other considerations, such as potential, age, temperament, and many more, Dean Hai continued. For exceptional talents like you, there is always a lot of behind-the-scenes assessment going on. Li Yuan listened quietly. This was something he had started to realize. The next test you will face is the Global Collegiate Martial Path Virtual Combat, Dean Hai said with a smile. At your age, the difference in strength can be significant in just 1 year. You are very young, so if you don't get first place, no one will blame you. But as a second-class martial god inheritance nominee in advance, if your performance is too poor, it will disappoint many high-ups in the alliance. Dean Hai looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan suddenly felt the pressure. Disappointment? Being named in advance represents both honor and expectation but equally means bearing a heavy burden. The goal I'm setting for you is to break into the top 10 worldwide, aiming for the top 5, Dean Hai said with a smile. As for higher, that would be too much to ask of you, so I won't put too much pressure on you. Top 10. Top 5. Li Yuan silently pondered. What, you seem a little unconvinced? Dean Hai said with a laugh. No, Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Having fighting spirit is good. If you can climb even higher, I would be happy to see it, Dean Hai said with a smile. Before the virtual battle begins, the school will give you all the data we've collected on 5th stage experts. But you also know. A lot of people's information is confidential, Dean Hai said with a smile. Just like your breakthrough to the 5th stage, most people are unaware. There are many exceptional students who may have undergone amazing transformations after a year. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Everyone's experiences and encounters differ. He had the mind-spirit divine palace, but others might also have formidable methods at their disposal. He couldn't underestimate anyone. Go, Dean Hai said with a smile. The global preliminaries will start on February 8th. There's still some time left. Work hard, and you can still improve a lot. Before long, Dean Hai watched Li Yuan and Li Yong walk away into the distance. Second class. I thought he could be an exception and get first class, Dean Hai muttered to himself. Old Fang really isn't helping. To not even have this bit of face in front of his own teacher. Li Yong accompanied Li Yuan back to his villa. On the way. According to the data we've gathered within the school, Li Yong said with a smile, only you and Jin Huguo have reached 5th stage skill, so all hopes are pinned on you too. Me and senior brother Jin? Li Yuan nodded slightly. Jin Huguo had broken into the top 100 worldwide in his sophomore year last year. This year would be Jin Huguo's last chance to compete in the Global College Martial Path competition, and he was sure to make a fierce push. Don't let the pressure get to you, Li Yong said. The real battle of the Global College Martial Path competition isn't until June, and it won't be until July that everyone heads to Feixing. With your rate of improvement, even if you're not as strong as the top few right now, once you reach Feixing, you'll have a chance to surpass them. Yes, teacher, Li Yuan said. Phew. Li Yong quickly departed, and Li Yuan stood in front of his dwelling, pondering silently. Top 10? Top 5? Not as strong as the top few? Li Yuan muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with a hint of light. It seems that both Dean Hai and Teacher Li don't believe I can push for the top 3, let alone first. But Li Yuan harbored his own ambitions. Clang. He opened the door and entered his villa. When Li Yuan returned to Kunlun Martial University, at Starfire University located outside of Xia country's capital city. within a vast complex of villas for third-year students, inside one of the unassuming villas. In the underground martial arts room, swoosh, a cold female in a purple practice uniform was silently practicing her swordsmanship. The sword light was elegant, almost merging with the surrounding environment. Suddenly, "Master, Dean Yu is calling," the assistant AI announced. "Answer." The woman in the purple practice uniform sheathed her sword and said in a low voice. Phew, a multitude of lights converged, forming a large screen projection that displayed a middle-aged man in a suit. Dean Yu. The woman in the purple practice uniform bowed slightly. "Yin Man, I have something to inform you," said the middle-aged man in the suit, his eyes revealing a complex expression. "Our Sha country's second-class martial god inheritance slot for this year has been confirmed." "It's not you." "Not me." The woman in the purple training suit was slightly startled. "Who? Dan Taifeng?" "No." The man in the suit shook his head slightly. "Then Zhu Tong." "Yu Mingwei?" The woman in the purple training suit named two more people in quick succession. These individuals were the ones she considered to be the biggest threat to her competing for the second-class martial god inheritance spot. Some were from Starfire University, and others from different universities. But they all shared three common characteristics. First, they were all from Sha country. Second, none of them had been to Feixing yet. Third, they were all juniors or younger. "None of them," said the man in the suit, shaking his head. "Could it be someone in their senior or fifth year?" The woman in the purple training suit couldn't help but say, "Principal Yu, isn't this special privilege spot from our Sha country normally given to students junior year or below?" "Yin Man, don't rush," Principal Yu soothed. "This person is about the same age as Dan Taifeng and also isn't from one of the top 3 elite martial arts schools." "Li Yuan?" The woman in the purple training suit immediately thought of him, her eyes flashing. "Is that so?" Principal Yu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "Has he broken through to the 5th stage skill?" Yin Man pressed directly, her eyes filled with determination. Principal Yu shook his head. "His exact strength isn't clear yet, but according to the information I've received, his spot was directly settled by our 2-star masters of Sha country, and it's unchangeable. Most likely, he definitely has made some remarkable breakthrough," Principal Yu said. 2-star masters? Yin Man's heart skipped a beat. How many star masters were there in the entire Sha country in total? What had this Li Yuan done to gain such favor from 2-star masters? To her knowledge, even the official principal of her own Starfire University wasn't a star master. "Indeed, this matter has come upon us suddenly," sighed Principal Yu, "catching us off guard. Initially, the school had planned to recommend you to compete for the second-class martial god inheritance spot. After all, in terms of strength alone, looking at this year's Global University Martial Path competition, whether in virtual battles or real fights, you should be the strongest, and among all the talents in our Sha country, you are far ahead," Principal Yu said. "Then next year, we'll push for Dan Taifeng to compete for the second-class martial god inheritance spot." Yin Man listened in silence. The strongest in strength? Last year, as a sophomore, she had successfully made it into the top 10 in the Global University Martial Path virtual battles. She was the only sophomore among the top 10 at that time, just barely missing out on being selected for a martial god inheritance spot. After all, every year, there are only about 10 spots chosen among all the martial path prodigies under 30 on Blue Star. The competition is indeed fierce. This year, her goal was not only to break into first place in both virtual battles and real fights but also to secure the second-class martial god inheritance spot from Sha country. Though heading to Feixing later and gradually advancing from third class is possible, it's much slower. One step ahead means being ahead at every step. As someone longing to surpass flying heaven and stand at the pinnacle of civilization, she naturally coveted the second-class martial god inheritance spot. "Principal Yu, is there really no chance at all?" Yin Man asked through gritted teeth. "There's no chance, the spot is already confirmed," said Principal Yu. "Don't be too discouraged, aim to steadily break into the top 3 in the virtual battles, and you'll naturally get a martial god inheritance spot. The difference between third class and second class isn't that big," said Principal Yu, "as long as you're excellent enough. Once you arrive at Feixing, you'll still have the chance to become second class and even first rank." "Yes, Yin Man nodded slightly. Principal, I will work hard. By the way, Principal, Yin Man suddenly said, this Li Yuan, he'll be participating in the virtual battles too, right? Of course, virtual battles are a rare opportunity to hone skills. We'll definitely have him participate, said Principal Yu. He had already guessed what Yin Man was thinking, but he didn't ask any further. Soon, they ended the call. Li Yuan? Decided by 2-star masters? Yin Man stood alone in the martial arts room, holding her sword, her eyes revealing a hint of coldness. So they directly settle on a spot without even watching the competition? Perhaps this Li Yuan is outstanding, but they didn't even give me a chance. Fine. Then let me see just how strong this Li Yuan is. Yin Man felt a nameless anger burning within her. As Starfire University's top junior and perhaps even the top student of her year globally, she was extremely proud. Geniuses, by nature, don't like to admit defeat. If she lost in a fair competition, she would accept it wholeheartedly. Even if their strengths were close, she would acknowledge it because, after all, she was 2 years older than Li Yuan. But without even competing? Naturally, she felt discontented. Swish swish, streams of sword light blossomed. The sword's energy surged violently, fiercely unyielding. In an instant, shocking cracks appeared on the 4 walls of the underground martial arts room. Yin Man wasn't the only one who received the message at the same time, hoping to vie for first place in the virtual battles. There were other top-tier geniuses from Sha country as well. For example, Dan Tai Feng. Principal Yu, are you saying that our Sha country's special privilege spot has already been decided? Dan Tai Feng, looking at the suited man on the screen, couldn't help but ask, Yin Man? The first person he thought of was Yin Man. No, Principal Yu shook his head. Then it's Li Yuan, Dan Tai Feng said with a smile. It couldn't be wrong. You guessed correctly, laughed Principal Yu. It wasn't hard to guess, Dan Tai Feng shrugged. In terms of strength, Yin Man is the strongest. But in terms of potential, Li Yuan broke through half a month earlier than I did. And just looking at the speed of progress over the past year and a half, he has been much faster than me. If you say that he is stronger than me in skill level now, I would acknowledge it. Choosing him doesn't surprise me. Moreover, according to tradition, we would normally wait until the real battle ends to confirm, but now with the virtual battles yet to start, 2-star masters have already confirmed him, and if nothing unexpected happens, he surely must have done something astonishing, Dan Tai Feng said with a laugh. Principal Yu laughed. He could feel it. Yin Man was not content, and by comparison, Dan Tai Feng was much more at ease. Work hard, you're already at 5th stage skill as a freshman, Principal Yu said with a smile. As long as you perform even slightly better, you have hopes of being directly selected. Understood. Dan Tai Feng nodded. If one placed in the top 3 in the virtual battles or actual combat, then, they would definitely receive a spot for the martial god inheritance. But what if one didn't make it to the top 3? Then it would be up to the higher-ups' judgment. But no matter what, he was only a freshman this year. His hopes were much greater than those of last year's Yin Man. He hung up the phone. Li Yuan, getting a spot directly, truly monstrous, Dan Tai Feng muttered to himself. I thought after my breakthrough, I could catch up to you. It seems the gap has widened even more. I hope I don't run into you in the virtual battles. Dan Tai Feng mumbled. That way, my record against you remains at 100% win rate. Haha, that way, no matter how strong you are, you'll still be defeated by me in the end. Dan Tai Feng's heart was very calm. No matter how strong others were, Dan Tai Feng only pursued his own strength, and, showing off. In the main tournament, I'll definitely not be able to beat those freaks like Yin Man, Dan Tai Feng pondered, so in the preliminaries, I'll aim to dazzle, strive to take first place. First place in the preliminaries is still first place. As time passed day by day, back at school, Li Yuan returned to his peaceful life, attending general knowledge classes each morning as usual. Occasionally, he would gather with classmates like Nong and Ji Yu Cheng'an. Before they knew it, February 1st arrived, and at Kunlun Martial University, in the villa, nightfall came. In the underground martial arts room, whoosh, whoosh, just after having dinner, Li Yuan silently practiced with his spear, feeling the changes in his body and the outside world as his spear technique flowed. Swish, swish, swish. The spear's tip whirled, conjuring dozens of spear shadows, their speed reaching the ultimate fastness. My mind can always be in perfect harmony with heaven and earth. Even if I were to meditate in concealed cultivation, I could feel my entire body gradually merging with heaven and earth, Li Yuan thought to himself, but as soon as I explode with power and execute the spear technique, I immediately disrupt this state, and even the harmony of mind and spirit with heaven and earth becomes difficult. This was a lack of control, and a deficiency in realm. Slow down. I need to try slowing down. Li Yuan's long spear in hand began to move more slowly, with my mind tuning into each thrust, seeking the maximum might of every spear, following the natural traces of the heavenly and earthly movements. Pursuing the strongest might. To merge completely with heaven and earth is the standard of 5th stage perfection, which I cannot do right now. I can only try to make every spear strike as integrated with heaven and earth as possible, Li Yuan said to himself. After practicing, meaning of the stellar, repeatedly, along with previous exchanges with Li Yong and Dean Shu, he had a clearer plan for his upcoming cultivation journey. First, slow down the spearwork, letting each move blend with heaven and earth. Then speed up, integrating the spear technique with heaven and earth. In the end, when the whole person bursts into action, they will be able to merge into heaven and earth, and then, whether it's the movement technique or the spear technique, strength will erupt to an unimaginable degree. Harmony with heaven and earth is the beginning of unity of heaven and man. And to embody heaven and earth is to reach 5th stage perfection. Time ticked away, second by second. Suddenly, Li Yuan suddenly felt his smart ring vibrating and looked down to see it was a message from a stranger. The communication request read, "I am Dan Tai Feng, Big Zhuang gave me your number." Li Yuan couldn't help but smile as he accepted the friend request and answered the call. Whoosh! The light screen projection coalesced, revealing Dan Tai Feng's figure, showing he was in a martial arts room. Li Yuan, long time no see. Dan Tai Feng struck what he believed to be a cool pose and laughed, still cultivating so late. How else can I keep up with you? Li Yuan joked, the global virtual battles are almost here, and I want to beat you once, to get revenge for last time. How about we have a match on the Starry Skies Fighting Network first? Li Yuan chuckled, just to warm up. No need, I don't want to run into you, Dan Tai Feng said with a laugh, don't think of setting a trap for me. I know you've long broken through to the 5th stage skill. I'm not falling for that, Dan Tai Feng declared confidently. Li Yuan shook his head, amused. Li Yuan wasn't surprised that Dan Tai Feng knew about his breakthrough. Li Yong had mentioned it before. Is there something else? Li Yuan asked. The 2nd-class martial god inheritance spot this year, you got it, right? Dan Tai Feng said with a smile. Li Yuan looked puzzled. Stop playing dumb, it's no secret to me. Our vice-chancellor notified me, Dan Tai Feng said with a smile. I'm not here just to congratulate you, I just want to tell you to be careful. Careful? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. There's someone from Starfire University named Yin Man. I believe you've heard of her, Dan Tai Feng said with a chuckle. She is. Never heard of her, Li Yuan said, shaking his head. Dan Tai Feng paused for a moment, then said with a smile, then let me educate you a bit. Soon, Li Yuan knew who Yin Man was. This special quota was originally hers. Li Yuan contemplated. You could say she was the most hopeful, said Dan Tai Feng with a smile. The competition hasn't even started, and you've snatched it away. With her personality, she's probably not too pleased with you. Not pleased then not pleased, Li Yuan said with a laugh. Should I help her feel pleased? She probably wants to beat you, Dan Tai Feng said with a laugh. I just wanted to remind you to be careful when you meet her in the competition, don't lose too badly. Lose? This girl named Yin Man. She broke into the top 10 of the virtual battles in her sophomore year, is she that strong? Li Yuan asked with a faint smile. Which one of us isn't stronger than her? Dan Tai Feng was taken aback and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that's Li Yuan for you. You're right, which one of us isn't stronger than her? We definitely don't need to be afraid of her. Right. Then I'll look forward to your duel with her, Dan Tai Feng said with a smile. Remember, if you run into me in the main event, don't go too hard, leave me some dignity. If I give you dignity, I'd have to lose, Li Yuan said with a laugh. Shortly after, the communication was disconnected. According to the information provided by the teacher, she entered the top 10 of the virtual battles in her sophomore year, and another year has passed. This person named Yin Man truly has hopes of reaching the top of the virtual battles this year, Li Yuan said to himself with a slight smile. Moreover, she's already a junior. Her physical quality must also be very strong. She likely has a chance to aim for the top spot in actual combat. Li Yuan had claimed not to know Yin Man, but in reality, he had seen the information sent by Li Yang a few days ago. It specifically highlighted Yin Man as the number 1 seed player. She's strong, but my spear is no less formidable, Li Yuan thought to himself calmly. He continued to practice his spear technique. He practiced with the spear until midnight. Your spear technique realm has increased from 5th stage 23% to 5th stage 24%. Your body method realm has increased from 5th stage 24% to 5th stage 25%. 2 prompts from the Divine Palace flashed in succession. Before long, another 2 days had passed. On February 3rd, close to noon, first-year students from the 6th Institute began to file out from the Hailong building. Big brother, help me with my sword technique after lunch, okay? And Nong said with a smile. Sure. Li Yuan replied with an easy smile, come to my villa in the afternoon. Li Yuan was always willing to help his close classmates and friends when they asked for guidance. Teaching others was also a process of teaching oneself. In the process of giving pointers to others, perhaps one might unknowingly gain clarity on points they had previously not understood. Brother Yuan, do you have the confidence to break into the top 100 of the virtual battles in this global martial arts competition? Ji Yu Chang'an asked eagerly. What about you? Li Yuan replied with a smile, confident about making it to the main event. Man, if I could make it to the main event in my freshman year, my dad could brag for a whole year, muttered Ji Yu Chang'an, shaking his head. I think you winning the championship is more likely than me making it to the main event. Li Yuan said with a laugh, we'll see when the time comes. Suddenly, buzz, buzz, almost at the same moment, the smart rings on the hands of Li Yuan, Ji Yu Chang'an, and Nong, and the others vibrated simultaneously. Everyone instinctively checked their rings. Li Yuan wasn't surprised and clicked on the light screen that appeared, projecting a document from the school. Global Collegiate Martial Arts Competition 2044, Virtual Battle, Schedule and Rules. The virtual battles are finally about to begin, Li Yuan said with a slight smile. Upon returning to the villa, Li Yuan headed to the underground martial arts room, and as all the lights came on, a myriad of light rays converged, forming a holographic projection. Global Martial Arts University Tournament 2044, Virtual Combat, Schedule and Rules, Li Yuan read aloud while opening the document. Instantly, the projection displayed an abundance of text. Since the inaugural virtual combat of the Global Martial Arts Tournament in 2009, we have upheld fairness and impartiality. Li Yuan swiftly skipped over the first 1,000 words of superfluous text. His gaze settled on the most critical parts, the schedule and rules. In virtual combat, all competitors have the same physical quality, and the strength of their weapons is uniform. Competitors can choose any weapon. What will be tested are their combat awareness, experience, and skill. The virtual combat will take place on the Starry Skies Fighting Network. A special, Global Martial Arts University tournament space will be opened, where any student from martial arts universities around the world can observe. Registration deadline: 8 a.m. on February 7th, Blue Star Time. Registration conditions: the whole virtual combat will be divided into 4 major stages: preliminaries, free-for-all, elimination rounds, and finals. The preliminaries will commence globally at 8 p.m. on February 8th, with only individual scores made public, not the specific combat process. Competitors with a score exceeding 4,000 points will qualify for the free-for-all stage. The free-for-all stage will be public. Students from all martial arts universities can randomly select competitors to watch, and depending on the number of participants who pass the preliminaries, they will be evenly distributed into 10 stellar battlefields. The competitor with the highest score in each battlefield will proceed directly to the finals. In each stellar battlefield, those ranked 2nd to 100th a total of 990 people, will enter the elimination round. The elimination round will involve 990 people through group round-robin tournaments, resurrection matches, and life and death battles. Ultimately, the other 10 places in the top 20 for the final stage will be decided. The finals will feature the strongest 20 competitors, representing the highest level of skill among the young generation of Blue Star, engaging in peak battles, sequentially deciding the top 10. Top 5. And first place. Attachment. Detailed rules of the stellar battlefield, detailed rules of the elimination round, detailed rules of the final round. Having quickly finished reading the entire document, Li Yuan realized that the rules were quite complex, given that it was an important global martial arts event. However, Li Yuan felt quite calm. These rules are very similar to the 10 schools freshman competition, Li Yuan thought to himself. No need to fuss over it too much, just battle my way through. Preliminaries with 4,000 points? Just pass them. But the stellar battlefield, as long as I can take first place there, can I directly enter the top 20? A thought crossed Li Yuan's mind. The elimination round, having to select 10 people out of 990, was bound to be extremely fierce. And quite prolonged. It would waste too much of my time. If these people were all 5th stage experts, their battles would indeed be considered tempering. But most will only have 4th level skills, making fighting them less beneficial than dedicated cultivation, Li Yuan thought to himself. For the current Li Yuan, clashing with those of the 4th level skills was simply a waste of time. In an instant, Li Yuan had a goal in mind, aiming to seize first place in the stellar battlefield during the free-for-all. However, Li Yuan glanced at the stellar battlefield rules and realized it wasn't merely a battle among participants. In addition to other contenders, a plethora of Star Realm creatures would randomly appear, some of which could be very strong. Therefore, in such large-scale chaos, theoretically, it relied somewhat on luck. For example, avoid suddenly being besieged by a multitude of virtual Star Realm creatures. For example, avoid encountering 5th stage experts. Luck? As long as I am the strongest, I can sweep through any opponent that comes my way, Li Yuan told himself. As long as my luck isn't too terrible, preventing others from encountering me, that's enough. Other competitors would hope for good luck to break into the top 1,000 and advance to the elimination round. After all, being among the global top 1,000 would yield a generous cash reward, 10 million Blue Star coins. But Li Yuan didn't care about that. 10 million Blue Star coins? With his current wealth, he didn't care much about that sum. What he yearned for was to duel against true powerhouses. To clash with Blue Star's top-tier talents of his generation. Since the higher-ups have acknowledged me and granted me a second-class martial god inheritance slot, Li Yuan mused, I need to work hard to strive for a rank among the global top 3, or even first. Besides, the rewards for the top 3 are quite substantial, Li Yuan noted, glancing at the rewards for the final stage. Those who make it into the top 20 of the finals will be awarded 100 million Blue Star coins. Breaking into the top 10 will yield a reward of 500 million Blue Star coins. The top 3 will be awarded heavenly materials treasures valued at approximately 2 billion Blue Star coins. 2 billion Blue Star coins? My entire fortune now is barely less than 1.5 billion Blue Star coins, Li Yuan thought to himself. The reward was indeed substantial. But Li Yuan quickly realized that most of those who could make it into the top 3 of the finals were likely prime warriors aspiring to become flying heaven warriors, with immense consumption of various cultivation resources. It was no surprise, then, that the rewards were so generous. He closed the document. Continue cultivating, Li Yuan calmed his mind, continuing to silently practice his spear technique. Some classmates came in the afternoon. Li Yuan advised each on their practice and saw them off. He continued with his cultivation. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Li Yuan entered the virtual network capsule. Logged into the Starry Skies Fighting Network. Sign up for the Global University Martial Arts Tournament, Virtual Battle, Li Yuan applied immediately. The application was quickly approved. After waiting for 2 minutes, Li Yuan glanced again and found that the number of registrants had exceeded 2 million and was still rising. So many people. Makes sense, just in our Shah country, Each session of martial arts university students is close to 300,000, Li Yuan thought to himself. Adding up from freshman to junior year, that's over 800,000. Looking at the whole world, there would be 3 to 4 million eligible students from martial arts university alone. Plus, some people from society and some students from regular universities, Li Yuan thought. Altogether, it's not a small number. Although the competition is named Global University Martial Arts Tournament, it's not limited to students from martial arts university. Anyone under the age of 21 is eligible to register, but students not from martial arts university are not allowed to watch the battles. Therefore, this would lead to an astonishing rise in the number of participants in the preliminaries. Virtual battles signify skill level, and in martial arts cultivation, skill is the most important. Only when the skill is strong enough can one become a prime warrior, a flying heaven warrior. Strive hard to push through. This year, we in Europa must try to ensure that there are over 30% of us among the top 1,000. We must watch carefully. Those who stand out in the virtual battles are the future powerhouses of the Blue Star within the 7 Stars human civilization. Blue Star, having given birth to the unbeatable Dongfang Ji, is extremely mysterious and special. Dongfang Ji alone could slaughter countless peak powerhouses. Without him, the 7 Stars human civilization might have been wiped out long ago, let alone continue to this day. Our people have infiltrated martial arts university. Let them observe the rankings closely, watch the battles meticulously, identify and record these future powerhouses' information, and analyze it. As soon as we confirm the identities of certain super geniuses, we will try to ascertain their whereabouts and carry out assassinations. Like the geniuses who could break into the top 3, eliminating one would be like eliminating a future flying heaven warrior or even someone surpassing that. In secret, many spies from alien races lurking on Blue Star were paying close attention to this competition. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Especially those alien civilizations hostile to the 7 Stars human civilization, like the Tinliang civilization and the Cloudbeast civilization, were extremely interested in such competitions. Our Sakura country did not have a single contender in the top 20 last year. This year, we must strive to have one. Starry Sky University, inside a villa, the underground martial arts room. Last year's first place in the virtual battle was Shaw country's number 1. This year, our United States must fight to take first place, a white Western-dressed man said seriously. Harmon, you are the top of the junior class at Starry Sky University. This year, the hope of our United States rests on your shoulders, the Western man continued. Senior Sangbu, I understand, replied the young white man named Harmon, burly and stout, resembling a tower, wearing immensely heavy armor. Last year, in the battle from the top 20 to the top 10, I lost to Shaw country's Yin Man. This year, she remains my biggest competitor. I will definitely defeat her, the burly young Westerner said slowly, and take the first place. And claim the martial god inheritance spot. The video projection was turned off. The burly white young man took out his combat saber and continued his training. His sword technique was incredibly swift and ferocious. Days passed by, and in the blink of an eye, it was February 7th. The registration for the tournament had ended, with over 6 million people signed up. Li Yuan had been consistently cultivating, with his spear technique and movement techniques steadily improving. The afternoon of February 7th. Li Yuan, who was practicing spear in the underground martial arts room, suddenly received a message. Your bank account has received a transfer of 50,000 Blue Star coins from Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu? 50,000 Blue Star coins? Li Yuan was taken aback for a moment. Memories of the past flooded his mind instantaneously. Before the high school assessment in April of their senior year, he gave Li Tianyu 50,000 Blue Star coins under the guise of a loan, so that the latter could take better care of his health, emphasizing that he could wait until after university graduation to repay it. At the time, Li Yuan's wealth was far from what it was today. To think he repaid it as a freshman? Li Yuan sighed inwardly. 50,000 Blue Star coins meant nothing to the current him. But for an ordinary freshman at Zhongbei Martial University? It must have been somewhat of a burden. It is known that most students from Zhongbei Martial University graduate around level 12, and those who graduate at level 15 are considered elites. Based on Li Yuan's estimation, Li Tianyu's physical quality was probably around level 8 right now. After pondering a bit, Li Yuan proactively called Li Tianyu, after only 5 or 6 seconds. A holographic projection formed, displaying Li Tianyu's figure. Having not seen him for over half a year, he had become much more robust than during their senior year, and his expression even more resolute. However, he seemed a bit at a loss. Li Yuan. Li Tianyu showed an awkward smile. You repaid the money so quickly, you could have at least sent me a message. Li Yuan said with a smile. Do you look down on me, your old classmate? No, absolutely not. Li Tianyu shook his head repeatedly. I just didn't want to disturb your cultivation. After all, I know your time is precious. You must be a top student at Kunlun Martial University by now. I watched the battle between the 10 college's freshmen last year, Li Tianyu said with an embarrassed smile. Li Yuan couldn't help laughing. The freshman battle of the 10 colleges was something all martial arts university students across Sha country could watch. It was normal for Li Tianyu to know a bit about his situation. I'm busy, but I still have time to talk to an old classmate, Li Yuan said with a smile. How is everything at Zhongbei Martial University? It seems you're doing quite well. Not bad. Li Tianyu revealed a slight smile. You know Professor Ming, right? Professor Ming. Li Yuan nodded. I do. During senior year, Zhongbei University hosted a recruitment event where Professor Ming invited him to join Zhongbei Martial University. However, after the college entrance exams, they lost contact. In December this year, our school organized a special test, which seemed to revolve around spiritual will, said Li Tianyu with a smile. I was lucky to break into the top 10 among the freshmen, and Professor Ming took notice of me. Now, I'm cultivating under him. Top 10? Impressive, Li Yuan exclaimed admiringly. After some thought, Li Yuan reasoned that since Li Tianyu's physical quality wasn't very strong and his spiritual power was likely below average among the thousands of freshmen at Zhongbei Martial University, yet he made it to the top 10. Just in terms of willpower, Li Tianyu was probably the first among the freshmen at Zhongbei Martial University. Li Yuan wasn't surprised by this. He had long known about the other's determination and perseverance. Later, when Professor Ming found out I was your high school classmate, he valued me even more. I passed the first stage of the test and got some cash rewards, so I thought I'd repay you first, Li Tianyu said with a smile. Li Yuan nodded slightly. According to Professor Ming, even though I don't have a compatible high-rank cultivation technique, I still have a chance to become a prime warrior, said Li Tianyu, but it will be somewhat painful. Painful? Li Yuan's interest was piqued, and he asked, Cleansing spirit marrow? Li Tianyu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Right, Li Yuan, you know about it? I know, Li Yuan said with a smile. Not only did he know, but he had also been tormented by it repeatedly. Li Yuan thought for a moment. What's the monthly quota of cultivation resources for you at Zhongbei Martial University now? 1 cleansing spirit marrow and 20 batches of first-ranked blood qi medicinal remedies, Li Tianyu responded with a full smile. Plus, you receive quite a bit of cash as a reward for each target you achieve. It was apparent that Li Tianyu was very satisfied. The professor says that the most important thing for me now is to strive to reach the 4th level of skill technique. When that happens, my physical quality will improve a lot faster, Li Tianyu said somewhat helplessly. Unfortunately, I only broke through to the 3rd level at the end of last semester. That's already very fast, Li Yuan said with a laugh. If his memory served him right, just before the college entrance exams, Li Tianyu had just entered the 2nd stage of skill technique. In half a year, Li Tianyu advanced from the 2nd stage to the 3rd stage of skill technique. This rate of progress, even among the many freshmen at Kunlun Martial University, was quite remarkable. After all, not everyone is him. The two chatted some more. All right, Li Yuan, I won't disturb your cultivation, Li Tianyu said with a smile. But before he could end the call, Li Tianyu was shocked to discover that a message flashed across the holographic projection in front of him. Your account has received a transfer of 10 million Blue Star coins from Li Yuan. 10 million blue star coins? Li Tianyu was instantly stunned, looking at Li Yuan in the projected screen in shock. For him, this was an unimaginable fortune. Li Yuan, how can you? So much money. Li Tianyu was at a loss for words for a moment. It was too much. Tianyu, this money is still a loan from me to you, Li Yuan said with a smile, to assist your cultivation. A loan for me? I could never repay it in this lifetime. Li Tianyu shook his head continuously. Besides, this money must be important to you as well. He knew Li Yuan was formidable, but subconsciously, he still felt that Li Yuan, like him, was just a freshman. No matter how outstanding, it seemed implausible for Li Yuan to casually spare 10 million blue star coins. Tianyu, this money isn't that significant to me anymore, but it's very important for you. Li Yuan's voice grew serious. Li Tianyu was stunned. Insignificant to Li Yuan. Just how powerful was Li Yuan now? If you weren't striving hard and had given up on the martial path, I definitely wouldn't lend you the money, Li Yuan said earnestly, but Professor Ming thinks highly of you. I trust his judgment. You don't have a compatible high-rank cultivation technique, so to become a prime warrior, you'll need a lot of resources. Resources mean spending money, and this 10 million isn't even enough for your cultivation. I'm sure you've realized that in your half-year at university. Li Tianyu didn't say a word. He fully understood that. Among our group of friends from our senior year, people like Zhou Qi went to cultural universities, and we don't have much contact. Li Yuan looked at Li Tianyu. The ones who have really been going crazy on the martial path, aside from me, are probably only you. As classmates, I want to help you. Money is meant to be spent, don't worry about it too much. Just focus on your cultivation and strive to become a prime warrior in the future, Li Yuan said with a laugh. When the time comes, not to mention 10 million blue star coins, even earning 100 million won't be difficult. Alright, that's it for now. I have some things to attend to, so I'll end the call, Li Yuan said with a smile, and then he disconnected the call. Left standing before the screen, Li Tianyu was still filled with shock. Help me? Become a prime warrior? Li Tianyu clenched his arms, a hint of determination in his eyes. Li Tianyu, oh Li Tianyu. Opportunity. Others may come from better backgrounds or have higher talent, but having a classmate like Li Yuan is also an opportunity. Li Tianyu silently told himself, I must seize it. Don't let down his expectations. At the same time, Li Tianyu could feel the carefree and wild tone in Li Yuan's words. 10 million, 100 million blue star coins seemed like nothing. This was the power of strength. Work hard. Strive, even if it's desperate, to become a prime warrior. Biting his teeth, Li Tianyu quickly started placing orders in the school's cultivation resource treasury, buying more cultivation resources. His cultivation was extremely arduous. But the school had a system, resources were limited, and for a student like him, without high-rank cultivation methods and techniques not particularly outstanding, it was already remarkable for the school to invest millions of blue star coins in him every year. At Zhongbei Martial University, Professor Ming, who was meditating quietly in the martial arts room, suddenly opened his eyes, having received a student anomaly alert. He clicked on the screen to check. Li Tianyu ordered so many qi and blood potions? And essence pills for origin power. Professor Ming looked at the alert and wondered to himself, where did he get the money? After a moment of thought, he directly called Li Tianyu. At Kunlun Martial University, inside Li Yuan's villa. Professor Ming. Li Yuan, who had just finished a short training session, received a call from Professor Ming. Is it about Tianyu? Li Yuan quickly answered. The call connected. Li Yuan, hello, came a deep voice from the communication. Shortly after, Li Yuan hung up the call with Professor Ming, who had been very polite throughout. At the same time, it gave Li Yuan a true understanding of Li Tianyu's situation. Li Tianyu, far from merely struggling, as he described himself, was not just among the top 10 in the test of spiritual will but, second. The intensity of his cultivation practice could be described as madness. It was this terrifying willpower that caught Professor Ming's attention and ultimately led to his exceptional promotion to the warrior class. At the same time, Li Tianyu, in the span of half a year at university, was rapidly accelerating in skill proficiency, slowly revealing his edge. According to Professor Ming's estimation, by his third or fourth year, Li Tianyu's skills could potentially reach the fourth level. Upon hearing this from Professor Ming, Li Yuan thought of a phrase, accumulating thickly to discharge thinly. Talent is not immutable. Skills are honed over time. Comprehension and mental temperament can transform over a long period. Alongside experiences, Li Yuan's understanding grew clearer. Quick progress now doesn't mean quick progress at every step. Perhaps, Tianyu wasn't dazzling during his high school days, but he has been gritting his teeth and persevering, tempering his will. The hardships and dangers did not break him. Instead, they made him even stronger. This will all become the foundation for his future growth. Once a certain level is reached, as long as one can endure it, a rapid transformation is inevitable, Li Yuan mused to himself. Li Yuan was quite expectant of his old classmates' achievements. As for transferring 10 million blue star coins to Li Tianyu, Li Yuan didn't care at all. This amount of money meant little to Li Yuan. Now, with his powerful spiritual power, a single adventure in any star realm could earn Li Yuan at least several tens of millions of blue star coins. Like a few days ago, he had transferred 50 million blue star coins to his uncle and aunt, to be used for his younger brothers and sisters' cultivation during this phase. He also hinted to his uncle that he had earned the money himself, not to worry too much. What is the purpose of earning money? To spend it. The martial path is for achieving clarity of thought. Now that I have the ability to seize vast wealth, parting with some of it to provide a better life for my family and helping friends within my means brings me great happiness. Li Yuan continued his training, practicing with his spear. After the situation with Li Tianyu, Li Yuan felt his spear technique becoming increasingly smooth in his hands. Li Yuan harbored the aspiration of reaching out to help the world, having been influenced by his uncle long ago, and his experiences since starting university. He aspired to one day protect civilization like the senior Dongfang Ji. But that would be in the future. Right now, my abilities are still limited, and my strength is not yet powerful, but I should at least manage to be self-sufficient and benefit those around me who are worthy of help. Li Yuan's thoughts were very pure, doing what he could with the abilities he had. He did not give away his money lightly. As for Li Tianyu, Li Yuan felt his extreme diligence was worth helping, and only then did Li Yuan decide to assist. All decisions followed his own heart. Whoosh, as Li Yuan manipulated his long spear, suddenly the spear light surged, as if it drew upon some invisible force, causing a dazzling starlight to burst forth in midair. The starlight flickered, becoming more like flowing star rivers. Your spear technique level has increased from 5th stage 27% to 5th stage 29%. A divine palace prompt flashed by. Just one more step away from the intermediate rank of the 5th stage, Li Yuan continued his training with increased seriousness. With each passing day of dedicated hard practice, Li Yuan could clearly feel that he was getting closer to understanding the meaning of the stellar, the third layer, galactic convergence. Time passed. On the evening of February 8, 2044, Sha Country Time, Blue Star Time. The Global College Martial Arts Competition, Virtual Combat, followed by countless people around the world, was about to begin. February 8, evening at 7:40 p.m., in the underground martial arts room of Li Yuan's villa. The light screen projection formed. Auntie, how have you been feeling these past few days after taking the rare spirit liquid? Li Yuan asked with a smile as he was video calling with his family. Much better, my body feels a lot more comfortable, and some of the minor ailments have all but disappeared. Even my strength has increased significantly, Auntie said through the light screen projection. This stuff must be pretty expensive, right? Indeed, it's not cheap, but I can still afford it right now, Li Yuan laughed. Auntie, you don't need to worry. Didn't you all see my strength during the fish spirit tide last time? Auntie, Uncle Li Changzhou, and the siblings nearby all nodded in agreement. Like this time, why was Li Yuan able to persuade Li Changzhou and the others so easily? It's because during the fish spirit tide, Li Yuan had already exhibited terrifying strength, and later even received a first-rank silver quality medal, letting his family know that at that time, Li Yuan already possessed nearly the strength of a prime warrior. In their minds, a prime warrior was already incredibly powerful. Uncle,
I've already used my teacher's channels to try to purchase treasures to treat your health issues, and they should arrive soon, Li Yuan said with a smile.
The treatment plan for Auntie was very mature, and as long as one was willing to spend the money to book a team, it could be carried out.
But for heavenly materials, treasures like the Dragon Heart Spirit Fruit, which are multifunctional and scarce, they're not easy to acquire.
These days, Li Yong had been inquiring through various channels. Even with money, one often has to wait for heavenly materials treasures. Haha, there's no rush, my health is quite good for now, Li Changzhou laughed. You, on the other hand, take care of yourself. When venturing into the star realm, be sure to be careful. Li Yuan nodded. Brother, is the Global University Martial Path competition starting today? Li Muha, with sparkling eyes, couldn't help but ask. Our school has been talking about it for the last few days. It's a pity we can't watch the matches. We can only watch some promotional videos at the end. Yes, the preliminaries are about to begin, Li Yuan laughed. The competition being entirely open? That's difficult. Then you should hurry up, don't delay the match, Auntie quickly said. Auntie, don't worry, the preliminaries are a virtual contest, and I can join the battle at any point from 8 to 12, Li Yuan laughed. He was not in a hurry at all in his heart. It was rare for him to video call with his family. Muha, train well, and when I come back for vacation, I will test the results of your cultivation, Li Yuan said. Understood. Li Muha nodded earnestly. Brother, rest assured, I will definitely cultivate diligently. Brother, good luck, and take the first place, Li Qianqin laughed. The two siblings, as they were growing up, Li Muha became increasingly dedicated to practicing martial path, while it seemed that Li Qianqin's interests lay elsewhere. Li Yuan did not interfere in this matter. Soon after, Li Yuan ended the call with his family. In Starfire South Lake Community, inside Li Yuan's family villa, Li Qianqin and Li Muha busied themselves with their own things. The only ones left were Chen Wei and Li Changzhou in the living room. You're not going to persuade him even a bit? Chen Wei sighed softly. Didn't you find out that what I'm taking costs at least 100 million blue star coins? With such a large sum of money, how many dangers must Li Yuan face to earn it? Why should he spend it on us? There are some things you can't just talk people out of, Li Changzhou said with a faint smile. Haven't you understood from the last fish spirit tide? Understood what? Chen Wei was puzzled. Half a year in university and he has strength close to a prime warrior. He even made 2 university deans come to see him specifically. Li Changzhou looked at his wife. Each of the deans has a status even higher than the hall master of Fei City. Our nephew's talent and future achievements are bound to far exceed our imagination. Chen Wei was stunned for a moment. Her horizon was not low. It was just that the changes Li Yuan brought were too big and too fast, and subconsciously she hadn't caught up yet. Li Yuan's future may see him become a flying heaven warrior, or even reach higher heights. Li Changzhou spoke softly. His growth is extremely fast, and he will meet many seniors whose horizons, status, and strength far surpass us. Most importantly, his vision and strength have probably already far surpassed us. At this time, we shouldn't give him any advice, Li Changzhou smiled. You need to understand one thing. We are all just ordinary people. If we could provide correct guidance to a future super martial artist, would we be in our current situation? Chen Wei was startled for a moment, and then looking at her husband, she couldn't help but say, then what should we do? Eat well, drink well, maintain good health, follow the arrangements, and do our best to educate Muha and the others. Li Changzhou laughed. Don't burden Li Yuan. Also, turn away those relatives who come asking for favors. I'm going fishing. Li Changzhou got up, preparing to get his fishing gear. At this late hour? Chen Wei couldn't help but say. Night fishing is more peaceful. If I go during the day, Lord Wan often comes to disturb me. Li Changzhou laughed. Lord Wan is a good person, but there's no need to owe Li Yuan any favors. The more low-key we are, the better it is for Li Yuan. So you have to go fishing? Chen Wei also stood up, frowning. Day after day, all you think about is fishing. Fishing is a must. I've worked hard for so many years, and fishing is all I've got, Li Changzhou expressed. Kunlun Martial University, inside the villa. After chatting with his family, Li Yuan still didn't rush to enter the Starry Skies fighting network. Instead, he continued to cultivate all heaven's stars, bringing today's origin power cultivation to its upper limit. This continued until 8:40 p.m. Your life level has been raised from 19.5 to 19.6. A Divine Palace notification suddenly flashed. Another 10 minutes passed before Li Yuan slowly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, finally reached 19.6. Since coming back from the Mingshu star realm, almost 10 days had passed, allowing Li Yuan's life level to increase by 0.2. Subconsciously, Li Yuan glanced at the Divine Palace panel. Life level 19.6, first rank, fist strength 62,100 kilograms. Speed 109.3 meters per second. Spiritual power level 30.3. Willpower level 31. Spiritual awakening level 37.9%, current limit 40%. Star Meridian level 10. Skill realm Spear technique 5th stage 29%, movement technique 5th stage 29%, fist technique, perfection. Physical body cultivation method, all heaven's stars. Mental cultivation method, observing the great sun starry sky. Scripture. Note: when the spiritual awakening level reaches 50%, 75%, 100%, 125%, you will be guided by spiritual nature again. Going to Feixing will have to wait until July this year. The practical fights of the Global Martial Path University competition will also start at the beginning of June. In the meantime, staying at the university for silent cultivation won't be of much significance to me, Li Yuan thought to himself. After the virtual battle ends, I'll spend some more time in concealed cultivation, and once I become a prime warrior, I'll venture into the second-level star realm for adventure once again. This was Li Yuan's plan for himself. The second-level star realm is generally more dangerous than the first-level star realm. Once you become a prime warrior, your strength will surge greatly. Even when facing a second-rank mid-level opponent, you would be able to cope, and entering the second-level star realm would then be much safer. Later on, by killing members of the alien race and seizing spiritual nutrients, you can accumulate your spiritual awakening level to the 40% limit, and you will get another surge of origin power in your body, which will hugely increase your strength even further. Only then will you truly have the capabilities to stand your ground in the second-rank star realm. Venturing into the star realm, I can not only make contributions but also earn more wealth, Li Yuan thought to himself. Life and death tempering will lead to faster growth. Next, I just need to beautifully finish the virtual battle. Li Yuan entered the resting room. He sat down in the virtual network capsule, logged into the Starry Skies fighting network. In the virtual network, within the specially designated competition space of the Starry Skies fighting network. Whoosh! Li Yuan directly entered and materialized in an immensely large battle space. Subconsciously, he looked around and saw that both sides of the spectator stands were filled with endless seas of people. There must be millions of them, densely packed and overwhelmingly numerous. The noise was deafening. Senior Brother Jin is here. Senior Brother Jin. Before Li Yuan could speak, a chorus of voices immediately rang out around him. Those sitting beside him were all freshmen from the 6th Institute. Li Yuan, it's Li Yuan. Li Yuan is here. The shouts here immediately drew the attention of the farther spectator stands, and they all turned to look, all of them students from Kunlun Martial University. Senior Brother Jin, you've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you, Anong said with a smile. The preliminaries have been going on for an hour, and we hadn't yet seen you. We were worried you had forgotten and were about to send you a message. It's just the preliminaries, there's no need to make a fuss, Li Yuan replied with a smile. How are you guys doing? Did you pass the preliminaries? I made it through. I didn't, just missed by a bit, only over 3,000 points. I passed. The freshmen from the 6th Institute replied one after another, and from their voices, it seemed that most had made it through the preliminaries. To this, Li Yuan was not surprised. Although the freshmen from the 6th Institute were not as strong as him, on a global scale among peers, they were already in the top 1%. Passing the preliminaries was mostly not difficult for them. However, according to the traditions of Kunlun Martial University, the preliminaries and the melee matches were not considered part of the main competition. It was not until the elimination rounds, where individual duels took place, that they would be regarded as truly meaningful matches. "There's quite a crowd," Li Yuan said with a smile. "Yes, the rules are similar to the 10 schools contest for newcomers, appearing in the spectator area according to country, university, institute, grade. All the spectating students are in this spectator space," and Nong said with a smile. "Right now, we've got over 1 million viewers. Most people will leave once they pass the preliminaries," and Nong obviously was quite familiar with the rules, but there are still quite a lot of those remaining. Many are also very concerned about who will be the first in the preliminaries and from which country. "The first place in the preliminaries?" Li Yuan chuckled. "Is that title so important?" He instinctively looked toward the leaderboard at the highest spot of the battle space, which listed the top 100 scores of the preliminaries. 1. Shu Hengyu, Sha Country, 96,432 points. 2. Xuanfang Guizi, Sakura Country, 93,444 points. 3. Ovages Vila, United States, 93,412 points. 97. Tian Dajuang, Sha Country, 89,996 points. Li Yuan glanced over the top 100, was momentarily stunned, then shook his head and chuckled. What a bunch of strange names. Besides Tian Dajuang, there were hardly any familiar names. Not even 2 names from the opponents he had faced in the 10 schools contest for newcomers. Something isn't right. It seems to be as the teacher said, anyone with 4,000 points in a single preliminary can pass. Li Yuan thought to himself, the scores to a certain extent reflect one's strength. There's no need to expose myself now and make other strong competitors wary, especially since being first in the melee doesn't directly lead to a slot in the final rounds, Li Yuan thought as he made up his mind. He applied to compete. Whoosh, he disappeared onto the platform out of thin air. Li Yuan is competing, he's gone, he must have gone to compete. Do you think Li Yuan will give a stunning performance? I've heard others say, and senior brother Jin mentioned that Li Yuan is likely to make it into the top 100 of the main tournament. Not sure, I looked up many strong players from last year who didn't show their strength. Senior brother Jin didn't make it onto the preliminaries top 100 either. Senior brother Jin was in the top 100 during his second year last year. This year he might even break into the top 20. Judging by his strength, it's impossible that he can't make it into the top 100 of the preliminaries, students from Kunlun Martial University discussed quietly among themselves. They all held some expectation in their hearts, hoping that Li Yuan would show his mighty power and make it onto the preliminary ranking list. Within a virtual space, like a vast corridor, Li Yuan appeared out of thin air, holding a long spear. Kill the enemy to score points. The more you kill, the higher the points. The enemies will keep appearing until you are killed or eliminated, the system voice rang out. The enemy will appear shortly, countdown from 10. 1, begin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the end of the vast corridor, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly erupted. One after another, figures sprang from the darkness, their eyes filled with intent to kill, charging towards Li Yuan. For the preliminary round, one can adjust their physical quality voluntarily. I've chosen level 20, Li Yuan murmured to himself. By the looks of it, these opponents seem to be only level 18, and their skills are weak, too weak. Let's get this over with quickly and not waste time. Li Yuan's figure flashed, and he lunged forward with great speed. He charged straight at those figures, the level 18 physical quality increasing their speed. Boom! Li Yuan suddenly exerted his strength, followed by a myriad of spear shadows blooming, exploding like stars bursting. Peefed, 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 it was as if he were reaping wheat. These figures, whether wielding combat sabers, long spears, or shields, all their bodies exploded, blood splashed everywhere, and none could block Li Yuan. Even those with shields were pierced and killed by Li Yuan with a single spear thrust through their shields. Utterly ruthless. Boom! Li Yuan, like a bolt of lightning, charged to the end of the corridor, waiting for the group of opponents to respawn. Peefed, peefed. Figure after figure fell, and he killed each one as soon as they respawned. Before long, Contestant Li Yuan, your score has reached 4,000 points. Congratulations on passing the virtual combat preliminary, a system prompt suddenly flashed. 4,000 points? Li Yuan glanced at his score. That's enough. Phew. With a thought, Li Yuan chose to forfeit, leaving the combat space, and returned to reality. He continued practicing with his spear. The eldest senior brother has logged off. It seems that the eldest senior brother, like Jin Huguo, is planning to burst out later. It's right to hide their strength now. Many newcomers from the 6th Institute murmured softly amongst themselves. Time ticked away, second by second. One contestant after another from around the globe entered the combat space, continuously making their moves. Occasionally, the points leaderboard would refresh, but there was still no high-score players surpassing 100,000 points. It wasn't until nearly 11 o'clock. Whoosh! On the spectator platform of the combat space, in an inconspicuous corner, a figure in purple garments suddenly appeared. He caught sight of the leaderboard high in the sky at a distance. Hee. Li Yuan, Yin Man, all of you really look down on the preliminaries, huh? Probably holding back fiercely, for fear that others will know your true strength. The purple-clad youth muttered to himself with a smile. It's so late now, these guys should all have made it through. You look down upon it, so let the title of Preliminary King belong to me. Being the Preliminary King is still being a king. Phew. The youth in purple summoned the will to fight and chose to join the battle. Merely 12 minutes later, within the combat space where the number of contestants had already dwindled to over 300,000, an uproar suddenly erupted. Look at this. Dan Tai Feng. Dan Tai Feng's name has shot into the top 100 and is still rapidly climbing. Many people noticed the fluctuations on the leaderboard, as well as that name continuing to rise. Into the top 20 now. He's climbing too fast, he's already surpassed 90,000 points. 95,000 points. Into the top 10. First place, he's first now. He's surpassed 100,000 points. 200,000 points. Waves of exclamations kept rising. Everyone watched, wide-eyed, as Dan Tai Feng surged to the first place at an astonishing pace, eventually halting at a terrifying score of 310,000 points, leading the second place by more than 200,000 points in a cliffhanger. Students from Marshall Path universities all over the world fell completely silent. At this moment, a vast number of students around the globe remembered that name, Dan Tai Feng. When they saw Dan Tai Feng's score, the tens of thousands who hadn't left the competition space's spectator seats erupted into commotion. Which university from Sha country does this Dan Tai Feng belong to? I've never heard of him before. He's too strong. He's from Starfire University. I heard he's the top genius in his first year at Sha country, just a freshman. How fierce. This is just the preliminary round, and the second place only has a little more than 90,000 points. Yet he's surged to more than 300,000 points, too outrageous, leaving the second place behind by over 200,000 points? Many students exclaimed in admiration. A freshman? The first place in the preliminaries is taken by a freshman from Sha country? Sha country truly lives up to its reputation as the strongest nation on Blue Star. During the 10 schools freshman war, Dan Tai Feng was the absolute first, and now at the Global College Marshall Path competition, he is still the first. He's really strong. The students from Sha country, most of them quickly recognized Dan Tai Feng. After the previous 10 schools freshman war, Dan Tai Feng's name had already spread across all martial arts universities in Sha country, and many people knew that Starfire University produced a peerless genius. What about Li Yuan? During the 10 schools freshman war final, Li Yuan from Kunlun Martial University was only a bit weaker than Dan Tai Feng. Haven't seen his name, probably hiding his strength. Hide what strength? Does he think he can challenge for first place? He should take a page out of Dan Tai Feng's book and show his face in the preliminaries. Many students from the martial arts universities of Sha country discussed among themselves. The discussion was loud and varied. But no matter how people discussed, Dan Tai Feng had already become famous around the globe with just the preliminaries, and he was about to be remembered by millions of martial arts university students worldwide in a very short time. Swoosh! In a corner of the spectator platform, Dan Tai Feng appeared out of thin air. There were few students from Starfire University, and even fewer who stayed here to watch the excitement, so not many noticed him. Awesome. Dan Tai Fung listened to the discussions about him from the surrounding crowd. Words like powerful, awesome, and too strong kept reaching his ears. The corners of Dan Tai Feng's mouth couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Li Yuan, Yin Man. I scored higher in the preliminaries than both of you, which is kind of like beating you both once, Dan Tai Fung mumbled to himself. This was his true nature. If Li Yuan focused on empowering himself, indifferent to winning or losing an external criticism, then Dan Tai Fung liked to show off in front of others, enjoying the praise for being powerful. To live a life where others are unaware of how awesome I am would be so sad, Dan Tai Fung thought to himself, extremely satisfied. Today was truly exhilarating, time to go back and train. A martial artist's practice is all about having a clear mind. Without a doubt, Dan Tai Fung had always worked hard to clear his mind of dust, which is why his strength had continually grown. Whoosh! Dan Tai Fung disappeared from the spectator platform. Higher up in a separate spectator space, within the magnificent circular spectator hall, millions of students were unaware of its existence. There were densely packed with over 100,000 seats, divided into 3 sections. The furthest section had the most ordinary seats, only slightly larger than those in the students' spectator space but the most numerous. These were designated for ordinary teachers from the various martial arts universities of Blue Star and peers of similar strength. The middle section's seats were larger, but far fewer in number, only a little over 1,000, reserved for top-grade prime warriors who qualified to watch the competition from every nation and school. In the area closest to the viewing screen, there were only just over 100 seats, undoubtedly arranged for the visiting Flying Heaven warriors. Of course, today was only the preliminaries, and not many ordinary teachers were there to watch. Flying Heaven warriors. Not one had come, but Dan Tai Feng's performance still shocked the thousands of prime warriors who were present. That kid, he's from Starfire University, right? Yes, he's ours from Starfire University. I even taught him one class before. I had no idea he had secretly reached the 5th stage. First stage as a freshman? That's too impressive. He must be the first among his peers. Probably is. These teachers from martial arts universities all over the globe discussed among themselves. Perhaps the spectating students didn't quite understand, but these teachers knew very well. In the preliminaries, to reach 90,000 points meant the skill had reached subtlety. To reach 100,000 points indicated a 5th stage skill. To reach 1,000,000 points meant achieving intermediate rank in the 5th stage. Dan Tai Fung, a freshman, had managed to secure 300,000 points in the preliminaries, which definitely signified staggering strength. Before, I didn't pay special attention to the information on Dan Tai Fung. After all, he had only reached subtlety previously. Send the message back. We need to warn those youngsters to be wary of him. Scores of teachers from various schools immediately transmitted the news of Dan Tai Fung reaching the 5th stage skill to their school's elite students for the first time. This was of great importance, because in the upcoming Battle Royale, Star Realm Battlefield, unless one's strength was colossal, like Li Yuan, Yin Man, or Harmon, nearly invincible in one's own right, caution was necessary. Otherwise, suppose you possess subtlety-level skill, originally hopeful of making it into the top 100. But on the Star Realm Battlefield, if you encounter a master of unity of heaven and man whom you don't recognize and you initiate a fight, leading to be killed. Lacking points and getting eliminated directly would be quite the miscarriage of justice. When one's strength is insufficient, intelligence becomes extremely important. This is also why so many teachers gathered here, to grasp information firsthand. As the night enveloped the earth, in a villa in Starfire University, within an underground martial arts room. Whoosh! 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 A determined-looking young man, wielding a huge cleaver, was constantly battling a training partner, a martial artist, with relentless assaults, his sword techniques forceful and his movements extraordinarily elusive. And the prime warrior he was fighting, suppressing his own burst of power and speed, continuously defended against the attacks. Suddenly, puff! The stocky young man suddenly erupted, the might of his combat saber soared immensely, brutally striking the prime warrior's long sword. The terrifying force contained in the combat saber burst forth, sweeping across and making the prime warrior stagger back in shock, his face reflecting astonishment as he looked at the stocky young man. Little Tien, have you broken through? The sparring prime warrior's face was filled with joy. Haha, thanks to the teacher, Tien Dajuang said excitedly, laughing. Without the teacher's continuous pressure on me these past days, I would have never broken through so quickly. I've finally touched subtlety in spirit. Tien Dajuang's eyes gleamed. It has nothing to do with my sparring. I've sparred with many students, but how many of them can catch up with you? It's your heart, the prime warrior teacher clad in black said with a smile. Your heart is strong enough, undisturbed by external factors. That's why you are progressing faster and faster. Everyone says Dan Tai Fung is very strong, but in my view, your talent is not inferior to his. You just didn't receive the same early training he did, the teacher in black said with a smile. I'm still far from his strength. Tien Dajuang shook his head. Don't be in a hurry, the teacher in black said with a smile. When you entered the school, your skill just barely ranked in the top 20 of your grade, but later you gradually became one of the top 10. As of now, apart from Dan Tai Fung, you should be the second freshman in our school to have achieved subtlety in spirit. People like Yu Ming, Guan Ying, they are still stuck at the high rank of the 4th level. Your progress is getting faster and faster. Given time, you could surpass Dan Tai Fung, the elder teacher said with a chuckle.
Tien Dajuang nodded firmly. He, rising all the way from a mountain area, experiencing so much, and if we only talk about the mental tempering of his youth, it's not inferior to Li Yuan.
And his comprehension is also extremely astonishing. After entering Starfire University, he finally received the best nurturing, showing sharpness all the way, surpassing one rival after another. To have touched subtlety in spirit in just a bit over half a year after entering the university is extremely rare. Looking globally, among his peers, he is likely to compete for a place in the top 10 or even top 5. The key is that Tien Dajuang's rate of progress is still accelerating. Suddenly, Tien Dajuang suddenly felt his smart ring vibrate with astonishment, and couldn't help but look down at it. Immediately, he couldn't hold back a curse. Damn, Dan Tai Fung, that show-off, is showing off again. Dan Tai Fung, truly at the 5th stage, the purple-clothed woman, Yin Man, glanced at the message, 310,000 points? If that's his full strength, then it's not a concern. Starry Sky University, inside a villa, 5th stage skill? A white-clothed young man wielding dual swords, looked at the newly received message, his eyes narrowing slightly. Just a freshman? I thought that by breaking through to the 5th stage skill in my sophomore year, I would be impressive. Is it possible that Sakura Country can never defeat Sha Country? The young man in white said coldly. No, this time I must break into the top 10 or even the top 3. Bai Chuanming, recognized as the #1 talent of his generation in Sakura Country, also carried his nation's greatest expectations. Ross Country, amidst ice and snow. A freshman at the 5th stage, really fierce, a bear-like brawny young man, naked to the waist, was practicing shield technique. Sha Country is truly the #1 power in the world, a place where talents emerge in an endless stream. Out of the recent 10 virtual battles, Sha countrymen have taken first place in 8, right? Nevsky, recognized as the top warrior among third-year students in Ross Country. Also, in the virtual combat, the only confirmed 5th stage expert from Ross Country. Kunlun Martial University, Li Yuan's villa, underground martial arts room. Interesting, very interesting. Li Yuan set down his long spear, looking at the 3 messages on his hand, and couldn't help but smile. One of the messages was from Li Yang, with information about Dan Tai Fung, warning Li Yuan to be extra vigilant. Another message was from Dan Tai Fung, call me the king of preliminaries. Come to Starfire next time, and Dajuang and I will treat you to a meal. The last one was from Tien Dajuang, Li Yuan, keep it up, you must beat that show off. Closing the light screen. I do need to work hard, Li Yuan revealed a slight smile, I'm improving, but countless geniuses around the globe are also improving. Li Yuan never got anxious because his opponents were strong. The stronger the opponents, the more geniuses human civilization has given birth to, which is a good thing. Besides, great masters are lonely, as are geniuses, Li Yuan murmured to himself. Having more super geniuses to collide and duel with can also bring out the fullest potential in us. Li Yuan calmed his mind and continued patiently training. Dan Tai Feng's sudden breakthrough indeed shocked the top talents from around the globe. Especially within the 3 top-tier martial schools, those third-year geniuses still trapped in subtlety in spirit felt even more embarrassed and began training more madly, hoping to progress further before the real contest. To be subtle in spirit and at the 5th stage of heaven and man, the gap is astonishing. In fact, on some level, the 7 stars human civilization keeps holding contests like these to constantly motivate the geniuses of the entire civilization, telling them not to be complacent. You are the top talent of a school? You are the top talent of your cohort? Then open your eyes and take a good look. There are always people better than you out there. If you don't strive, you'll be surpassed. On the morning of February 9th, Li Yuan and countless other contestants who passed the preliminaries all received an official communiqué. Final confirmation. About 420,000 contestants passed the preliminaries, meaning that each Star Realm battlefield will have about 42,000 people. I'm in the 7th Star Realm battlefield. Li Yuan's gaze swept over the second round of information, which was the Star Realm battlefield he had been assigned. 42,000 people. Over 6 million people registered, and only 420,000 made it through the preliminaries. The elimination rate is really high, Li Yuan thought to himself. And with more than 40,000 people in each Star Realm battlefield, only the top 100 can advance to the elimination round. That's crazy enough. In the battlefield, a large number of Star Realm creatures would also appear. Li Yuan could imagine the fighting would be insane when the time came. However, whoosh! Li Yuan grabbed his long spear, swiftly turning around. I want to see who can stop me from taking first place in the battlefield. February 10th, 7 p.m. Sha Country Time, the highly anticipated virtual battle melee competition was about to begin. At 6:40 p.m., Li Yuan did not intentionally delay today but instead entered the combat space early. Whoosh! A sea of people. Li Yuan, big brother. Many people turned to look at Li Yuan, brimming with enthusiasm. It's quite crowded today, Li Yuan said with a smile. Looking around, this vast spectator space seemed much bigger than it did yesterday. Indeed, there are more. Ji Yu Chang'an said with a laugh. The number of spectators has already surpassed 4 million. More than half of the students from martial arts universities all over the world have come to watch. Brother Yuan, which battlefield are you in? Ji Yu Chang'an asked curiously. Many students nearby couldn't help but turn their attention to Li Yuan. The 7th, Li Yuan said with a smile. I'm in the 6th. I'm in the 3rd. Haha, I'm in the same 7th Star Realm battlefield as senior brother, someone said with a broad grin. But in reality, everyone present understood that being in the same Star Realm battlefield didn't matter much. With over 40,000 people in each battlefield, the chance of running into each other was very, very low. It mainly depended on oneself. Li Yuan. A voice suddenly rang out, followed by a figure flashing over, arriving next to Li Yuan. Senior brother Jin. Li Yuan said with a smile, looking at the newcomer. Suddenly, the others made room for them. Almost every student from Kunlun Martial University knew that in this iteration of the virtual battle, the 2 people before them were the most hopeful candidates from the whole university. One was the former number 1 talent of Kunlun Martial University with longer training. The other had a shorter training period but rose at an astonishing speed. Do you have the confidence to surpass me? Jin Huguo said with a smile. I won't disappoint senior brother, Li Yuan replied with a smile. His interactions with Jin Huguo were not many. But real kindred spirits don't need much interaction, they just feel very comfortable when together. Haha, good, I'll look forward to it, Jin Huguo laughed. Let's fight hard together to take first place in our battlefields and make it directly into the finals to bring glory to our university. To bring glory to our university, Li Yuan nodded emphatically. The surrounding students from the 6th Institute were somewhat shocked to hear this. Aiming for first place in the battlefield? Were both of them that formidable? Seconds ticked away, and when the time reached 7:55 p.m. Boom! A towering figure in black appeared in the center of the combat space, standing aloft. My dear spectator friends. With over 4 million people watching, this iteration of the Global Intercollege Martial Arts Championship virtual battle has once again set a new record for the number of spectators, the black-clad host exclaimed. What we are about to begin is the melee competition. In some ways, it's a supersized version of the cage melee. In each battlefield, more than 40,000 competitors will fight one another, with a time limit of 4 hours or until only one person is left after the elimination. Only the strong will survive until the end. Only the top 100 martial path talents who accumulate enough points will advance to the next elimination round. Now I declare, the melee competition, Star Realm Battlefield, is about to begin. More than 420,000 competitors will soon be transported. Above the combat space, the top 100 points rankings of each battlefield will appear, along with a total of 100 broadcast screens, providing live coverage of the exciting contests from each major battlefield. Each spectator will also be able to select any competitor to follow live on their personal screens in front of them, with a maximum of 10 concurrent followings. Countdown 10, 9, 8. The Star Realm Battlefield, the life and death contest, officially begins. The host's voice was filled with vigor. Boom. The entire combat space erupted with earth-shaking, uplifting music, and the entire space instantly echoed with the excited cheers of millions of spectators, boiling with excitement. Almost simultaneously. Whoosh, 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 over 4 million spectator platforms began to fade out, with about 10% disappearing. All the competitors who passed the preliminaries had been collectively transported. The melee competition officially began. Quick, let's follow the competition. I want to watch Dan Tai Fung. I want to watch Yin Man. Let's quickly follow and watch Senior Brother. Instantly, the millions of spectators on the platform began to select their competitors to follow on their personal screens. Without a doubt, Dan Tai Fung would be one of the observed competitors among spectators from nearly every country. In terms of fame, Dan Tai Fung was currently the biggest name. Next were Yin Man and Harmon, both of whom performed exceptionally well last year and were among the favorites to win this year's championship. As for Li Yuan, many spectators from Sha country would choose to follow him, followed by those from Sakura country, Tianju country, the South Asian Alliance, and other regions. In the martial arts universities of these regions, Li Yuan was quite well known. It started. I wonder how many 5th stage masters will emerge this time. In the higher level spectator space, tens of thousands of prime warriors from around the world had gathered here. This kind of competition was a test of the teaching level of the major martial arts universities. Every school took it very seriously. Dean Hai is here too. Dean Shu looked at the figure seated in the front row, feeling slightly surprised. Shi and Li Yong were both top-grade origin martial artists, seated in the middle area. Definitely, Li Yong chuckled softly. This year, our Kunlun Martial University has 2 5th stage masters, both hoping to break into the global top 20. Naturally, we must take it seriously. Dean Shu nodded involuntarily. In fact, 3 Flying Heaven warriors had come from Kunlun Martial University. You should know that so far, the total number of Flying Heaven warriors from all over the world who had come to watch the battles was just over 20. Flying Heaven warriors, in a single province of Sha country, were like the sea's calming divine needle, very rare. But on a global scale, there was still a handful of them. Suddenly, without sound or warning, a figure in a black robe appeared in a seat in the front row. Immediately, whoosh, 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 martial artists like Dean Hai, who had been in discussion, stood up one after another and respectfully said, Star Master. The voices of the dozens of Flying Heaven warriors were not loud, but they resounded through the battle observation hall, rendering the entire hall silent as a grave. In the middle area, tens of thousands of prime warriors in the back area were immensely shocked as they watched this scene. Star Master. What Star Master could make dozens of Flying Heaven warriors salute in unison? Many top-grade origin martial artists saw it clearly, including the chancellors of Starfire University, Starry Sky University, Blackstone University. All 3 universities' chancellors had stood up and respectfully saluted. Unfortunately, no one could see the face of the figure in the black robe. His entire being seemed shrouded in a layer of fog. Only the Flying Heaven warriors in the front row could see his face clearly. "Sit down, everyone, I'm just here to watch the battles," the black-robed Star Master said in a hoarse voice. No need to be so formal. This voice, as if imbued with invisible magic power, immediately dispelled the tense and oppressive atmosphere in the battle observation hall. The more than 20 Flying Heaven warriors all sat back down. "Wu Lin," the black-robed Star Master said in a low voice. Hall Master, the middle-aged man in a blue robe sitting beside him, immediately leaned forward slightly and responded. Many of the top-grade Origin warriors sitting in the middle felt a wave of shock upon hearing this address. Wu Lin, a powerful Flying Heaven warrior, was also the principal of Starfire University. In all of Blue Star, he was undeniably a high-ranking figure. To be addressed as Hall Master by him, the identity of the figure in the black robe was now clear. He was the Hall Master of the Starfire Marshall Hall's Blue Star headquarters. Switch the viewing target to Sha Country's Kunlun Marshall University student Li Yuan, from the 7th Star Realm battle zone, the black-robed figure instructed indifferently. Yes, Principal Wu Lin nodded, possessing control over the battle observation hall. Instantly. Swoosh! The giant, light screen projection in the distance changed from the previous 10 random viewing targets to one large light screen projection accompanied by 9 smaller ones. In the largest projection, over the vast wilderness, with mountains stretching on, a young man holding a long spear appeared. The light screen displayed his name and origin, Sha Country's Li Yuan. Li Yuan. Who is Li Yuan? Why switch to watching him? Not sure. Suddenly, a wave of murmuring arose throughout the battle observation hall. Tens of thousands of prime warriors from around the world, most of them didn't recognize Li Yuan. In fact, many of the dozens of Flying Heaven warriors in the front row also didn't know Li Yuan. But now they did, and all turned their attention earnestly to the light screen. Someone that the Star Master paid such close attention to must have something special about him, the Flying Heaven warriors believed. Within the 7th Star Realm battle zone, the Wilderness Star Realm, Li Yuan observed the desolate plains before him, with what seemed like forests in the extreme distance, several mountain ranges obstructing the view, but he could still see a number of figures flickering. "No, it's just that this area around me is a wasteland, but overall, the whole battlefield is still a jungle." Li Yuan held the long spear. Standing on this small patch of wasteland, the Star Realm battlefield essentially simulates Star Realm terrains, which are divided into many kinds of terrains, such as snowfields, deserts, jungles, wastelands, oceans, and so on. Of course, in the real Star Realm, some environments are extremely harsh, making it very difficult for prime warriors to survive. The simulation battlefield naturally can't be that extreme. Limited to 4 hours. The actual environmental data is actually similar to that of Blue Star. Li Yuan slightly clenched his fist, quickly adapting to his current physical strength. With a thought, he achieved subtlety. Strength, speed. Indeed, it's the 15th level of physical quality. All contestants have the standard 15th level of physical quality, that is, standard fist strength of 12,000 kilograms, burst speed of 50 meters per second. Continuous ranges of mountains, this tall, must be to restrict the field of vision, Li Yuan muttered to himself. In a pure wasteland battlefield, with a 15th level of physical quality, one could easily see more than 10 kilometers away. A lot of contestants would discover each other before even getting close and would flee by leaping away. Jungle battlefield? Plus so many mountains, there are no such worries. It's a pity, with the virtual network, the spiritual power each person can use is simulated and limited. Li Yuan frowned slightly. Otherwise, relying on my strong spiritual power, the perception ability would be much stronger. Li Yuan's peripheral vision caught sight of the smart ring on his hand. He touched the light screen, where personal points and rankings were displayed, as well as a detailed set of rules. Contestant. Li Yuan, Sha Country, base points, 200. Starfield points. 0 total points. 200 battlefield ranking, none. Rules for obtaining base points. Defeat other contestants to obtain 50% of their base points. Starfield points are not obtainable. Rules for obtaining Starfield points. Kill Star Realm creatures of level 15.0 to 15.9 to obtain 1 Starfield point. Kill creatures level 16.0 to 17.9 to obtain 10 points. Kill creatures level 18.0 and above to obtain 100 Starfield points, which remain completely intact even in the event of death. Total points rule. Base points plus Starfield points equals total points. Death rule. Everyone has only one life. If killed by a Star Realm creature, both base points and Starfield points remain unchanged, and rankings are preserved. If killed by another contestant, base points are halved while Starfield points remain unchanged, and rankings are preserved. Advancement rules. After the melee round ends, the first in total score advances to the final. Ranks 2 to 100 advance to the third elimination round. Anyone ranked after 100 is eliminated. Note: the entire battlefield is a circular battlefield with a diameter of about 100 kilometers. As time passes, the battlefield's range will continually shrink, with minimum battlefield diameter reducing to 10 kilometers. Interesting. These rules will probably make it hard for many contestants to weigh the pros and cons. Li Yuan revealed a cryptic smile. Killing Star Realm creatures earns very low points. One needs to kill a level 18 creature to get 100 points, but for one with 15th level physical quality to challenge a level 18, that's not something ordinary contestants can do. A level 18 Star Realm creature is 3 times stronger than a level 15. Unless unity is achieved, making the power and speed surge, even with high-rank 4th level techniques, it would be difficult for a 15th level physical quality to win against an 18th level Star Realm creature. The advantage is that once Starfield points are obtained, they can never be stripped away. Even if killed by a Star Realm creature, all points are preserved, Li Yuan thought to himself. Ultimately, it's the points that determine the ranking, not survival. If one accumulates enough points early on, there's a chance of advancing to the elimination round even if one dies early. Killing other contestants. Killing just one contestant brings at least 100 points. And as the contest progresses, the living contestants' accumulated base points can become even more exaggerated, where killing one could yield tens of thousands of points, Li Yuan thought to himself. But the downside is, contestants can't gauge each other's strengths, and a slightest mistake could lead to being counter-killed, thus losing half their base points. The rules may sound complex, but at its core, it's just 2 phrases: low risk, low reward, high risk, high reward. It all depends on the contestant's personal choices. Choice is also a form of mental tempering. Choice? Li Yuan showed a hint of a smile. Whether they are contestants or Star Realm creatures, anything that crosses my path shall be slain.
Suddenly, Li Yuan sensed an odd disturbance in the distance.
Even without great spiritual power, his perception ability, enhanced by the state of unity of heaven and man, was much stronger than that of an average contestant. Boom! Li Yuan's figure suddenly moved, turning into a streak of shadow, and rushed directly towards the distant wasteland. After only 7 or 8 seconds, he went around a ridge. Hunting Star Realm creatures? At a glance, Li Yuan saw a burly man wielding a combat saber, fighting a large group of Star Realm creatures that resembled wild yaks.
The flash of the saber flickered, one yak after another fell to the ground.
A 4th level expert? Li Yuan smirked, his speed unabated. He directly charged towards the burly man. Seeking death. The burly man was also powerful, he roared. He had sensed Li Yuan's approach early on. With a fierce stomp of his combat boots, he kicked a wild yak to the side and immediately used the momentum to charge at Li Yuan like lightning. Whoosh! The burly man leapt up, his combat saber ferociously chopping down towards Li Yuan, with a saber light so sharp it made the air tremble violently.
PFF'd. The 2 figures, one high and one low, crossed each other. A streak of spear light flashed by, a head soared high, and a copious amount of blood spurted from the chest cavity.
Thump, thump, the headless body fell heavily, followed by the head hitting the ground and rolling, eyes filled with shock and disbelief until death.
He, a 4th level expert, should have had a chance to break into the top 1,000 in the entire battlefield.
He might even have gone further. Yet, he died less than a minute after entering the Star Realm battlefield?
Very weak. This kind of battlefield environment does have a certain tempering effect on third or even fourth level experts, but it's indeed not very significant for me. Li Yuan killed the opponent with one move, his heart unfazed.
Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled. These Star Realm creatures, stepping over the headless corpse, immediately rushed towards Li Yuan in a frenzy. Splurt. Swoosh. Swoosh. Li Yuan waved his long spear in his hand, with spear light dancing. The multitude of Star Realm creatures, that looked like wild yaks, kept on dying as they charged at him. They couldn't even touch Li Yuan. These Star Realm creatures are generally at the initial stage of second-level skills, about the same as the true alien race of the Star Realm. Li Yuan assessed the strength of these Star Realm creatures. Most of the Star Realm creatures, with low intelligence, largely fight on instinct, and their combat skills are naturally weak. In just tens of seconds, the remaining nearly 100 Star Realm creatures were all killed by Li Yuan. Li Yuan checked the smart ring on his wrist. Contestant. Li Yuan, Sha Country. Base points. 300 Starfield points. 89 total points. 389.
Battlefield ranking. 1834. Quote. To have killed so many in such a short time and only rank a little over 1,000. It seems that right at the start of the competition, there's already quite a bit of fighting among each other. Li Yuan muttered to himself, however, my goal is to be the first in the battlefield and directly enter the finals.
Let's keep killing. The smart ring provided a rough directional guide. Li Yuan casually chose a direction to move forward, quickly leaving the wilderness behind and entering a forested area. In the forested terrain, the rocky mountains and tall trees provided excellent cover for concealing one's tracks. Over 40,000 people, scattered across a circular battlefield with a diameter of about 100 kilometers, was actually very sparse. Logically, unless a battle erupted, it would be quite difficult to detect each other's traces. Unfortunately, Li Yuan was one of the very few exceptions. Come out. Li Yuan, like a shooting star, suddenly plunged, his long spear hissing as it thrust straight toward a large tree. Whoosh! A figure darted from behind the tree, frantically fleeing to one side, his face showing a mix of shock and anger. He didn't recognize Li Yuan, but that didn't prevent him from judging from Li Yuan's burst speed that this was a super expert. Wash! The spear thrust that seemed direct suddenly shifted, lightning fast circling around the tree, and violently piercing through the fleeing figure's neck, blood spraying. Dead. Splurt, the long spear retracted, and the body heavily fell onto the grass. You must be curious how I discovered you. Li Yuan murmured to himself, I couldn't see you, but your breathing gave you away. The perception of unity of heaven and man was too keen. In the higher levels of the spectator space, with over 100,000 prime warriors and dozens of flying heaven warriors from around the globe watching. Aside from tracking some they fancied, they were also paying attention to the figure of the young man in black on the distant, gigantic screen. Li Yuan. With a Star Master personally descending to watch, what was so special about this Li Yuan? And when they saw Li Yuan consecutively find and effortlessly kill one contestant after another, easily wiping out a large number of Star Realm creatures. 5th level. He must have 5th level skills. This Li Yuan must have reached the unity of man and heaven at the 5th level, otherwise his perception wouldn't be so strong, nor his spear technique so formidable. It seems he is a freshman. Right, a freshman, in the same batch as Dan Tai Feng, many prime warriors, even top-grade origin martial artists, were already discussing in low voices, filled with wonder and shock. Martial artists from the age of 18 often saw their physical quality skyrocket, their foundations constantly improve, and their skill breakthroughs becoming increasingly easier. Therefore, reaching the 5th stage as a freshman and stepping into the 5th stage as a sophomore were completely different concepts. The latter is strong too, with the potential to become a flying heaven warrior, a top-tier genius among their peers across Blue Star. But the former is absolutely the top-tier genius among their peers, looking across the entire 7-star alliance and the 7 great planets. The emergence of a Dan Tai Feng among the freshman class had already shaken all martial arts universities around the world, and now another one had popped up? 5th stage? to be on the same level as Dan Taifeng? Indeed, a once-in-an-age genius, extremely formidable? However, just based on this, it shouldn't be worth the Star Master personally coming to watch the melee battle, right? The finals would be more like it. Dozens of Flying Heaven warriors were surprised by Li Yuan's strength, but they also harbored doubts. Whether it was Dan Taifeng or Li Yuan, while they had the potential to become top-tier Flying Heaven warriors, they were ultimately just that. Potentials, still only geniuses. But the Star Master was already at the pinnacle of human civilization. The combat space where students from millions of martial arts universities around the world were located was buzzing with voices. Everyone was watching tensely, all while keeping an eye on the rankings above. So many talents. I thought our institute's senior brother was awesome, but as soon as he took to the field, he got taken out by a single spear thrust from someone named Li Yuan, complained a student from Europa. As spectators, they could see the identity information of the combatants. Strong. Dan Taifeng is truly fierce, taking down any opponent with a single strike, truly deserving of being Xia country's strongest genius. Yin Man is also impressive. In the leaderboard of the top 100 from each Star Realm battlefield, our Xia country's experts account for more than 30%, and nearly one-third of the broadcast top 100 are from our Xia country. Students from Xia country were incredibly excited and exceedingly proud. This kind of competition was a time when the sense of honor was extremely strong. The 100 screens broadcasting in the entire combat space showed the top 10 from each battlefield, and adding up 10 battlefields made up the 100. Haha, our Silla country's Han Haochang is really formidable. He's already made it to 9th in the 7th battlefield. Some students from Silla country were overwhelmingly excited. We believe in Han Haochang. He will surely become the number 1 on the battlefield. He'll advance directly to the finals. Senior brother is very strong. No one can stop senior brother. From what I've seen so far, not a single one can withstand a spear from Li Yuan, said the tens of thousands of watching students from Kunlun Martial University, most concerned about Li Yuan, Jin Huguo. Senior brother Jin has charged to 6th place on the first Star Realm battlefield. Senior brother Jin is even more fierce. Li Yuan is powerful, but his battlefield ranking is only 86th, not too high up in front, which is somewhat inferior to senior brother Jin. The melee battles have just begun. Li Yuan's random location was rather far out, encountering fewer opponents, which is why his score isn't too high. We believe in senior brother. He will surely rush into the top 20 or even the top 10 later on, discussed the students from Kunlun Martial University. The students of Kunlun Martial University basically still thought that Jin Huguo was stronger. Even the freshmen from the 6th Institute subconsciously believed that Li Yuan was slightly inferior. It wasn't without reason. The reputation that Jin Huguo had built up before was simply too great, and Li Yuan's rise to fame was just too short. The following is added after publication, not included in the word count for charging. P.S. Regarding merging chapters, I will explain once. My daily updates are based on a standard of 3,000 words per chapter. For example, if I update 3 chapters today, I will ensure a total word count of over 9,000 words. If it's 4 chapters today, I will make sure that the total is more than 12,000 words, but the specific word count might be 4,000 for one chapter, or less than 3,000 for another. Like yesterday, including the merged chapters, it was a total of 10,000 words. Also, why merge chapters? I don't shy away from admitting that it's to push for 100,000 subscribers. Right now, the average subscription is nearing 70,000, and if I update too many chapters in a short time, the average won't climb. In the future, I might merge 3 into 1, or even 4 into 1, or 5 into 1, it's not impossible. Thanks for the brothers' support. The 9th Star Realm battlefield. A handsome young man was frantically fleeing across the continuous mountaintops, his face filled with panic. Whoosh! Behind him, a woman in purple with an imposing aura brandished her long sword, relentlessly pursuing him. Damn it! How could I be so unlucky to run into Yin Man, the great demon king, so soon? Ji Yu Chang'an felt like crying. His combat skills were only close to a high-rank 3rd stage. Passing the preliminary round was very tough for him, so he never dreamt of making it into the elimination round. Because of this, he had been lying low earlier, simply hoping to survive a bit longer and brag about it later to others. Unexpectedly, while he was clearly hiding behind a giant rock, Yin Man seemed to have sensed him from afar and charged straight over to kill him. Stop running. Fleeing is futile. Yin Man's form flashed like lightning, rapidly closing in on Ji Yu Chang'an. Kill. Ji Yu Chang'an suddenly rolled over, his long spear bursting forth explosively from above his head, furiously thrusting toward the purple figure behind him. This spear thrust was as swift as lightning, turnabout spear. Poochie. The purple figure slightly shifted and easily dodged the spear, her sword flashed, and a head flew into the air. Ji Yu Chang'an, dead, the corpse fell heavily to the ground. Only 100 points? Such a newbie, never killed even one opponent. Next. Yin Man moved, continuing to fly swiftly toward the distance, never taking this inconspicuous fellow seriously from start to finish. Above the spectator platform of the great tournament space. Swish. Ji Yu Chang'an appeared out of thin air, his face still showing a trace of fright. That sword strike was too fast and too fierce, absolutely the most stunning he had ever seen. Ji Yu Chang, you failed too? A voice that took delight in his misfortune reached Ji Yu Chang'an's ear. HMPH, Ji Yu Chang'an snorted coldly. And Nong, I was eliminated after you. So what? And Nong said with a grin. Don't think I don't know, I've been following and watching your fight all this time. Just like me, you didn't kill anyone before getting instantly killed. Damn. Ji Yu Chang'an cursed with a laugh. How's Brother Yuan doing? Ji Yu Chang'an asked straightaway. He hasn't broken into the top 100 of the battlefield yet, but he's close, replied Nong, pointing to his own subjective combat screen. Our eldest apprentice brother's ranking is steadily climbing. Well, I hope Brother Yuan can make it into the top 10 of the battlefield, said Ji Yu Chang'an. Time passed, and more contestants were eliminated. After being eliminated, most would return to their spectator seats to continue watching the competition. Inside the battlefield of the 7th Star Realm, in an area to the east. Boom. Boom. In the valley between two mountain ranges. More than 10 contestants were joining forces to attack a large number of Star Realm creatures resembling moon demon wolves at levels 15 and 16. They cooperated with each other, causing one giant wolf after another to fall, leaving carcasses scattered everywhere. Contestants who passed the preliminary round had skills at least at the intermediate rank 3rd stage, and it was fairly easy for them to fight against level 16 Star Realm creatures alone. Not to mention now that over 10 people were working together, making their combined strength even more formidable. Suddenly, whoosh! A figure in black clothing suddenly swooped down from high in the valley. His speed was astonishing, easily soaring over 50 meters per second. To know, a martial artist's maximum burst speed on flat ground compared to their traveling speed in mountainous and valley terrain is absolutely a different story. Someone's coming. They're coming for us. The more than 10 contestants collaborating to hunt the creatures immediately noticed the figure in black clothing. Friend, we just want to join forces for self-preservation, killing Star Realm creatures for points, and we don't wish to engage with you, shouted the leader, clad in purple combat armor, after he sliced a giant wolf dead, his voice booming with a hint of threat as he watched the black figure diving down. However, boom, the plunging black figure said nothing, speeding up even more instead. Seeking death. Kill. We don't believe we can't kill him with so many of us. The figure in purple combat armor became furious. Whoosh. He sprang into the air, combat saber in hand, and charged to meet the attack. Kill. Kill him. The more than 10 contestants originally fighting the Star Realm creatures immediately let go of the giant wolves and rushed over to join the fight. Teaming up was a normal strategy. This was tacitly permitted by the higher-ups of the 7-Star Alliance. In such chaotic Star Realm battlefields, if you had strong organizational abilities to rally hundreds or even thousands to join forces, that was also considered skill. However, since only 100 could advance to the elimination round, contestants usually formed small groups of a few or perhaps a dozen at most. It was rare to have hundreds joining forces, it was meaningless. In the blink of an eye, the two sides drew near. Boom. Clang. 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 Figures intermingled, the black figure's form flickering as he easily dodged an onslaught of weapon strikes, following which his long spear erupted violently, creating a myriad of spear shadows. Plop! 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 Blood sprayed, and figures dropped one by one. In a single encounter, 6 contestants, all struck in the neck by the spear, were killed. Their bodies tumbled onto the ground, cutting down enemies like mowing grass. Thinking you could fight me instead of running at first sight. Li Yuan's expression was indifferent, his speed not diminished at all. He set his gaze on the remaining 8 figures and suddenly flashed a brilliant smile. Aren't you running yet? Run. He's a master of subtlety. Run. The remaining 8 contestants had completely lost their minds, each of them turning to flee. The extraordinarily capable young man clad in purple combat armor, whom they regarded as powerful, was instantly killed by a single spear thrust. They instantly considered Li Yuan to be a master of subtlety. Such masters were very rare in any Star Realm battlefield and definitely counted as great experts. Haha, running now, isn't it a bit late? Whoosh! Li Yuan's form flashed like lightning, chasing and killing some of the contestants. In his unity of heaven and man state, his speed was much faster than theirs. One figure after another fell. Li Yuan's points were soaring. His ranking on the battlefield was skyrocketing. On the spectator platform of the tournament space, Senior Brother is now ranked 62nd, and Nong said excitedly, suddenly slapping Ji Yu Chang'an on the shoulder. Old Ji Yu, see, I told you Senior Brother would burst forth. It's 48th now. Ji Yu Chang'an's eyes also shone brightly. Brother Yuan is amazing. Damn, in one encounter, 6 combatants all died, up to 37th now. Many students from Kunlun Martial University who hadn't been able to participate in the battle and had been continuously following Li Yuan's progress were now ecstatic. It was too brutal. From their spectator view, Li Yuan was killing everyone he met. No matter whether they were teamed up or not, no matter the number of people, or whether they were experts or not. One word, kill. Kill them all. An insane frenzy. His ranking was exploding. Li Yuan. He's so badass, already breaking into the top 40, and he's only a freshman. Though he's not as fierce as Dan Taifeng, he's still impressive. He's just a freshman, and already so powerful. Maybe next year as a sophomore he could even rush into the top 10 in the finals. Many students from martial arts universities in Sha country, especially the freshmen, were also paying attention to Li Yuan. In the previous top 10 freshman battle, Li Yuan's performance was already fierce. Li Yuan. Situated in the Zhongbei Martial University's viewing area, Li Tianyu was also staring at the screen, inwardly shocked. No wonder Professor Ming said, looking globally, Li Yuan has the prospect of breaking into the top 100. It looks like Li Yuan has grown much stronger since the top 10 freshman battle. In the battlefield of the 7th Star Realm, midway up a high mountain, the booming waterfall constantly fell into a deep pool downwind, churning up countless waves. On the cliff, a fierce fight was erupting. A blonde young man wielding a battle axe and a dark-skinned young man with a combat saber were teaming up to attack a spirited young woman wielding twin swords. The intense fight between the 3 figures, with terrifying power bursting forth, caused huge boulders to fly up. Guan Ying, just give up. You already lost to me in the last top 10 freshman battle. This time you're still going to lose, the dark-skinned young man said firmly, his twin sabers flowing endlessly like water, displaying incredible toughness. Keeping Guan Ying from breaking free. Face me one-on-one if you dare. Guan Ying gritted her teeth, she was nearly going crazy with rage. During the top 10 freshman battle, she lost to Vikram, which was embarrassing enough. Unexpectedly, in the Global College Martial Arts Tournament virtual battle, she once again faced Vikram. Worse, he even brought along an axe technique expert. Starfire University's junior sister. Amid defeat, the blonde young man shouted angrily. His battle axe suddenly exploded with speed, becoming significantly faster, with its power growing increasingly terrifying. Suppress. Vikram's saber technique also grew increasingly swift. Clang. 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 The 3 exchanged blows like lightning, and Guan Ying managed to withstand dozens more moves. Boom. Suddenly an axe swept by, carrying formidable force and heavily slashing down. Guan Ying could no longer resist, and the long swords in her hands were thrown up in the air. Thud! A sudden strike of the saber streaked past, directly across her neck, and she fell heavily to the ground. Starfire University's martial arts prodigy, Guan Ying, was defeated. Quiet returned to the cliff. Malfoy, thank you. Vikram sheathed his sabers and smiled. I've obtained over 6,000 points, which lets me quickly approach the top 20. It doesn't make much difference, the blonde young man Malfoy replied indifferently. We've already rushed into the top 30. Just surviving till the end will let us enter the knockout round. Yeah, with our strength, when together, as long as we don't encounter some of the freakishly top-tier competitors, sweeping through the entire Star Realm battlefield shouldn't be an issue, Vikram grinned. Yeah, Malfoy nodded. Let's go. The two turned into streaks of light and disappeared into the forest. Guan Ying actually lost. Last time she lost to Vikram, and now she's lost again. This is so disappointing. Because of the top 10 freshman battle, Guan Ying's reputation was much higher than that of the average Starfire University student. Additionally, with Guan Ying's high ranking, many Shaw Country students on the spectator platform of the tournament space were paying attention to this fight. One-on-one, Guan Ying might not necessarily lose. But that Malfoy is a top-notch expert from Europa and a student from Blackstone University. It's pretty normal for them to team up and defeat Guan Ying. Most Shaw Country students were still quite rational. Haha, we won. Vikram won. He's killed that Shaw Country girl twice now, truly an elite among Tianzhu Country's young generation. I've always felt Vikram could rival Kunali and Raja in the future. After all, he's only a freshman. The students from Tianzhu Country watching the battle were extremely excited. Suddenly, look quickly. Vikram and Malfoy are about to encounter Li Yuan. Li Yuan. Is that the same Li Yuan from Shaw Country who defeated Garava in the last top 10 freshman battle? Many students from Tianzhu immediately took notice of this scene. Li Yuan. Li Yuan has run into Malfoy and Vikram. Both Malfoy and Vikram are top 30 ranked powerhouses on the battlefield, and according to ranking, Li Yuan seems to be significantly lower. Many students from Shaw Country also paid attention to this battle. Senior brother. 2 against 1. Just now Guan Ying lost. Can senior brother win? With Li Yuan's strength, he should be able to win, right? Many students from Kunlun Martial University were also watching this battle intently, their eyes glued to their screens. Actually, most spectators, limited by their vision, couldn't really tell whether a competitor had achieved subtlety or unity of heaven and man. They mostly judged strength based on the point ranking. For many students, both Malfoy and Vikram had a higher point ranking than Li Yuan, and they were teaming up. So naturally, Li Yuan was in danger. But mere seconds later, the eldest senior brother has taken the initiative to kill. Li Yuan is so fierce. Vikram has fled. He and Malfoy have directly escaped. A series of astonished and shocked cries erupted from the spectator platform. Inside the battlefield of the 7th Star Realm, within the mountain woods, Vikram, why run? Li Yuan laughed heartily. His figure flickered like lightning, his speed astonishing as he chased after the fleeing Malfoy and Vikram. You are at the subtlety stage. If I don't run, am I waiting to die? Vikram gritted his teeth. He had witnessed Li Yuan's duel with Dan Tai Feng at the tournament for new students from 10 schools. Malfoy, at his side, was equally shocked. He had previously known little about Li Yuan. But just from the speed Li Yuan had demonstrated, Malfoy could tell that Li Yuan was terrifyingly strong. Absolutely towering over both of them. Li Yuan, how about sparing us? I am willing to give you the information on 5th stage experts I know so that you can avoid them, Vikram said anxiously, not wanting to die at that moment. Although he was among the top 20 or so now, once dead, he would lose half his base points. Ultimately, it was very probable that he would drop out of the top 100 in the 7th Star Realm battlefield and be directly eliminated. Avoid? Li Yuan laughed. Why would I need to avoid? On the contrary, I hope the 5th stage experts will come to me. It saves time. The expressions on Vikram and Malfoy's faces changed. They had seen arrogance, but never to this extent. Boom. Li Yuan finally closed in. his terrifying aura making Malfoy's heart tremble with fear. "Vikram, we have to fight with everything we've got," Malfoy suddenly bellowed. "If we don't fight, we're all going to die." "Kill!" Vikram clenched his teeth, continuing to be pursued with such overpowering momentum. Left them no hope of surviving, a desperate struggle might just save them. "So you've reached the subtlety stage? I don't believe you can be that strong." A hint of madness flashed in Vikram's eyes. He suddenly turned around, followed by layers of blade light that erupted suddenly, pouring toward Li Yuan, who was in hot pursuit. "Ha!" Malfoy also let out an angry shout, swinging his great axe with the force of thunder, turning around and striking directly at Li Yuan. Both mighty warriors burst forth simultaneously. "That's more like it," Li Yuan grinned. Swish! Swish! In the instant Vikram erupted, Li Yuan had already approached at great speed, followed by an explosive launch of his spear. Li Yuan's spear, shooting out after yet arriving first. Even faster. Two streams of spear light glided across the vast sky, so fast it was unbelievable, instilling an involuntary fear in the eyes of Malfoy and Vikram. Danger. Extreme danger. Peefed. Puff. The two flashes of spear light disappeared as quickly as they had appeared, penetrating straight through the necks of Malfoy and Vikram. Thump, thump, two bodies fell to the ground. Malfoy and Vikram, dead. "Impressive. Two working together forced me to use two spears," Li Yuan muttered to himself, walking forward with large strides. The two of you have contributed over 30,000 points to me. I've finally broken into the top 10 of the battlefield points." "What? Vikram and Malfoy were killed in a single encounter. Is this Li Yuan really that strong?" A vast number of students watching the battle from Tianzhu country in Europa were dumbfounded. "Awesome! Li Yuan, impressive!" In the Xia country's viewing area, there was a wave of excitement. In the grand tournament space, the number of spectators had already exceeded 5 million. At the highest point, one of the 100 projected screens suddenly flickered and changed to Li Yuan. Li Yuan from Xia country. He's now 7th in the 7th Star Realm battlefield, surpassing Han Haochang. He's even more formidable than our Silla country's Han Haochang? 7th place, Li Yuan. Immediately, a multitude of viewers from around the world noticed the ranking change on the grand tournament space above. Being in the top 10 in the Star Realm battlefield versus the top 100 was an entirely different concept. 10 Star Realm battlefields were held simultaneously, and in the tournament space, each battlefield listed the top 100 rankings. With numerous participants, only the top 10 fighters of each battlefield received the full-screen broadcast in the tournament space. Previously, Li Yuan had not managed to break into the top 10 of the battlefield, which is why students from regions like Xia country, Sakura country, ASEAN, and Tianzhu followed the battles. But compared to nearly 5 million spectators, they were still a minority. Now, with his sudden rise to the full-screen broadcast, his popularity skyrocketed. He's a freshman? A freshman, capable of breaking into the top 10 of the battlefield? Seems quite impressive. Apart from Dan Taifeng, it seems that he's the only freshman who has done this. That's the case for now. The two most dazzling freshmen in the world, both from Xia country. Xia country really does produce talents. Li Yuan quickly entered the sight of millions of martial arts university students worldwide, and the number of spectators watching him shot up from over 300,000 to nearly 1 million. As expected of Li Yuan, the formidable Li Yuan. I've always said that Li Yuan wouldn't be weak, he's bound to shine in the global high school martial arts tournament. Students from Sakura country, in particular, were extremely excited. Before the virtual battle, besides Xia country, the country that paid the most attention to Li Yuan, and where his popularity was the highest, was actually Sakura country. The reason was simple. In the 10-school freshman battle, Li Yuan had powerfully defeated the then genius of Sakura country, Kimura Tatsuya, leaving a deep impression on many students from Sakura country. Another one has emerged in the top 10 of the 10 major Star Realm battlefields, named Li Yuan. Hurry and record it. In the previous 10-school freshman battle, his strength seemed quite formidable, second only to Dan Taifeng. Looking at it now, he indeed has boundless potential. Prepare to report back, try to find out his whereabouts as much as possible. In the shadows, Powers were always monitoring the leaderboard changes. In a higher-level spectator space, Li Yuan finally made it into the top 10. Nearly an hour into the melee, and he's finally entered the top 10 of the battlefield. Li Yong and Dean Shu looked at each other, letting out a sigh of relief as they watched the rankings on the distant viewing screen. If it were normal circumstances, they would be very happy about Li Yuan making it into the top 10. But now? They were both under great pressure, because a Star Master had come to watch in person, and had been placing Li Yuan at the forefront of the full-screen broadcast all along, causing more than 100,000 martial artists and dozens of flying heaven warriors in this spectator space to focus on Li Yuan. Although Li Yuan's points had been soaring, his ranking wasn't high, which made Li Yong and Dean Shu nervous. This Li Yuan is really not bad, but at least according to the strength he has shown, he doesn't seem stronger than Dan Taifeng. I feel he's a bit weaker. Hard to say, they are both 5th stage skill users, and none have yet encountered a super high rank who can match their power. Let's keep watching. Flying Heaven warriors from all over Blue Star, as well as many top-grade Origin martial artists, were discussing in low voices. The more they watched, the more puzzled they became. Yes, Li Yuan was very good, but he didn't seem to be amazingly so. Yet no one dared to question it. At the center of the entire spectator hall, that mysterious Star Master in black sat quietly, silently watching the screen. Naturally, the students from Kunlun Martial University were the most excited about Li Yuan breaking into the top 10 of the battlefield. Among the top 10 of the 10 major Star Realm battlefields, a total of 100 people, our school has occupied 4 spots. The strongest is our fellow student, Jin Huguo, who has already climbed to the 3rd rank of the 1st Star Realm battlefield, ferociously fierce. Teng Qing and Guan Shuyan have also made it into the top 10 of their respective battlefields, one ranked 9th, the other 10th. Students from Kunlun Martial University discussed. Teng Qing and Guan Shuyan, one a high rank 4th level, just a step away from subtlety, the other having just achieved subtlety not long ago. They may not seem strong, but they are actually the martial path talents just behind Jin Huguo among the 3rd-year students of Kunlun Martial University. Especially Guan Shuyan. If it weren't for Li Yuan and Jin Huguo, she would be Kunlun Martial University's greatest hope in the virtual battle. This is the norm. In reality, at this moment, among the martial path talents in the top 100 or even top 10 of the 10 major Star Realm battlefields, more than 80% were from the 3 top martial universities. Starfire, Starry Sky, and Blackstone universities participated with very few students, totaling a little over 2,000. But those still alive had at least broken into the top 2,000 of their respective battlefields. One can imagine their formidable strength. The eldest student brother is fierce. I think he's more formidable than sister Guan Shuyan. I feel the same way. Just watch, the eldest student brother breaking into the top 10 is not the end. The freshmen from the 6th Institute were full of expectations for Li Yuan. Time ticked away, second by second, and the number of participants on each of the major Star Realm battlefields became fewer and fewer. Yet the remaining contestants fought even more fiercely. Because the battlefield began to shrink, from an initial diameter of 100 kilometers, it quickly reduced to a diameter of 50 kilometers, shrinking the battlefield area to just a quarter of what it had been. Consequently, numerous competitors located on the outer reaches had to keep moving toward the center, encountering each other. How could the battles not be fierce? He's killed another top 100 fighter of the battlefield. This Han Haocheng is truly ferocious. Indeed strong, he has charged to the 3rd place of the battlefield. The eldest student brother is only in 5th place. Ji Yu Cheng'an, and Nong, and other students from Kunlun Martial University, while focusing on Li Yuan, also subconsciously kept an eye on the other strong contestants from the 7th battlefield. Not good, and Nong's complexion suddenly changed. Looking at the background, the direction senior brother went, it seems to be towards Han Haocheng. Yes. Are they about to clash? Suddenly, many students from Kunlun Martial University became tense. Han Haocheng is really impressive, truly the #1 talent of our Silla country. He has already surged to the 3rd place in the battlefield, just a little more effort, and he can definitely reach the top. Almost all spectators from Silla country were paying attention to Han Haocheng. There was no choice. As a small country, Silla country had only a few students who made it through the preliminaries, even fewer were outstanding. Han Haochang was the most outstanding among them. Li Yuan from Sha country is approaching. He's going to encounter our Han Haochang. Kill Li Yuan. Han Haochang is the best. A large number of students from Silla country also focused on this scene. In fact, not just Sha country and Silla countries watching students, but also the millions of spectators on the spectator platform noticed this battle. After all, this was a clash between two super experts that were broadcasted full screen. A collision between the top 10 experts in the battlefield? No. This was a duel between the top 5 super experts on the battlefield, the first of its kind in the melee combat up to now, naturally attracting a lot of attention. Everyone wanted to know whether the big freshman talent from Sha country, Li Yuan, was stronger, or Silla country's strongest talent, Han Haochang, was more ferocious. Inside the 7th Star Realm battlefield, within a gorge wasteland, the wind howled ferociously. Run! Quickly! It's Han Haochang from Starry Sky University. Several contestants were fleeing in madness, one after another sprinting desperately. Pooh! Wish! A blue silhouette flickered. 2 sword beams like flowing water hooked across their necks. Instantly 2 heads flew off, blood splattered everywhere. Chest cavities spewing fresh blood, the bodies fell heavily to the ground. The blue silhouette was about to continue the pursuit. Suddenly, he stopped, turned around fiercely, and coldly stared at a figure on a distant cliff. There, a black silhouette stood aloft, overlooking him with a slight amused smile in his bright eyes. Separated by approximately 300 meters, both could feel an unfathomable aura emanating from the other. Han Haochang, holding dual swords, gave up on chasing the other 2 prey and, staring at the figure on the cliff, let out a deep growl. Li Yuan? As Silla country's most hopeful martial arts genius and an elite from Starry Sky University, naturally, a lot was expected of him. He had collected very comprehensive information on his opponents and knew about Li Yuan, aware that the latter had achieved subtlety of mind 3 months ago. Moreover, judging by the changes in the points ranking on the battlefield, Han Haochang knew Li Yuan was not to be underestimated. How could anyone who had fought all the way to the 5th rank be weak? Seeing me, you actually don't avoid. Li Yuan's voice was like a tolling bell, echoing through the valley, as he leapt from the cliff, becoming a streak of light plunging downwards. Swish! 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 With several quick flashes, Li Yuan rapidly closed in on Han Haochang, leaving only about 100 meters between them. Li Yuan then halted. Avoid? My rank is higher than yours. Why should I avoid you? If anyone should be avoiding, it should be you. Han Haochang's face was quite handsome, especially his eyes, which seemed somewhat enchanting, but now they were also filled with murderous intent. That's also true. Then let's fight. Li Yuan smirked. His figure suddenly burst into motion, directly charging towards Han Haochang. Kill! Han Haochang also roared, swinging his dual swords as he burst forward, striking at Li Yuan. In the melee combat, unless one held the 1st rank, the difference between ranking 2nd and 100th wasn't significant. With the points accumulated by Li Yuan and Han Haochang, even if the base points for death were halved, it would be enough for them to rank in the top 100. Their goal was to surge to the 1st rank, and what was the quickest way to surge to the 1st rank? That was to kill other super experts in the top 10 of the battlefield, for each kill would cause their base points to skyrocket. Put another way, not just Li Yuan wanted to fight, Han Haochang was equally eager for battle. How else to surge to the 1st rank without killing other top 10 super experts on the battlefield? Boom! Boom! The 2 super experts exploded into action instantaneously. Their terrifying clashes and confrontations caused stones along their path to crack and fly off, even making the air itself pop with loud noises. Spear as rolling stars. Li Yuan's long spear suddenly erupted, producing dozens, even hundreds of afterimages, sweeping forward overwhelmingly, as if intending to completely envelop Han Haochang. Clang! 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 A succession of metallic sounds of weapons clashing violently. Han Haochang's twin swords flowed continuously like water, parrying each strike and not giving Li Yuan a true chance to connect. Their coordination perfectly defended against Li Yuan's long spear attacks. At the same time, Han Haocheng also continuously used unloading force to retreat explosively. His swordsmanship is quite interesting. Li Yuan's eyes lit up as he felt Han Haocheng's swordsmanship and movement technique harmonized to create a sense of perfection. It was like a great river that can accommodate and dissipate the vigor contained in any attempts to shake it. No wonder he's praised as Silla country's #1 talent. His strength must be comparable to that of Dan Taifeng, who appeared in the freshman fight of the 10 schools. A thought flashed in Li Yuan's mind. Both his swordsmanship and movement technique had reached the limit of the 4th level. Just one step short of reaching unity of heaven and man at the 5th stage. Let's test again, it might promote my spear technique. Li Yuan, having finally encountered an interesting opponent, naturally did not want to give up easily after fighting this far into the tournament. He did not immediately burst forth with all his strength. Let's add a bit more pressure and see if he can unleash greater potential to stimulate me. I'll use 20% of my strength, Li Yuan decided, worried that if he used 30%, he might accidentally kill his opponent. The spear technique suddenly changed, faster, more ferocious. What Li Yuan executed was still only the 2nd-rank secret manual, stellar spear technique, but with his 5th stage skill, each move appeared as if divinely inspired, possessing an astonishing power. So fast. How can Li Yuan's spear technique be this fast? Han Haocheng grew more alarmed as the fight went on. Logically, with my swords combined with my movement technique, defense should be quite easy. But he's completely overpowering me. His spear technique has me utterly stuck. Han Haocheng felt the terror of Li Yuan. The spear technique was too perfect, utterly immovable. No matter how much he struggled, no matter how he changed his sword moves, Li Yuan's spear technique always managed to seize the initiative, shifting from defense to attack, easily suppressing him. Boom! Boom! Successive booms erupted in the canyon, with Han Haocheng continuously retreating while Li Yuan was at ease, relentlessly advancing, not giving his opponent any chance to find an opening. The struggle was extremely fierce, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several hundred moves. Such a brutal fight also made the millions of spectators in the competition space hold their breath. The spear technique of both men, as well as the swordsmanship, are so strong. It's too exaggerated. Li Yuan's spear is relentless and oppressive, he has the upper hand now. Han Haocheng's swordsmanship is also defended to the extreme. Who can win? Spectators from Sha country and many others were extremely anxious. Suddenly, in the projection on the light screen, whoosh! A spear thrust from Li Yuan suddenly burst forth like a bolt of lightning, following a mysterious trajectory, its power skyrocketing tremendously. It instantaneously tore through Han Haocheng's sword defense circle. Poochie! The spear tip directly pierced through Han Haocheng's neck, and the terrifying force contained in the long spear even made his whole body fly up. Boom! This spear thrust went through his neck and then crashed directly into a sturdy boulder behind him, hanging his entire body on it. Han Haocheng's eyes widened, his feet off the ground, as he felt his life force quickly fading. He spat out a mouthful of blood, mouth agape. You are 5th. His eyes completely dimmed. His consciousness had already left the battlefield of the Star Realm. Han Haocheng, the top talent of the new Luo country, had been defeated. Phew! Li Yuan suddenly withdrew his spear, looking at the opponent's body as it heavily fell to the ground. About time, Li Yuan muttered to himself, continuing the fight wouldn't extract anything more. The final thrust from Li Yuan only used 50% of his strength. Whoosh! Li Yuan withdrew his spear, and with a movement, transformed into a black streak of light rushing towards the distant forest. With Han Haocheng's death, his base points were halved, causing his ranking to plummet, dropping out of the top 10 of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Li Yuan's battlefield ranking advanced further, directly reaching the 3rd position. Silence. In the spectator area of New Luo country, the tens of thousands of students were silent, staring in disbelief at the scene. The fight between the two sides had been extremely fierce. As a result, Han Haocheng was defeated so abruptly. Li Yuan, Is he that strong? There was no need for Dan Taifeng to take action. Li Yuan alone defeated Han Haochang? Could it be that Han Haochang was nervous during the fight and made a mistake? Many from the United States found it hard to accept. Impressive. So cool. Now third in the battlefield rankings. The millions of spectators from Xia country were excited and boiling with enthusiasm. So domineering. The top talent of the United States? Ruthlessly defeated? Li Yuan, he must be more than a 4th level skill. Could he also be 5th stage? Han Haochang is definitely at the peak of 4th level skill, yet he was easily defeated by Li Yuan. Many 4-level experts who had been eliminated and came to watch had begun to see the signs and speculate in their hearts. In the battlefield of the 7th star realm, within a mountain range. Boom! A Caucasian young man holding a combat saber was like a bolt of lightning, suddenly exploding with a blade light that slashed through the heavens and earth, sending an angry competitor flying and following up with another sweep, bisecting the body in midair. Only then did he finally stop. Han Haochang is dead? The Caucasian young man frowned slightly. Judging from the points rankings, it seems he lost to Li Yuan. To be able to kill Han Haochang, this Li Yuan is very likely a 5th stage expert. I remember the data. He's a freshman from Xia country, right? The Caucasian young man murmured to himself. Aside from Dan Taifeng, is there such an amazing expert among the freshmen of Xia country? It seems, this 7th star realm battlefield is really lively. He was none other than the top of the points rankings in the 7th star realm battlefield, Hoffman. A martial path genius from the United States, and also a junior at Blackstone University. After defeating Han Haochang, Li Yuan continued to charge forward, sweeping away all competitors he encountered. None could stand in his way. Li Yuan's points continued to skyrocket until, finally, at 10:55 p.m. With roughly an hour left until the end of the melee, Li Yuan encountered the 2nd-ranked martial path genius in the 7th star realm's standings, Peterkovich. This was a super expert by no means inferior to Han Haochang. This battle, too, was the center of attention. After a fierce fight, in the end, Li Yuan suddenly erupted and with 2 rapid spear strikes killed his opponent. With this battle, Li Yuan's total points instantly surpassed Hoffman, shooting straight to the 1st place in the 7th star realm battlefield. 1st place. Good. Li Yuan revealed a faint inscrutable smile, glanced at the rankings. From the 3rd place down, the point gap is very wide from me. Only Hoffman remains. As long as I deal with him, I will be the undisputed 1st in the battlefield. Li Yuan's goal changed, aiming to take out Hoffman directly. Hoffman, according to the information provided by Li Yong, was a solid 5th stage expert. 5th stage? I've killed those at the 5th stage. Li Yuan's eyes brimmed with astonishing combat intent. Li Yuan's goal was the number 1 spot in points, aiming to directly break into the final stage of the competition. But if he could also spar with other masters at the 5th stage along the way, Li Yuan wouldn't mind. As for killing Peterkovich, Li Yuan thought it was only natural and felt no excitement. Yet, this battle shook the entire competition space. The moment Li Yuan climbed to the top of the 7th star realm's battlefield and secured the number 1 in points, the spectator platform boiled over completely, and countless discussions erupted. At this moment, not only the elite students with 4th level techniques but even ordinary students could see it. Li Yuan, this freshman from Xia country at Kunlun Martial University, like Dan Taifeng, also undoubtedly possessed a 5th stage skill that was terrifying. He, too, had the potential to reach the top 20, or even the top 10. 5th stage skill? Senior brother, have you reached the legendary unity of heaven and man? This, Li Yuan, he's only a freshman. The students from Kunlun Martial University were both excited and shocked. Subtle techniques at the 4th stage only offered hopes of breaking into the top 100. But 5th stage skills, those truly stood at the peak amongst the competition's most talented geniuses. Be aware, across the 10 battlefields of the Star Realm, the number of super geniuses who have so far been clearly recognized as possessing 5th stage skills doesn't even reach 15. Just 10 minutes later. Not good. Senior brother Jin, he's met Harmon from the United States. Harmon is a master at the 5th stage, the top fighter of the United States according to the information, even more formidable than Hoffman, observed a Kunlun Marshall University student who had been watching the fight, noticing that the two sides were quickly approaching each other. Just a few seconds later, this battle attracted the attention of the students at Kunlun Marshall University and many spectators watching these two great fighters. It rapidly drew in millions of viewers within the competition space. Because Jin Hyuguo, ranking second in points in the first star realm, demonstrated such terrifying power that he swept through many enemies, with two masters adept in subtlety having died at his hands. In terms of dominance, he was in no way inferior to Li Yuan. It was just that as a third-year student, he didn't shine as brightly as Li Yuan, but his fame had now grown tremendously. Harmon's reputation, on the other hand, was even bigger. He, as a second-year student participating in last year's virtual battles, had already stepped into the fifth stage, becoming a sensation worldwide and one of the most dazzling young geniuses of that year. After a year of development, Harmon had undoubtedly become even stronger and was now recognized as the top talent of the United States. In earlier battles, Harmon had shown himself to be extremely terrifying, securing absolute first place in points in the first star realm, leaving Jin Hyuguo far behind. Their battle, naturally, attracted considerable attention. In the first star realm, atop a vast mountain range, Jin Hyuguo, clad in a golden battle garment and holding a combat saber, stared intently at the towering figure in black combat armor in the distance. The two were about 300 meters apart, facing each other from afar. "Metal, we meet again," the Caucasian youth Harmon revealed a cruel smile. "Last year, I remember it was I who eliminated you, wasn't it? I didn't expect we'd run into each other again on the Star Realm battlefield this year." HMPH. Jin Hyuguo's eyes were ice cold, and his aura was incredibly imposing. "Harmon, I lost to you last year, and I've worked hard for an entire year just for another battle with you." "Is that so? Then come on." Harmon let out a big laugh. Suddenly, Harmon drew his combat saber, charging towards Jin Hyuguo like a war god unleashed. "Kill!" Jin Hyuguo also roared angrily, his figure flashing like lightning, swinging his combat saber furiously in an attack. Boom! 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 The collision of the two super geniuses was terrifying, and for a moment, the blade light crisscrossed. Tree after tree collapsed, countless pebbles flew. The two fought like war gods in a frenzied clash, both overwhelmingly strong, engaging in a hard-fought battle without yielding a step. This was not just a contest of sword technique but also a clash of wills. "Haha, Metal. You have indeed entered the fifth stage, the unity of heaven and man," laughed Harmon. "But sadly, it seems your breakthrough hasn't been long, and your skill is still not strong enough." "You lose," Harmon burst forth suddenly. The nearly meter-and-a-half-long fearsome saber gleamed dazzlingly as blade after blade struck. His momentum as unstoppable as a rainbow yet persistent, forcing Jin Hyuguo into retreat. He had clearly fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Watching the frenzied slaughter between Harmon, wielding his combat saber, on the projection screen, hundreds of spectators in the competition space held their breath. The saber is known as the guts of all weapons. In a sense, it's because close combat with a saber is the most insane and brutal, far from the gentlemanly elegance of long spears and swords. Especially at this moment, when both fighters are fifth-stage experts, resembling war gods, their clash is a true combination of violence and art that makes one's blood boil with excitement. Jin Hyuguo is at a disadvantage. Senior brother Jin is in trouble. The students from Kunlun Marshall University watched with extreme nervousness, silently praying. Even though Li Yuan had shown fifth-stage strength, reigning almost invincible on the seventh star realm battlefield, subconsciously, most students from Kunlun Marshall University still believed Jin Hyuguo was a notch stronger and the biggest hope of Kunlun Marshall University in this virtual fight. That Harmon is so strong, the #1 talent from the United States? Hang in there, Jin Hyuguo. Millions of Xia country's spectators also stared intently, hoping for a miracle to happen. In a sense, this is a battle for glory. In this global competition, each participant represents not only themselves but also their school and their country. Everyone hopes that the Marshall Path geniuses from their country can be invincible on the battlefield. How can Harmon be so strong and not yet have killed this Xia countryman? Is this Jin Huguo really that strong? A great number of spectators from the United States and Europa were paying close attention. Harmon's fame in the United States and Europa is very great, and many students admire him a lot. The fact that Jin Huguo has been able to fight Harmon for this long has already exceeded many people's expectations. Suddenly, Harmon is going to win. A spectator from the United States brightened up and shouted loudly. Senior brother Jin is in danger. Be careful, Jin Huguo. Millions of Shaw country's spectators cried out in alarm, reaching the peak of nervousness. On the first Star Realm battlefield, atop the continuous and vast mountain ranges. Whoosh! 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 A series of terrifying saber techniques erupted from Harmon, who had completely entered the unity of heaven and man's state. Each strike seemed divinely assisted, incredibly powerful, and completely overwhelmed Jin Huguo. When Jin Huguo's arms went numb and blood began to ooze from his tiger's mouth, just as he seemed unable to hold on any longer. Let's die together! Jin Huguo suddenly roared angrily. His figure rushed forward to meet the incoming overhead strike, his combat saber ready for a straight thrust. As if vowing to fight to the death, you die, Harmon's face twisted ferociously. He was taller, his combat saber was bigger and heavier, and he didn't dodge at all. The saber was as quick as lightning. Thrust! Jin Huguo narrowly dodged the direct attack, but then a slash of saber light mercilessly chopped down on his shoulder, his arm flew off, and blood spurted. However, just as his arm was brutally severed, whoosh, Jin Huguo's combat saber flew from his hand like a lightning bolt, soaring out like a thrown weapon. At such a close distance, Harmon had no means of evasion. Thud! The formidable saber plunged directly into Harmon's abdomen following the gaps in his armor, instantly causing blood to splatter everywhere. Boom! Another flash of saber light streaked like lightning. Jin Huguo's body was torn, and he died. Huff! Harmon took a deep breath, looked down at his wound where the big saber was deeply embedded in his organs, blood gushing profusely, feeling his life rapidly slipping away. Looking at Jin Huguo's body, now torn apart, metal, Harmon said solemnly, muttering to himself, I underestimated you. Your strength has indeed become terrifying. If we fight again, I definitely won't take you lightly, Harmon thought to himself. The Star Realm battlefield is a complete simulation of reality. Therefore, once injured, one can't recover quickly. Especially with an injury like Harmon's, continuing on would lead to certain death. Even if he only had the physical quality of a level 15, even a prime warrior would die without treatment. Just seconds later, a huge level 16 Star Realm creature swooped by and charged at Harmon with a roar. Even with severe injuries, Harmon should have no problem avoiding it with the strength he had left. But Harmon allowed the massive Star Realm creature to charge at him, and he died instantly. Being killed by a Star Realm creature, all his base points and Starfield points were preserved, keeping his total points unchanged. After all, on the first Star Realm battlefield, Harmon's total points were still in first place, far ahead of the second place. Meanwhile, Jin Huguo had dropped to 6th place, but with less than an hour left in the melee, securing a position in the top 100 with his remaining points was not difficult. This battle deeply shook millions of spectators. No one expected the fight to be so fierce. Jin Huguo was killed first. Harmon was also seriously injured by Jin Huguo's last counterattack and ended up allowing himself to be killed by a Star Realm creature. In a sense, both sides could be considered to have died together. Harmon almost lost to that Shaw countryman. That Shaw countryman wasn't noticeable before, but he has such terrifying strength. With Yin Man, Dan Taifeng, Li Yuan, Zhu Tong. My goodness! Can Harmon emerge victorious against their siege and take first place? Spectators from the United States and Europa felt a bit panicked. Just one Jin Huguo was so formidable, what about Shaw country's other top masters? It's a pity for Jin Huguo, he was so close to having a chance to kill Harmon. It's quite a pity. The majority of Shaw country's spectators felt regret, but most of them were still quite rational. Before the duel, most people felt Harmon was likely a bit stronger. Jin Huguo being able to fight to this extent with his opponent had already exceeded the expectations of most people. In the higher level spectator space, Jin Huguo lost, Li Yong's side. There's nothing to be done. In previous predictions, Harmon was expected to challenge for the top spot, Dean Shu said calmly. For Jin Huguo to severely injure Harmon, forcing him to withdraw from the competition, is already quite an achievement. Li Yang nodded and continued to watch the screen. It's up to Li Yuan now. There's a high probability that he and Hoffman will have a battle. I expect they will. The system will guide them subtly, said Dean Shu. These fifth-stage elites, by the last phase of the melee, will mostly seek each other out for duels. Having been deans for decades, they were very aware of some of the underlying rules of virtual combat. What's the purpose of the grade tournament? Firstly, it is to select the top elite fighters fairly and justly, which is why those at the fifth stage are not directly sent to the finals. This is a rule set by Dongfang Ji. Whenever huge rewards are involved, if protection is possible, there's a possibility of behind-the-scenes manipulation. An open tournament aims to avoid unfairness as much as possible. Just like the college entrance exam, unless granted a special exemption by the Star Master, everyone must pass the exam to enter various levels of martial arts universities. Secondly, it is to temper and make many top talents compete against each other. The confrontation of talents is not only a stimulus for them but also for countless ordinary spectators. Therefore, often during the melee phase, once a Star Realm battlefield has several fifth-stage elites, it mostly leads to battles among those at the fifth stage. This kind of highly watched showdown in private sparring provides a completely different form of mental tempering for the contestants. Time passed, and the battlefield area began to shrink further. From a diameter of 50 kilometers, it gradually reduced to 30 kilometers. The surviving contestants, many of them, began another round of large-scale fighting as they collided with each other in motion. When the time reached 11:25 p.m., at the spectator platform belonging to Starry Sky University, whoosh! A figure in a fiery red robe appeared out of nowhere. Yu sister. A crisp voice sounded next to her. It was Wu Dongdong, who couldn't help but say, "You're really unlucky. You just ran into Yin Man. Otherwise, you would have had a good chance of making it into the top 100. The fiery red-robed figure was none other than Lin Lanyue, who also participated in the tournament along with Wu Dongdong. Before the tournament, Lin Lanyue had even communicated with Li Yuan a couple of times. It doesn't make much difference, Lin Lanyue said with a light smile. With my current skills barely into the 4th level high rank, even with good luck, I would have just barely broken into the top 100. In the elimination matches, I was destined to be eliminated. Wu Dongdong nodded slightly. In a melee, some luck is involved. But in the elimination round, with 990 people fighting for only 10 final spots, each person must go through at least 8 rounds of battle, leaving almost no factor of luck. How about the others? Lin Lanyue smiled. I know who you want to see, Wu Dongdong said with a smile. Your brother was eliminated much faster than I, and as for Li Yuan, his strength is even more terrifying than during the newcomer battle of the 10 schools, and he's now a 5th stage elite, probably no weaker than Dan Taifeng. Has he reached unity of heaven and man at the 5th stage? Lin Lanyue's eyes lit up. She could only see Li Yuan's score soaring on the leaderboard while on the battlefield, unable to see the specific details of the battles. Before this, despite her multiple communications with Li Yuan, she was not aware that he had reached unity of heaven and man.
Wow, sister, look quickly. Wu Dongdong suddenly pointed at a huge screen rapidly enlarging above the tournament space. Dan Taifeng, he's run into Nevsky from Ross Country.
The two are going to fight, Wu Dongdong said excitedly. I wonder if Dan Taifeng can win. Dan Taifeng? Nevsky? Lin Lanyue couldn't help but raise her head to look. At that moment, it wasn't just Wu Dongdong and Lin Lanyue. In the entire tournament space, almost all the spectators couldn't help but turn their attention to the rapidly enlarging screen. And the two elites who were already engaged in fierce battle. Dan Taifeng, the king of the preliminaries, an unparalleled genius of Sha country in his freshman year, even with Li Yuan's rise had still not completely shaken his position. Most people still considered Dan Taifeng stronger. After all, the title of the king of the preliminaries was significant. And Dan Taifeng had once defeated Li Yuan. His opponent, Nevsky, as the strongest elite, emerging from Ross Country in this tournament, was also extremely formidable, recognized as the #1 talent of Ross Country, also a 5th stage elite. This battle, a clash at the 5th stage, them being respectively the 1st and 2nd in points in the battlefields of the 10th star realm. Such a duel, in terms of attention and anticipation, was even beyond the battle between Harmon and Jin Huguo. On an ice field in the 10th star realm battlefield, Dantai Fung, Nevsky held a battle axe, his swings causing Dantai Fung to retreat repeatedly. His hair was messy, and he stood over 2 meters and 20 centimeters tall, burly and robust, and though he was just a young man in his early 20s, he gave off the impression of a man in his 30s or 40s. Nevsky, leave me some face, Dantai Fung growled in a low voice, there must be millions of people watching us fight. Boom. 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 The two exchanged blows like lightning, with Dantai Feng's sword and shield working in tandem, time and again blocking Nevsky's battle axe chops. The axe was too heavy, chop, more ferocious than the sword. Blocking, as solid as a shield. The weakness of the axe was its slowness, but at this moment, the axe in Nevsky's hands was even faster than Dantai Feng's sword, completely suppressing him. Whether a million people are watching or 10 million, Nevsky said with a chuckle, if you can defeat me, you will shine brilliantly. Bring out all your strength, beat me. Otherwise, you are about to lose, Nevsky said, his composure unmatched. Damn it. I'm going all out. A trace of madness flashed in Dantai Feng's eyes. He liked to show off in front of others, but deep down, he was also a bit mad. Boom. All of a sudden, Dantai Feng burst forth, casting aside his shield. His body almost appeared distorted as his speed surged eerily and he lunged at Nevsky with murderous intent. Swoosh. Swoosh, sword light surged like a tide, swift as lightning. Clang. 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 A hint of seriousness swept over Nevsky's face as he hurriedly swung his battle axe like a colossal shield to block. But Dantai Feng, now going all out, focused entirely on his sword, was utterly insane. Faster. Faster. Even faster, Dantai Feng murmured, pushing his vigor to the extreme. His combat saber viciously chopped down. Each strike was quicker than the last. The terrifying sword lights nearly engulfed Nevsky, almost reversing the tide of the battle. In that moment, Dantai Feng felt his spirit reaching a new pinnacle. Kill. Nevsky bellowed, finally catching a slight flaw in the transition of Dantai Feng's sword technique. Blocking one strike with his battle axe, he suddenly reversed the weapon. And chopped fiercely. Swoosh. This sudden strike caused Nevsky's presence and aura to skyrocket, resembling a war god splitting mountains and rivers, his howl sending Dantai Feng flying backwards. Boom. Nevsky pressed the attack, his figure flickering to keep up, and struck down with another vicious axe blow. Clang. Dantai Feng met the axe with his sword, barely blocking it, but was sent flying once more. Clang. 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 9 consecutive strikes, each a horrid collision. Having thrown away his shield, Dantai Feng could no longer hold out. Accompanying the final terrifying axe light, he was chopped down. 5th stage intermediate rank, its intermediate rank. Dantai Feng stared at the axe descending furiously, roaring in his heart. Spurt. The axe passed through. Dantai Feng died in battle, his blood staining the icy plains red, bringing silence back to the expanse. He's quite formidable, thought the burly man, Nevsky to himself. I wanted to save my burst for the final round, against Yin Man or Harmon. I didn't expect a freshman to push me so hard that I had to unleash 1000 axe combo, which I had only recently mastered. One must never underestimate anyone. After calming his inner turmoil, Nevsky continued across the ice plain. When Nevsky unleashed his power, he displayed terrifying strength that made countless spectators tremble. Dantai Feng lost. Nevsky is too powerful. Why do I feel like Nevsky is stronger than Yin Man, Li Yuan, Harmon, and all of them? A chorus of discussions filled the competition space. In contrast to the brutal battle between Harmon and Jin Huguo, Dantai Feng, despite displaying amazing strength, lost decisively in a head-on onslaught from Nevsky. The battleground of the 7th star realm. Senior brother Jin lost before, and now Dantai Feng has lost too. Li Yuan glanced at his smart ring, although he couldn't see the details of the duel, nor communicate with the outside world. He could tell who won based on the dramatic changes in points between Dan Taifeng and Nevsky. Hoffman, where are you? Li Yuan walked through mountain gorges, searching for traces of the other. Along the way, any Star Realm creatures or participants he encountered, he pursued and killed, sweeping all before him. Li Yuan's points kept climbing. Time passed, and it came to 11:30 p.m. In each Star Realm's battle zone, the area had gradually shrunken to the smallest range, that is, a maximum diameter of 10 kilometers, with the combat range only 1% of the original. The entire melee had entered its final climax, with repeated bursts of intense fighting. In fact, on each battlefield now, there were mostly fewer than 1,000 people alive, either being extremely powerful masters, such as those with subtlety in their minds, or even 5th stage masters. Or, it was some of the low-key participants with weak abilities and low rankings, who managed to survive to the last phase through cautious tactics. In such a real battle, playing it safe wasn't necessarily wrong. One might be able to catch others off guard, kill some injured masters by luck, and even make it into the top 100 of the battlefield. Similarly, it was also up to the top geniuses themselves to choose whether to risk fighting life and death battles with other supermasters for a shot at first place in the battlefield, or to play it safe until the end and compete for one of the 10 additional spots in the elimination rounds. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the civilizations, such a competition schedule seemed not entirely fair, but the different outcomes resulting from each participant's autonomous choices were also a challenge for their spirits. Without a doubt, some of the most top-tier geniuses remained overwhelmingly strong. Quickly, another 5th stage master's duel erupted. Zhu Tong is fighting Kunali. Kunali is the #1 genius of Tianzhu country, and Zhu Tong is also renowned, both of them being juniors at Starfire University. They are classmates, but also competitors. The fight is so fierce. Not good, he lost. Zhu Tong actually lost. Kunali's hammer technique is really sophisticated. Haha, Kunali is really impressive, managing to defeat Xia country's 5th stage master. Cheers erupted from the nearly 1 million spectators of Tianzhu country on the spectator platform, filled with excitement. Correspondingly, the atmosphere among the millions of Xia country's spectators was much more subdued. Many spectators were displeased. In an extremely short period, 5 duels between 5th stage masters had broken out across the top 10 Star Realms battlefields, with 3 involving Xia country's geniuses, all of whom lost. Jin Huguo, Dan Taifeng, Zhu Tong, all successively lost their 5th stage duels. 3 consecutive top-level confrontations, and we haven't won a single one? Many Xia country spectators felt frustrated. Are we going to lose the championship this time? Think about it from another angle. Dan Taifeng is just a freshman, and being able to compete with the top third-year students from other countries is already quite an achievement. Xia country has the most 5th stage masters. Look at United States, Ross country, Tianzhu country. So far, they have only revealed 2 5th stage masters. What about us? Plus Li Yuan, Yin Man, and Yu Mingwei, who still haven't shown their full potential. There are a total of 6 5th stage masters, which is 1/3 of the total. Many Xia country spectators were whispering to each other, harboring some discontent in their hearts. We are, after all, Blue Star's strongest nation, isn't 1/3 our due share? There haven't been any new 5th stage masters popping up in Yinman's Star Realm, so a 5th stage battle probably won't break out. Li Yuan and Yu Mingwei, both, might engage in fierce battles with other 5th stage masters. As time went on, the spectators' expectations began to shift, becoming more stable. They wished to witness the clashes of top masters even more. Just like the spectators from Xia country, almost all of them were closely following Li Yuan and Yu Mingwei. Other countries' spectators did the same, and without realizing it, the number following Li Yuan had already surpassed 3 million. Senior brother Teng Qing lost and died directly in battle. Senior sister Guan Shuyan didn't die, but she was also injured in this melee. Her points are gradually falling out of the top 10, but stabilizing within the top 100 shouldn't be a problem. In Kunlun Marshall University's student spectating area, everyone was discussing following the elimination of one genius after another from Kunlun Martial University. Li Yuan, without anyone noticing, became the brightest surviving genius from Kunlun Martial University in the melee, and the only one still in the top 10 of the battlefield. Suddenly, they've encountered each other. Li Yuan and Hoffman have met. The big battle is about to start. Both parties have already spotted each other. A large number of Kunlun Martial University students noticed this scene, their hearts racing. Another battle between 5th stage fighters was about to erupt. One of them was Kunlun Martial University's brightest talent in decades, Li Yuan. Senior brother Jin, who do you think will win? Someone asked impatiently.
Win. Jin Huguo had returned to the spectator platform, and he gazed at the two figures on the huge screen in the sky. Hoffman has a renowned reputation, second only to Harmon in United States, and having broken through early, should be stronger than Li Yuan, given that Li Yuan's breakthrough didn't exceed 3 months.
But Li Yuan is best known for creating miracles. Perhaps he can create another one this time. Dajuang, who do you think will win? Dan Taifeng also sat in the spectators' seats, watching the two about to clash. I hope Li Yuan wins, Tian Dajuang said logically, but by common sense, Hoffman should be stronger. Hoffman is as good as dead, Dan Taifeng said with a laugh. Why? Tian Dajuang was puzzled. He was unaware that Li Yuan had been confirmed for the second-class martial god inheritance quota. Because Li Yuan previously lost to me, Dan Taifeng stated matter-of-factly, so, as long as Li Yuan beats Hoffman, it's as if I defeated Hoffman. That's why Hoffman is as good as dead, Dan Taifeng concluded with an air of certainty. Come on, what kind of logic is that? They've encountered each other, both parties are getting closer. This will be Sha Country's 4th-5th stage duel in the melee. Can he win? Li Yuan has been showing strong strength. He swept through other experts with ease before. Last time, Li Yuan lost to Dan Taifeng in the 10 schools' new student battles, and since Dan Taifeng has already died in battle, I always feel it's a bit uncertain. Yin Man is still the most reliable. Spectators from Sha Country all looked up at the huge screen, their confidence somewhat lacking.
No way around it, Li Yuan's fame wasn't big enough before, and he was so young. Hoffman should be able to win. Hoffman has broken through a long time ago. Li Yuan only reached subtlety of the mind 3 months ago. He probably just stepped into the 5th stage. He's already quite monstrous.
Li Yuan has a very small chance of winning. This is the common thought among the vast majority of global participants. Li Yuan against other 4th-level participants, naturally, he wins easily, but facing the powerful Hoffman, he will definitely lose. Hoffman can match Harmon, and since Harmon defeated Jin Huguo, Hoffman can defeat Li Yuan. Audiences from the United States and Europa were fervent. Previously, Harmon defeated Jin Huguo. Now, naturally, they hope Hoffman can continue this victor. In a higher spectator space, Li Yuan is about to face Hoffman.
This is Li Yuan's first battle against a 5th stage. Over 100,000 prime warriors are fixated on this battle. Dozens of flying heaven warriors are also paying close attention, wanting to understand why the Star Master pays so much attention to Li Yuan.
Perhaps the answer can be found in this 5th stage battle. The outside world was watching with bated breath. But in the 7th star realm battlefield, Li Yuan and Hoffman were obviously not so conscious of it. Although they encountered each other early, they still stood 100 meters apart, observing each other, trying to catch a glimpse of the other's weaknesses. A 5th stage duel is naturally cautious. Li Yuan, I didn't expect my first 5th stage opponent would be you, Hoffman said with a smile. It seems you haven't been a 5th stage for long, you won't be my match. Is being older something to be proud of? If I were your age, I would have gone to Feixing already. I wouldn't even participate in the Blue Star competition. Li Yuan shrugged, nonchalantly. Hoffman's face changed slightly. The Global College Martial Arts Competition, colloquially known as the Blue Star Competition, is limited to within Blue Star. In fact, once selected for the Martial God Inheritance, they would no longer participate in the Blue Star Competition, mostly only joining the Human Martial Path Elite Battles, which are contests between top talents from multiple editions across the 7 great planets. HMPH. Then let me see just how strong you, the Sha Country genius, are. Hoffman said with a cold look. Hope you don't disappoint me. That's what I should be saying to you, Li Yuan smiled. After all, I am the first on the battlefield, you are only the second. Hope you're not too weak, Li Yuan said calmly. Hoffman was about to continue talking. Stop the nonsense. Li Yuan suddenly shouted, turning into a streak of light as he charged over. Li Yuan's speed instantly accelerated to nearly 80 meters per second. A full force burst. So fast. Hoffman's face turned serious. They both had comparable physical quality, and the differences in power and speed they could unleash was entirely due to their stages. The higher the stage, the stronger the extraction of body strength. After the 5th stage skill, the body gradually merges with the heaven and earth. The strength seems no stronger, but the air resistance encountered sharply reduces, hence the demonstrated speed also becomes more exaggerated. Shoo! The long spear became like a dragon. Li Yuan charged explosively, a straight thrust shot out like lightning. A central thrust. The simplest spear technique, yet it contained the most terrifying power. Simplicity is the ultimate strength. Wish! Hoffman instantly brought out his knife. Its light incredibly fast, suddenly touching the tip of the long spear. A terrifying power burst from the blade, making the spear tip deviate instantly. Huff! As if anticipating, Li Yuan's long spear trembled at the moment it moved, creating a sky full of spear shadows and stabbing downward as he followed through, while Hoffman immediately retreated backward with a ghost-like speed. Boom! Li Yuan pressed forward, his long spear howling, chasing and thrusting rapidly. A terrifying force erupted, causing rocks along the path to shatter and even the ground cracked open.
Clang, clang, boom, boom, boom. Successive terrifying confrontations, Li Yuan completely dominated, his long spear swirling like rolling stars crushing down, whether thrusting straight, furiously slashing, or sweeping, completely overwhelming Hoffman.
For a time, their fierce battle was incredibly intense. So fierce, his spear is completely different from other spear technique experts I have seen, rolling in overwhelming layers, truly dominating, not at all like someone who just entered the 5th stage. Hoffman struggled to defend. He had to admit, just after a few dozen exchanges, in head-on clashes, he was already being pressed down by Li Yuan. Li Yuan's spear was very dominating. Wow, Li Yuan is so dominant. I need to change my attitude. This year's freshman, the most dazzling isn't Dan Tai Fung, it's Li Yuan. Hoffman has a reputation, yet he's being pressed down to fight by Li Yuan? Truly frightening. Li Yuan's spear technique is fierce. Is this his true strength? I like it. Over 1 million Shaw Country spectators were incredibly excited. Many couldn't help but stand up. What a dominating spear technique, the meaning of the stellar. Truly, the spear is stars. Jin Huguo's eyes shone. Junior brother Li Yuan's strength, indeed, is stronger than mine. Haha, I said Hoffman was no match for Li Yuan. Dan Tai Fung said indifferently, it's just a bit of a pity. A pity what? Tian Dazhuang was taken by surprise. It's such a momentous occasion, and yet it wasn't me making it happen. Dan Tai Fung expressed his regret. Why is Hoffman so weak? Or is it that Li Yuan is too strong? Spectators from the United States felt uncomfortable and more worried. Hoffman talked a big game, so why is he not delivering? Relying only on a saber, I can't defeat him. My momentum is dwindling, Hoffman said, his gaze ice cold. In a clash between experts, momentum is incredibly important, and sometimes it's all about pressing the advantage. That's what they mean by overpowering an opponent with momentum. The way this is going, I will undoubtedly lose. I have no choice but to burst out. Hoffman's eyes flashed with ferocity. I had planned to save this for the finals, but I'll use you for practice. He hadn't taken Li Yuan very seriously before, thinking that Li Yuan had just broken through to the 5th stage not long ago and could be easily defeated. After all, for martial path geniuses like them, even with astounding comprehension, being able to break through from the initial rank to the intermediate rank within a year of reaching the 5th stage was already impressive. And what of someone who had just broken through to the 5th stage? But with Li Yuan going all out, his strength surpassed Hoffman's expectations, feeling no weaker than Harmon, and perhaps even more ferocious and violent. Whoosh! Hoffman leapt high into the air once again, and then the combat saber in his hand suddenly flew out, shooting towards Li Yuan like a massive concealed weapon at a speed close to the speed of sound. Clang! Li Yuan's long spear vibrated and deflected the flying saber to one side. A hint of confusion flickered through Li Yuan's mind. What was Hoffman doing? He threw away his weapon. Haha, Li Yuan, very good. As Hoffman stepped back, he drew two curved sabers from behind his back, smaller and more agile than before. He landed on a huge boulder. I had planned to save this for the finals, but your strength is worth my full effort. Hoffman's eyes shone brightly. I will use my greatest strength to defeat you. Boom! Hoffman shot forward like lightning, approaching Li Yuan in a gust of wind, with two silver lights whistling towards him. Clang! 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 Li Yuan countered attack with attack, his long spear shifting agilely, blocking each curved saber strike in a flash of lightning. The sword technique was continuous and astonishingly fast. If Hoffman's single saber had simply been fierce before, then his current pair of curved sabers, each individually was not as intimidating as the single saber, but in combination, their power multiplied exponentially. And his movement technique had significantly changed, becoming more agile and unpredictable, completely surpassing Li Yuan's. Such a ghostly movement technique. Such fast twin curved sabers, this is definitely his preferred way of fighting. Li Yuan felt incredibly pressured, as he was completely dominated for the moment. A 5th stage expert could quickly adapt to any weapon and reach the 5th stage standard, hence they didn't have any clear weaknesses. But that's just it. They had no weaknesses. Each 5th stage expert had their strongest points and weapons of choice. When using these weapons, they could unleash their full potential, increasing the synergy of their moves with the world and making their power even more terrifying. And Hoffman was doing just that. In this head-to-head battle, Li Yuan was completely overwhelmed. His spear was longer, but his speed was much slower compared to Hoffman. Clang! One curved saber hooked the long spear as his ghostly figure closed in, the other curved saber whooshing, trying to sweep past Li Yuan's neck. Boom! Li Yuan retreated rapidly like lightning, pulling back with his spear, but the curved saber still grazed his shoulder. Rip! It left a shocking gash, blood spattering. With a thought, Li Yuan's muscles tightened, immediately stopping the flow of blood. Li Yuan, just give up. Hoffman's eyes were filled with excitement. You can't withstand my attacks. Really? Despite his injury, Li Yuan showed no panic, his fighting spirit sky high, his eyes brimming with excitement. Before the tournament, I had always wondered if anyone could force me to reveal my strongest state. Hoffman, you're the first. It's really great. The purpose of the tournament is to converse with the powerful and refine oneself, Li Yuan said with a grin, his long spear at an angle. Come on, attack again. Let me test your attacks once more. Playing tricks. Hoffman snorted coldly, obviously unfazed by Li Yuan's words. Boom. Separated by only a few dozen meters, Hoffman shot forward in less than a second, bearing down on Li Yuan with a roar. Two dazzling arcs of saber light sliced through the vast sky. Clang! Clang! The spear light blossomed, whooshing forward, easily blocking the two saber lights' assault. Ha! Hoffman roared, his form twisting as the saber light became blurred, his whole being seeming to meld into the world itself, his curved sabers slashing at Li Yuan with full force. Boom! Boom! Clang! With each collision, the situation completely changed, but regardless of how furiously Hoffman attacked, Li Yuan's body erupted with dazzling spear light. The spear light shone like stars, blocking Hoffman's strikes time after time, unmovable as a mountain. Impregnable. How can his defense suddenly become this strong? Hoffman could hardly believe it. He had attacked with all his might, yet he couldn't shake Li Yuan. Of course, with Li Yuan focusing entirely on defense and changing his spear technique radically, he also couldn't pose a threat to Hoffman. It's so exciting. This battle is far fiercer than any of the previous 5th stage battles, remarked millions of spectators in the tournament space, holding their breath. At first, when both sides exchanged blows, Li Yuan had the upper hand. Then, as Hoffman burst forth, Li Yuan was pushed into a disadvantage. Eventually, Li Yuan finally revealed his strongest defensive stance, effortlessly parrying Hoffman's offense. However, it seemed that Li Yuan could only defend and had difficulty in landing a killing strike on Hoffman. Li Yuan's realm seems to be higher. Yes, to comprehend the meaning of the stellar to such a degree and be just a step away from the intermediate rank of the 5th stage, Li Yuan is stronger than Dan Taifeng, Jin Huguo, and Harman. Impressive. Li Yuan is good at defense. If it were a tournament with a need to determine a winner, then Hoffman would undoubtedly lose. But this is a melee battle. While Li Yuan can easily defend, he can't force Hoffman into a fight to the death. Observed those flying heaven warriors in the higher level spectator space easily identifying this fact. Their realms were too high, at least at the 5th stage perfection skill level. They could tell that Li Yuan's realm was somewhat superior, but his strength lay in defense, without a fundamental difference from Hoffman. This battle looks like it's going to end in a draw, Dean Shu murmured quietly. That's enough. Li Yong was extremely satisfied, smiling and saying, how long has Li Yuan just stepped into the 5th stage? In less than 2 months, he's already reached the limit of the initial rank of the 5th stage. With such strong defense, he can already aim for the top 10, or even top 5, Li Yang's eyes shone brightly. The power Li Yuan revealed was stronger than he had expected. Strong defense gives a significant advantage during the final tournament battles. Dean Shu couldn't help but nod in agreement. In the continuous mountain forests of the 7th star realm battlefield. Boom. Boom. Li Yuan and Hoffman were still fighting fiercely. The terrifying aftershocks of their battle resonated for several kilometers around, even attracting other still alive contestants on the battlefield, but upon seeing the combatants, no one dared to approach. They all stayed at least 700 or 800 meters away to watch the battle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hoffman's sword technique flowed like water, tilting onto Li Yuan's spear technique defense circle time after time, but each time it was in vain. Yet, he continued his fierce attacks. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was fully defending, interpreting the core mystery of the stellar spear technique, stellar illumination, to its utmost extent. As if he were a star himself, he stood unshakable on the earth. Gradually, Li Yuan felt a strange fluctuation. Stellar illumination, illumination. The meaning of the stellar, like faint rays of light that blossom, when the glow congregates, it's like the stars. Li Yuan executed his spear technique time after time, clashing madly with Hoffman. And such a fierce battle with a high-level opponent of the same rank was something Li Yuan hadn't experienced in a long time. Hoffman's sword technique provoked thought after thought about past practices of Li Yuan's spear technique. Starlight. Brightness. Li Yuan finally caught the fleeting inspiration in his heart, fully understanding the key to the 3rd layer of the meaning of the stellar, galactic convergence. Suddenly, boom. The long spear in Li Yuan's hand suddenly transformed, the spear light flickered, becoming even more dazzling, like streaks of galaxies crossing the sky, from one wisp of starlight to the next. The meaning of the stellar, galaxy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The terrible spear technique burst forth, one thrust after another, like a reversing galaxy, with boundless might, instantly switching from defense to offense, fiercely assaulting Hoffman. Clang. The first clash changed Hoffman's expression. He could clearly feel that Li Yuan's spear technique had changed, become faster, and contained greater might. This was a clear transformation. Followed by the second thrust, the third, the fourth. The terrifying might within the spear technique completely crushed him. The two were no longer on the same level. Retreat. Escape. The thought flashed through Hoffman's mind as he tried to flee far away. He had already abandoned the idea of killing Li Yuan. Boom. But as he retreated, Li Yuan's burst speed was even faster, his figure darting forward, speed soaring past 80 meters per second, as the long spear whooshed in for another straight thrust. Clang. 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 Clang, after several lightning-fast collisions. Rip. A thrust passed by. Hoffman's arm was blown off, blood splattered. Whoosh, another thrust came like lightning, peefed. The spear tip directly passed through Hoffman's neck, gone in a flash before blood even had time to flow. Phew. Li Yuan had already darted dozens of meters away, stopping briefly before directly heading into the distance. The outcome was decided. Meanwhile, Hoffman tried to grasp his own neck, but blood spilled, his mouth opened, but no sound came out. Clang, clang. The last knife fell to the ground. Thump. Hoffman's body fell heavily to the ground. This battle ended with Li Yuan's victory, and also announced the birth of the strongest in the seventh star realm. A spear as grand as the galaxy. This is unbelievable. He's just a freshman, right? And probably only 18.5 years old? His spear technique has already reached this level? Intermediate rank of the 5th stage. A freshman has achieved this level? Dozens of Flying Heaven warriors and thousands of top-grade origin martial artists from around the globe in that higher-level spectator space were astonished. If the initial clash between Li Yuan and Hoffman only made these Flying Heaven warriors and top-grade origin martial artists raise their eyebrows without too much surprise. Then when they saw Li Yuan unleash the Milky Way convergence, true intent of spear technique and easily defeat Hoffman. Including dozens of Flying Heaven warriors, everyone in this higher-tier spectator space was amazed and even shocked. Technique advancement becomes increasingly difficult the further one progresses. Yin Man, Harmon, Hoffman, Jin Huguo, Kunali, and others who could be considered top geniuses of Blue Star. Ordinarily, Blue Star would produce only 10 to 20 such geniuses a year. Most of them only need a little over a year to advance from initial entry into the 4th level to achieving subtlety in the spirit. And from spiritual subtlety to the initial rank of the 5th stage? With their higher physical quality and average spiritual power reaching above level 20, most of them also require over a year. How about progressing from the initial rank of the 5th stage to breaking through to the intermediate rank? The pace would be even slower. After all, initial rank 5th stage techniques are already sufficient to establish one as a top-grade origin martial artist. Then moving on to the 5th stage high rank, 5th stage perfection. Each step forward, the difficulty increases exponentially. Under normal circumstances, for these top geniuses of Blue Star, being able to reach 5th stage perfect skill within the next 10 years, before the age of 30, the baseline for becoming a Flying Heaven warrior, would be considered a great success. Even many will be stuck at the 5th stage high rank. Progressing in skill is not something that can be achieved just by spending time on it. Many so-called martial path geniuses hit a limit at some point and often find themselves unable to break through the bottleneck, because those bottlenecks are usually their talent bottlenecks as well. From the 5th stage to the 6th stage, it's as difficult as reaching for the heavens. Many Flying Heaven warriors, as dazzling in their youth as Harmon and the others, achieving 5th stage perfection as prime warriors, still could not break through the 6th stage techniques even after their transformation into the Flying Heaven level souls upon entering the Flying Heaven realm. Many Flying Heaven warriors in human civilization haven't even reached 6th stage technique standards. What about Li Yuan? How old is he really? It's rare enough for Yin Man and Harmon to have reached the 5th stage in their sophomore year, with maybe 1 or 2 appearing in the Blue Star competition each year, and some years not even one. Someone like Dan Taifeng, we might see emerge from Blue Star only every few years, and that's quite remarkable. Li Yuan is even more monstrous. He's younger than Dan Taifeng and progressing even faster. It's been what, just 3 months since he achieved spiritual subtlety? That's too fast. Could he be at the same genius level as Fang Hai? I feel he's stronger than Yu Jing. Yu Jingyi's performance in the Blue Star competition years ago was only slightly better than Dan Taifeng's, but not by this much. Sha Country, is it about to produce another Star Master? Become a Star Master? I doubt it. Many Flying Heaven warriors could not help but discuss and even argue among themselves. In the face of Dan Taifeng, they could still maintain a somewhat condescending attitude, quite composed. But Li Yuan? Too monstrous. Achieving the intermediate rank of the 5th stage in his freshman year, since the establishment of the Martial Path entrance exam on Blue Star, there have been very few with such accomplishments. No wonder the Star Master came to watch Li Yuan. The Star Master indeed has foresight. Many Flying Heaven warriors couldn't help but look towards the figure in black. Suddenly, buzz, the mysterious figure in black sitting in the seat vanished into thin air. Clearly, he had seen what he wanted to in this melee. Heh heh. Gentlemen, Dean Hai smiled faintly. He is a student I have taught. Old Hai, you've hit the jackpot. What dumb luck. I have to go back and check why we at Starry Sky University didn't recruit him. The other Flying Heaven warriors couldn't help but tease. They were the backbone of humanity's defense, and although they nominally belonged to different countries and powers, most had good relations with each other, many even being close as life and death comrades. These Flying Heaven warriors were well aware that, when facing alien civilizations, they had only one label on them: humans of the Seven Stars civilization. Real dog luck. Li Yong, listening to Dean Hai boast, couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his teaching. What did he teach? Wasn't it as who toiled in sparring? He just spends his days fishing by the lake. Li Yong kept on complaining. If you have such a big complaint, should I go and report it to Dean Hai? Dean Shu said with a smile. There's no need for that, sis. Li Yong laughed. Complaints aside, all in jest, I won't joke about my future. Dean Shu shook her head with a smile, understanding Li Yang's character. Li Yuan's spear technique is indeed terrifying. Dean Shu looked at the screen showing Li Yuan and couldn't help but remark, at the intermediate rank of the 5th stage, even for someone with a Flying Heaven level soul, this progress is too fast. Indeed, it's ridiculously fast. Li Yong couldn't help but add. A Flying Heaven level soul? That's just an aid. The key lies in Li Yuan's own astonishing comprehension transformation. With such speed in progression, I'd believe it if he surpasses us next year, Li Yong said. Dean Shu slightly nodded. The two of them were both at the 5th stage high-rank skill. Merely in terms of skill level, compared to the current Li Yuan, they already had no overwhelming advantage. Can he challenge for first place? Dean Shu's eyes held a flicker of light. Hard to say. Li Yong shook his head slightly. So far, Nevsky of Ross Country has revealed 5th stage intermediate strength. Harmon, Yin Man, a few others, might have broken through, or perhaps not. We can only say, Li Yuan has a good chance, Li Yong said. After all, there are still 10 days until the finals. With Li Yuan's rate of progress, 10 days might be worth several months to the others. Both harbored a trace of anticipation. The champion of virtual combat? Since 2009, the champion of the Global University Martial Path Competition Virtual Battle has always cycled among the top martial arts schools like Starry Sky University, Starfire University, and Blackstone University. If Kunlun Martial University could win this year, it would be the first time in the history of the school. In the competition space, those millions of spectators had completely erupted. We won. Not only did Li Yuan block Hoffman's attack, but he also counter-killed on the back foot. His spear technique at the end was so powerful. When they were exchanging blows earlier, Hoffman was able to suppress him, and Li Yuan was only defending, but then he suddenly burst through and killed Hoffman. With Hoffman's strength, even if he couldn't win, it shouldn't have been difficult for him to flee, but Li Yuan's burst speed at the end, the data shows it surpassed 80 meters per second, which is almost close to a regular 18th stage martial artist. Fierce. Hoffman, that's a 5th stage high-rank expert on par with Harmon. Numerous spectators discussed fervently. The previous several 5th stage battles, although they had determined winners and losers, were mostly hard-fought victories. The only one that could be mentioned in the same breath as Li Yuan's fight was Nevsky's victory over Dan Tai Fung, where Nevsky also claimed a very easy win. But after all, Dan Tai Fung was still a freshman. His reputation might seem big, but in the hearts of most competitors, he was not as intimidating as Hoffman. Before this, many had pegged Hoffman as a shoe-in for the top 10, with hopes for the top 3 or even first place. Yet now, he was easily slain by Li Yuan. How strong must Li Yuan be? Junior brother Li Yuan, there's hope for you to vie for the first place. Jin Huguo's eyes sparkled. Impressive. Being able to do this as a freshman. Jin Huguo had great admiration for Li Yuan in his heart. Vie for first place. Is Li Yuan that strong? Tian Dazhuang, shocked by Dan Tai Feng's words, asked, is he even stronger than senior sister Yin Man? Yin Man had a very big reputation within Starfire University. Hard to say. Yin Man is quite strong, but she may not have reached the intermediate rank of 5th stage, Dan Tai Feng said. And even if she is at the intermediate rank of 5th stage, so what? Dan Tai Feng shrugged. To go from intermediate rank to high rank of the 5th stage normally takes several years. What difference does a few months earlier make? There are still 10 days until the finals. Who knows how much Li Yuan will improve by then? Dan Tai Feng said. Tian Dazhuang nodded in agreement. What made Li Yuan most thrilling was his astonishing rate of progress. Other people slowed down as they progressed, often hitting a plateau. But Li Yuan, the further he went, the more exaggerated his progress, the faster his pace and the more dazzling his performance. I suddenly hope I don't get sent to Feixing this year, Dan Tai Feng sighed. What's wrong now? Tian Dazhuang was puzzled. If I don't go to Feixing this year and Li Yuan does, he won't be able to participate in the Blue Star competition next year. Dan Tai Feng's eyes gleamed. While I continue to compete. When I win the championship as a sophomore, I'll probably shine just as brightly. Tian Dazhuang was stunned. Is that Li Yuan? No wonder he was directly awarded the second-class martial god inheritance spot. The tall Zhu Tong stared at the figure on the screen. Indeed very strong. Stronger than me. You're leaving now. Isn't there still 10 minutes left? Wu Dongdong asked, perplexed. It's pointless. No one in the 7th Star Realm battlefield can shake Li Yuan's position now, Lin Lanyue said with a smile. I should go and see Brother Yuan, prepare for the trip to the fierce Feather Star Realm. Are you preparing to go now? Isn't it a bit early? Wu Dongdong couldn't help but say. My physical quality has already reached the 15th stage, meeting the standard, Lin Lanyue said. The earlier I go, the better. Then, be safe, Wu Dongdong sighed. She knew that Lin Lanyue carried great expectations and had a very tough journey ahead. Inside the 7th Star Realm battlefield, whoosh. Having killed Hoffman, Li Yuan did not linger long and swiftly left the wooded area. He then found a high mountain, sat down cross-legged on a giant boulder, and placed his long spear beside him. This made Li Yuan very conspicuous. After all, the battlefield was only so big now. But in the past 3 hours, Li Yuan had been killing frantically. Hundreds of competitors died by his hands. It could be said that the competing survivors on the battlefield basically all recognized him. The last 10 minutes. There's no need to continue killing. Li Yuan's heart gradually calmed down as he silently pondered. I just didn't expect that in such a great battle, I would gradually step into the intermediate rank of the 5th stage. Breaking through during a great battle was very common. In a state of extreme mental excitement, walking on the edge of life and death, a person's potential could be maximally stimulated. Although the effects of virtual combat weren't as good as real combat, the tension and excitement exceeded that of normal real combat training because it involved spots in the competition. If Li Yuan had trained normally, it might have taken him 1 or 2 months to break the bottleneck. Hoffman has a huge reputation and is identified in the intelligence reports as someone who can rush into the top 10, Li Yuan thought to himself. Judging from our exchange of blows, his skill level should be around 20% of the 5th stage. What about me now? Li Yuan glanced at the Divine Palace panel. One of the lines read, Skill Realm. Spear Technique, 5th stage 30%, Movement Technique, 5th stage 30%. Is that enough to rush for first place? Li Yuan pondered to himself. In the next 10 days, keep practicing the spear, and strive to leave no regrets in the finals. On the leaderboard of the 7th Star Realm battlefield, Li Yuan was already far ahead with the highest points. Time passed by minute. The remaining survivors on the battlefield became increasingly frantic. Stop running and fight me with all your strength. Only by winning is there hope of rushing into the top 100. One competitor shouted as they chased another, cursing at each other. The experts ranked in the top 100 were hunting other competitors to secure their positions, while being extremely cautious to avoid being targeted by a surprise attack.
Those close to the top 100 were desperate, trying to make the most of the last moments. However, in the 7th Star Realm battlefield, no one dared to provoke the figure in black clothes with closed eyes sitting on the huge rock.
Finally, the time reached midnight. An invisible wave swept across, and the consciousnesses of all the surviving competitors in the 10-star realms simultaneously left their bodies. The melee competition had ended, and Li Yuan was no different. Whoosh! Li Yuan was back in the competition space, looking out over a sea of people, all of them shouting excitedly. The melee had concluded, and tomorrow would bring an even more brutal elimination round. But none of this mattered to Li Yuan anymore. Congratulations Li Yuan, you ranked first in the 7th Star Realm battlefield and will directly pass the elimination round to enter the finals. The system prompt sounded in Li Yuan's ear. The final 20-10 will take place on February 18th at 8 p.m. First place. Brother Yuan, you're amazing. First place in the battlefield. Senior brother, making it to the finals as a freshman. This is history for Kunlun Martial University. The finals. Senior brother, we all look forward to you winning the championship. Tens of thousands of Kunlun Martial University students cheered around Li Yuan at that moment. Li Yuan watched all this, feeling the excitement of his classmates and friends, and showed a faint smile. With a thought, drip, Li Yuan directly exited the virtual network. The virtual network chamber opened. Li Yuan opened his eyes, feeling an immense tranquility around him. The noise from the competition space seemed like a distant dream. But this tranquility was what was real. Claiming first place in the battlefield, I've completed the first goal of the competition. Li Yuan's heart was completely calm. It's time to continue training. Li Yuan got up and walked out of the virtual network chamber. I'll start with the visualization method. Li Yuan went to the center of the martial arts room and gently closed his eyes. The work of cultivation required accumulations over days and months without a single day of slack. When the melee competition ended, many students left the virtual network chamber one after another. In a remote and inconspicuous small country in the Africa continent, a regular student was writing a string of seemingly unrelated symbols on a piece of white paper. But these symbols, if accurately translated into Sha language, Li Yuan, 18 years and 6 months old, intermediate rank 5th stage skills. A year and a half ago, he was only at the 3rd stage. As for the threat level, it has surpassed that of SSS class. Recommendation: initiate all tactics excluding the Flying Heaven Realm infiltrators to exterminate him. After practicing the visualization method for 2 hours as was his habit, Li Yuan continued to cultivate all heaven's stars. By the time all this ended, it had already reached deep into the night. He opened his eyes. Li Yuan only felt his mind clear and refreshed, and all the previous fatigue had dissipated, his body brimming with seemingly endless strength. It's 4 in the morning again? Li Yuan glanced at his smart ring watch without thinking. 4 in the morning was the time when Li Yuan finished his daily routine practices. In the 10 days since he had returned to school, apart from attending general knowledge classes, Li Yuan had almost entirely devoted his time to cultivation. Practicing his spear technique, combat training, cultivating the visualization method and all heaven's stars, etc. Outsiders could only see Li Yuan breaking through and surpassing limits repeatedly. But they could scarcely see the effort he put in behind the scenes. Indeed, a key reason for Li Yuan's rapid growth was the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, but if he hadn't been so insanely diligent, the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace might have done more harm than good, as it was a double-edged sword. In just these few hours, quite a number of people have sent me messages, Li Yuan saw on his smart ring watch, having received well over 200 messages. Most were from various classmates and friends, like Shi Xiao and others, as well as people such as Tian Dazhuang, Dan Taifeng, etc. And also many messages of congratulations from high school classmates like Wu Dongdong, Lin Lanyue, Li Tianyu, and others. Lanyue? Li Yuan's expression became slightly somber as he read the message from Lin Lanyue. Is she about to head to the Star Realm? The Star Realm was not so easy to traverse, and it seemed she was headed for the 2nd-level Star Realm. Without rushing to reply to Lin Lanyue, Li Yuan continued to quickly browse through the messages. Suddenly, Li Yuan paused, because among these congratulatory messages, he unexpectedly found ones from Zhou Qi, Yan Zhou, Lu Jing, Fang Longhu, Wan Xing, and many others. Something's not right. Other people congratulating me is one thing, Li Yuan privately pondered, but Senior Lu is stationed at the Mingshu Star Realm base. And then there's Zhou Qi and Yan Zhou. They attend Cultural University. How did they get the news so quickly? And from the tone of their messages, it seems as though they've already decided that I'll become a flying heaven warrior in the future? Only 4 hours had passed since the end of the melee competition. Suddenly, a possibility flashed through Li Yuan's mind. Open the projection. Having a vague realization of something, Li Yuan directly commanded, Xiao Yu, immediately conduct a full net intelligent search for Global Martial Arts Competition Virtual Match. Li Yuan, searching for official news. Yes, Master, the assistant AI promptly responded. With a hum, a huge screen projection condensed, and the assistant AI swiftly searched, arranging the results in order according to Li Yuan's previous search habits. Top of the list was a short video titled, Blue Star's Peerless Genius, Li Yuan, the future surpassing flying heaven existence. Video producer. Starfire Marshall Hall. What? Li Yuan's expression shifted slightly. What was this video? Li Yuan immediately clicked to watch it. He was born into an ordinary family in Zhongbei province, and his adolescence was quite challenging. His elder accomplished great contributions to the nation, receiving the Silver Quality Medal. He, even more so, was a peerless genius selected by Starfire Marshall Hall. Since junior high, he has been continually making progress in martial path. In his first year of high school, he quickly rose to be among the top 10 in grade for martial arts skills, became number 1 in his second year, ranked first in the province in the college entrance examination on raw scores, and acquired the title of Youth Hero, a voiceover narrated. The video displayed various snippets of Li Yuan's junior and senior high school cultivation, his honors. Many details were blurred out, and the people featured were ambiguous. Now, just half a year into university, he has already made significant contributions, becoming a recipient of the Medal Quality Medal. In the Global University Martial Arts Competition, teaming with geniuses, he revealed his peerless edge, sweeping through many strong opponents, advancing to the finals. The narration grew more spirited. The scene switched to show clips of Li Yuan defeating numerous competitors, overpowering martial arts geniuses like Han Haochang and Hoffman. Domineering, assertive. He is our Blue Star's contemporary peerless genius, Li Yuan. His future knows no bounds, and we hope that he lives up to expectations. To soon become a flying heaven warrior, nay, a surpassing flying heaven warrior, becoming another towering pillar of our human civilization. The video finally ended. Li Yuan was stupefied for a long while, almost embarrassed out of his skin, his face uncontrollably turning red. It was simply too exaggerated. Who would flatter in such a way? Peerless genius. View count. Damn, 110 million? Li Yuan was stunned for a moment, almost unable to believe his own eyes. This short promotional video went online at 1 in the morning, and it had only been online for 3 hours. Could the view count surpass 100 million so quickly? Wasn't this exaggeration a bit much? Li Yuan now understood why he had received so many messages. It was because of this short video. And he could foresee that by tomorrow or the day after, the number of people messaging him would likely be even greater. Strange. Why would the official Starfire Marshall Hall produce such a video? Wondering this, Li Yuan immediately began to look into it. He soon discovered, besides his, there was a short video about Dan Taifeng as well. No others, like Harman, Yin Man, Nevsky, and other similarly dazzling geniuses, had no propaganda videos. Only he and Dan Taifeng had them. Logically, even if they made such a promotional video, Li Yuan frowned, it shouldn't spread and ferment this quickly. The Global University Martial Arts Competition indeed had some clout, but since it was a completely closed event, it wouldn't normally be deliberately publicized. Hence, its notoriety among the general public wasn't very high. Most people only knew that such a competition existed. Very strange, Li Yuan murmured to himself. He faintly sensed the scent of conspiracy, as if there was an invisible hand pushing him and Dan Taifeng from behind the scenes to the forefront. Forget it. I can't change it, so I can only accept it. Li Yuan shook his head, not wanting to think any further, then chuckled suddenly, but Dan Taifeng, seeing the video's view count, will probably jump with joy. The two had fundamentally different personalities. Li Yuan didn't mind showing his glory in public, while Dan Tai Fung sought to do so. I believe the senior executives of Starfire Marshall Hall have deep intentions for doing this, Li Yuan muttered to himself. Too late to inquire further and not wanting to think too much about it, he decided to ask during the day instead. After quickly browsing through all the messages, Li Yuan continued to cultivate his spear technique. He executed the move, Stellar Illumination, again and again. In the underground martial arts room, it was unusually quiet. The only sound was Li Yuan's long spear swinging continuously, the terrifying spear light evolving as if it became material. But what was strange was that this terrifying display of spear technique erupted without the slightest sound. Merge with heaven and earth. My spear merges with heaven and earth, Li Yuan practiced over and over, the simplest moves containing the strongest power. His skill in spear technique had just reached the 5th stage intermediate rank, exactly when his comprehension of heaven and earth had reached a new realm. After a long practice session, something's not right, no, Li Yuan felt some discontent in his heart, feeling that the underground martial arts room was too confining. Whoosh! Li Yuan moved swiftly, soon arriving in the villa's garden outside. It was past 4 in the morning, the sky full of stars, but very cold, with the north wind howling, altogether extremely quiet. A bright moon hung in the sky. Cool, the chilly wind, Li Yuan revealed a hint of a smile on his face. This is exactly the sensation I'm seeking. He continued to practice with his spear, following that most instinctive feeling he had during the fierce battle with Hoffman. Unknowingly, as Li Yuan's heart gradually quieted, his spear momentum became more and more powerful, and he seemed to merge into the world around him. Divine union with heaven and earth. The spear united with heaven and earth, using the spear as a guide, the body entering heaven and earth. Li Yuan was attempting to do so step by step following the guidance of, meaning of the stellar. Stellar, the essence lies in stability. The idea of the galaxy is also vast. If the spear's shadows are like the galaxy, they will be unshakable within the vastness of the starry rivers, unaffected by any storm. Li Yuan was completely immersed. Stellar spear technique, meaning of the stellar, named after the stars, the core of both is defense. Practicing over and over again, the terrifying display of spear technique also caused the surrounding grass to be rapidly torn apart, but the sound it made was very low. Your realm in spear technique has increased from 30% of the 5th stage to 31% of the 5th stage. A prompt from the Divine Palace suddenly flashed by. But Li Yuan seemed not to notice and continued to cultivate in quietude. Only when the sky began to brighten, with a hint of dawn light faintly shining on the earth, did Li Yuan finally stop. Unexpectedly, once I stepped into the intermediate rank of the 5th stage, a wealth of insights converged, and I thought I had deepened my understanding of the meaning of the stellar quite a bit, yet I only improved by 1%, Li Yuan said with a hint of a smile on his face. Let it be. One should not be greedy. Cultivation is inherently difficult after entering the intermediate rank of the 5th stage. As long as one continues to steadily progress, that's enough, Li Yuan thought to himself. Dawn is breaking. It's already past 6, time to try the Lifestar space, then breakfast. Li Yuan turned and walked towards the underground martial arts room. Lifestar space. Awaken the Lifestar. Li Yuan gently closed his eyes. His strong spiritual power quickly transported his consciousness into that peculiar space. The entire space was much brighter than before, no longer purely dark. Aside from the one perfect star veins, 129,600 life stars shining brightly, creating a beautiful light line in the dim space. Looking further, within the endless dim life star space, there were faintly many twinkling stars, densely packed. Over this period of time, aside from the first star meridian, I have awakened more than 13,000 life stars, Li Yuan thought to himself. It's just a pity, many life stars do not belong to a single life star vein. Life star veins, consisting of 12,960 to 129,600 life stars. Only when 12,960 life stars belong to a single vein can they gather and form a new life star vein. Branding. Li Yuan's heart was tranquil, his mighty spiritual power spread out, sensing the vast and dark starry sky. Sense the natural order of heaven and earth from above. The human body is also a microcosm. Li Yuan felt that his technique, having reached the intermediate rank of the 5th stage, made his spiritual power's perception of the life-star space clearer. The higher the technique and the stronger the spiritual power, the more it would help in branding life stars. One by one, the life stars were locked by Li Yuan, and then gradually branded with his life's breath. While Li Yuan continued to quietly cultivate in the martial arts room. About 1,000 meters above his villa, a flying saucer-shaped aircraft was silently hovering, making no sound. In the cabin's quiet cultivation room, a man in black was quietly cultivating, surrounded by faint blue light. Countless blue lights swirled around him, making him seem like a divine being. Whoosh, numerous beams of light converged, forming a giant screen, which displayed a young man in a suit. Star Master, the task has been completed. The young man in a suit slightly bowed and said, "Now, over 70% of the Flying Heaven warriors around the world have received the message about Li Yuan and Dan Tai Feng. Furthermore, under our covert guidance, the names Li Yuan and Dan Tai Feng have transcended national boundaries, and their short videos are wildly spreading," said the young man in a suit. Is Star Lord Bai Shan ready? The figure in black asked indifferently. The plan is so meticulous, let there be no accidents. Star Lord Bai Shan has already arrived at Starfire University and is covertly observing, the young man in a suit replied earnestly. Good. Let's see if, under such ongoing stimulation, those alien races are willing to take such a big risk, said the figure in black casually. With a wave of his hand, he shut off the screen. Li Yuan, who had been quietly cultivating in the martial arts room, was awakening more and more life stars. The number of awakened life stars continued to rise. Suddenly, an invisible fluctuation burst forth from Li Yuan's body instantly, impacting in all directions. This aura wasn't particularly strong, but it was highly condensed, causing the surrounding origin power to increase significantly. The second star meridian, by my own efforts, has finally begun to awaken. Li Yuan showed a smile. His gaze swept over the Divine Palace panel. You have awakened the second star meridian. Your star meridian level has improved from level 10 to level 11. I've worked so hard for so long, finally, I have awakened more than 12,960 stars on the second life star vein. A glimmer of light flashed through Li Yuan's eyes, and a smile he couldn't suppress appeared at the corners of his mouth. In fact, Li Yuan had awakened over 15,000 life stars through his own sensation of countless stars. Even with strong spiritual power and high-level skills, Li Yuan still failed many times and had to stop midway to rest for a while before he could continue. That was with the benefit of the experiences of many human civilization predecessors. Thus, Li Yuan could imagine how difficult it must have been for the original Prime Warriors to create their laws centuries ago. On the foundation laid by our predecessors, I can easily find many common life stars, Li Yuan thought to himself, but they had to grope in the dark. The number of times they failed must have been much higher than mine. The original creators had a 99% failure rate in creating laws, no exaggeration. Now, as long as I spend enough time lighting up the life stars one by one, I will undoubtedly grow step by step, Li Yuan felt confident. After the last spiritual guidance, Li Yuan was quite eager to see how many more unawakened life stars there were in the star space. Now, with strong spiritual power and superior skills, time and effort would surely lead to success. The second star meridian has been preliminarily awakened, and its level has been raised by 1? Li Yuan mused, observing the data displayed on the Divine Palace panel. Life level, 19.6, first rank, fist strength, 62,500 kilograms. Speed, 109.6 meters per second. Spiritual power, level 30.3. Willpower, level 31. Spiritual awakening level, 37.9%, current limit 40%. Star meridian, level 11, cultivation efficiency 10 plus 0.5. Skill realm, spear technique, 5th stage 31%, movement technique, 5th stage 31%, fist technique, perfection. The first star meridian was perfectly awakened, with all 129,600 life stars without flaws, hence a level 10 star meridian. The second star meridian's initial awakening raised it by one level. Does that mean, for every additional 12,960 life stars awakened on a star meridian, it can be raised by one level? Li Yuan speculated. This was Li Yuan's conjecture, and accurate conclusions still required more examples. But what does the cultivation efficiency of 10 plus 0.5 displayed after the star meridian mean? Li Yuan thought, a total cultivation efficiency of 10.5? How was that calculated? After a little thought, Li Yuan came up with a possibility, but it too needed to be verified. Let's try. Li Yuan gently closed his eyes and activated the two star meridians with a thought. Instantaneously, countless tiny sparkles of light bloomed inside his body, converging to form filaments. In the past, only one filament formed, but now two were forming. One was dazzling, with dense points of light. The other was rather dim. Origin power surged tumultuously from the outside world along the two filaments into Li Yuan's body, following the circulation of the star meridians, attempting to further strengthen his flesh and bones. But it was to no avail, as Li Yuan had only recently finished cultivating all heaven's stars. It was as if he had already eaten his fill. However, with his strong spiritual power, Li Yuan quickly came to a preliminary conclusion. This additional star meridian doesn't have as great an effect as I imagined. It's pretty close to what's shown on the Divine Palace panel. It has increased the efficiency of my origin power absorption by about 5%, which is consistent with the displayed ratio of 10 to 0.5, Li Yuan thought. Through the Divine Palace panel, Li Yuan had more speculations. If the highest level star meridian was level 100, representing 10 perfect star meridians with a cultivation efficiency of 100, an extreme limit, then each perfect star meridian would have an efficiency of 10. And for each star meridian that was initially awakened, each increase in level would raise the cultivation efficiency by about 0.5, with progressively larger increases as it approached a perfect star meridian.
Perhaps this is the difference between perfection and imperfection, Li Yuan mused. Perhaps a level 9 star meridian could increase the efficiency by 6 or 7, but once it undergoes a transformation to a level 10 perfect star meridian, it would skyrocket to 10.
All these were Li Yuan's guesses. Once I further improve the second awakened star meridian, or even awaken the third and fourth ones, many secrets will naturally reveal themselves, Li Yuan pondered.
Li Yuan did not delve deeper. Many things, without precedent in the Seven Stars civilization or explanation from the Divine Palace panel, had to be explored and summed up on one's own.
Strength. Only by striving to make myself stronger will everything eventually become clear, Li Yuan thought. Higher cultivation efficiency is never a bad thing. Starting at 7 in the morning, as Li Yuan expected, he began to receive more and more messages. Many old classmates who hadn't been in touch much for the past 6 months, all sent him messages. Even his younger brothers and sisters messaged him, asking if he had won the championship in the competition. He had become a sensation. Li Yuan was thoroughly sensationalized, and he checked the views on that short video again, which had exceeded 400 million, surpassing Dan Taifeng's 220 million by a long shot. He glanced at the time. I should ask Lord Yang of the province, Li Yuan decided, and dialed the V communication number of the other party. Among the high-ranking officials of the Starfire Marshal Hall at the Flying Heaven level, he only knew Lord Yang, and they had barely interacted before. This was also why Li Yuan hadn't rashly inquired the night before, as he didn't know who to ask. Just over 10 seconds later, the communication connected. Li Yuan? A gentle female voice came through the communication. Yes, I'm Li Yuan. Li Yuan responded. Lord Yang, I'm sorry to disturb you so early, but I wanted to ask. Why did the Marshal Hall quickly produce a short video of my competition? Logically, shouldn't the news have been suppressed? That matter. The gentle voice carried a hint of confusion. I've only just learned about it myself. I don't fully understand the details. It was an order from a higher authority.
I was just about to notify you. Just one thing. Don't leave Kunlun Martial University recently, and in the next few days, occasionally go out during the day to take a stroll around the school, like visiting the Hailong Building, the Vermilion Bird Building, and the like, said the gentle female voice. You don't need to worry about anything else.
Not leave Kunlun Martial University? Go out for a stroll? Li Yuan thought, a possibility flashing through his mind. Sometime later, both parties hung up the communication. Li Yuan fell into deep thought. Logically, a genius of his level, like Dan Taifeng, should be doing their utmost to conceal their information.
After all, although few, there definitely are alien race spies hidden within human civilization.
Why then make such a public announcement? It was as if they were worried others wouldn't know. The higher-ups aren't fools, Li Yuan mused to himself. By doing this, they most likely want to use Dan Taifeng and me as bait to lure out the big fish in hiding. Still, Li Yuan couldn't completely make sense of it. This crazy publicity, it seemed too deliberate. An alien race powerhouse that could go unnoticed would definitely not be a fool. Baiting with a direct hook, would the alien race fall for it? The higher-ups must have their reasons for doing this, Li Yuan murmured, shaking his head slightly. It's not up to me to decide now. If what he guessed was true, using himself as bait did not bother Li Yuan in the slightest. In a sense, it only shows that I've become extremely important. Li Yuan saw the situation very clearly, like how Senior Lu Jing and others defended the Mingshu Star Realm as a sacrifice. Many times, to win a major victory, there always needs to be those who are willing to take risks and to sacrifice. Time passed by day. The third round of the elimination virtual battles continued, with 990 martial path geniuses from all over the globe. Geniuses of the martial path like Dan Taifeng, Jin Huguo, Tian Dazhuang, Zhu Tong, all had to fight desperately round after round, striving to defeat opponent after opponent to secure one of the 10 remaining spots in the finals. Among the many martial path geniuses from Xia country, the ones who directly advanced to the finals were only Li Yuan, Yin Man, and Yu Mingwei. From February 11th to February 18th, there were no matches for him during this week. Li Yuan was at leisure. He continued to train methodically, and according to Lord Yang of the province's orders, he visited the Hailong building daily. But it was apparent, his fame was skyrocketing. Wherever he went, he was the focus of attention. In just 2 days, the global views of that short video had already surpassed 2 billion views. The number of followers on Li Yuan's V-blog surged from just over 100,000 to over 20 million. In the truest sense, he became a sensation overnight across the entire virtual network. It's a pity, though, that Li Yuan did not engage in commercial promotions or live broadcasting. For activities that affected his training and inner peace, he always disregarded them. Meanwhile, every time Li Yuan went out, he was extremely vigilant, his powerful spiritual power continuously diffusing around him. Any life that entered his line of sight or perception could not escape his divine palace inquiry. After all, although Li Yuan believed that the higher-ups of Starfire Martial Hall had laid traps secretly, he couldn't afford to be careless himself. Unfortunately, there were no anomalies. Blue Star, with its vast expanses, was home to over 100 billion humans, and over the centuries, numerous star realm portals had emerged. Most star realms were either very small or didn't require much resource investment in surveillance, like the Moon Demon Star Realm, the Mingshu Star Realm, and others. But there were a few star realms, broad and vast, nurturing countless treasures, and connected to some powerful foreign civilizations, that had thus erupted into war. For example, the Rob Sea Star Realm within the boundaries of Xia country. And another example, the Wanhan Star Realm, as the only third-level star realm on Blue Star, with a vast expanse that has fostered many precious rarities and is connected to many different foreign temporal spaces. The Wanhan Star Realm has always been a battleground for many civilizations such as the Seven Stars Human Civilization, Tinliang Human Civilization, Cloudbeast Civilization, and others, attracting a large convergence of flying heaven powerhouses. The entire star realm, with its largest diameter exceeding 1 million kilometers, the native life force it has nurtured is also extremely powerful. All of this has made Wanhan Star Realm incredibly chaotic, with constant warfare. Today, Wanhan Star Realm, in one mysterious location beneath the continuous glaciers, deep underground. Within a majestic hall, a figure in a purple robe sat cross-legged, silently tapping the projection light screen in front of him, browsing through a large amount of information, with both text and video. If one looked closely, they would see that Li Yuan was appearing in the video. After perusing all the information, he pondered for a long while. Huh. With a wave of his hand, the figure in the purple robe tapped the light screen, entering a special communication channel. Dial. Drip. Drip. As time passed, the figure in the purple robe waited patiently. A full 10 minutes later, Zixin. What's the matter? You need to call me directly. A deep voice sounded. Number 3. This time, it's your turn to take action, the figure in the purple robe said with a raspy voice. I need you to kill someone. Who? The deep voice referred to as Number 3 asked. The newly emerging genius from Sha country, Li Yuan. The figure in the purple robe named the target. He is currently at Kunlun Martial University. Impossible. The deep voice resolutely refused. I'm aware of his file as well, but such large-scale publicity is definitely the high echelons of Starfire Martial Hall using him as bait. Even if I go, the failure rate is extremely high. I even suspect that he's not at Kunlun Martial University and has already been secretly moved, said the deep voice. There's no need to worry about that, the figure in the purple robe said. He is indeed at Kunlun Martial University, without a doubt. This has been verified by us through multiple covert checks in the past few days. We all know Starfire Martial Hall is luring us in, but the bait is real. And we must take this bait, even if it means the fish dies, we must take the bait. Li Yuan poses too great a threat, no matter how the other side is enticing us. There's one truth in the promotional video. He indeed has the potential to reach the semi-divine level, the figure in the purple robe said. No one wants the 7 stars human civilization to gain an additional demigod. The one called Number 3 fell silent. Indeed. This is clearly a trap, but the bait is real. This is an obvious stratagem. Precisely because we know it's a trap, we're not dispatching top-grade origin martial artists. It would mean certain death, the figure in the purple robe said. Only you, who practice the Blood Shadow star technique. Once you send out a Blood Shadow incarnation. Even if the 7 stars human civilization sends a demigod lying in wait here, at most they can kill your clone. Even at the cost of losing a Blood Shadow incarnation, he must be killed. Besides, we've verified that Bai Shan semi-divine is in the capital guarding Dan Tai Feng. Number 3 kept silent. In Sha country, or rather, on Blue Star, there are only a few demigod-level existences. If Bai Shan is not at Kunlun Martial University, then if he makes a move, the chances of success are indeed high. At least the chance of perishing is very small. Can't we wait a little longer? There will always be an opportunity, Number 3 said in a low voice. Do you think, after missing this chance, the 7 stars human civilization will give us another opportunity? The figure in the purple robe sighed. After this battle, Li Yuan will definitely go to Feixing. Are you thinking of assassinating him under Dongfang Ji's watchful eye? Number 3 fell silent again. 3 blood demon heart fruits. The figure in the purple robe finally threw out the offer, sufficient to compensate for the loss of your Blood Shadow incarnation in battle. Fine, Number 3 finally agreed. He knew that this time, the clan was indeed sparing no expense. Time elapsed, and in the blink of an eye, it was February 16th, leaving only 2 days until the finals of the virtual battle. After 4 in the afternoon, Li Yuan, who had been going out for several days in a row, unusually stayed at home today. Because the sky poured with torrential rain, clouds heavy and the atmosphere gloomy. In such weather, it was naturally more comfortable to stay at home. Stellar Spear Technique, the 3rd layer, Galaxy Convergence. Li Yuan was in the underground martial arts room, seriously practicing his spear technique. The shadows of the spear shifted, the air itself seemed to twist, and even the solid walls of the martial arts room were scored with numerous scratches while the floor had become uneven. The martial arts room, which was strong enough to withstand the full-on combat of a level 19 martial artist, was showing signs of wear under the daily intensive training from Li Yuan. After practicing for a long while, Li Yuan finally stopped. It looks like I'll need to apply for a new place from the school after this competition, he mumbled to himself, scanning the walls and floor. The school had many specially made houses with larger martial arts rooms and better materials that could easily withstand the bursts of a normal prime warrior's training. However, their construction was much more expensive and required a personal application. Li Yuan guessed that the school teachers had probably never seen a freshman requesting to change villas before. Whoosh! Li Yuan slowly retracted his spear, his breath gradually stabilizing as he glanced at the Divine Palace panel. After stepping into the intermediate rank of the 5th stage, my spear technique's progression has indeed slowed down. Life level: 19.7, first rank, fist strength, 63,900 kilograms. Speed: 110.9 meters per second. Spiritual power, level 30.3. Willpower: level 32. Spiritual awakening level, 37.9%, current limit 40%. Star Meridian. Level 11, training efficiency 10 plus 0.5. Skill realm: spear technique, 5th stage 32%, movement technique, 5th stage 32%, fist technique, perfection. My physical quality has been steadily improving, Li Yuan thought. Even willpower has improved by 1 level after such a long period of honing with the visualization method. But the progress of the spirit, as well as spear and movement techniques, was sharply declining. Or rather, it's not that Li Yuan's progress was slow, but that his techniques and spiritual power were quickly under transformation, and the disparity between each level afterward was becoming increasingly vast. Especially the techniques. It should be noted that Li Yuan, relying on a flying heaven-level soul, managed to extrapolate his spear technique from 20% of the 5th stage to 29% in just about half a month. I've just broken through to the intermediate rank of the 5th stage, and it should be the time of rapid advancement. Practicing my spear technique every day, I feel the progress myself, Li Yuan thought. But after a week, it only improved by 2%. The progress would only get slower in the future. At this rate, Li Yuan felt it would take at least half a year to reach the limit of the intermediate rank of the 5th stage, let alone when he could step into the high rank of the 5th stage. That's an unknown. No wonder they say that for Blue Star's top geniuses, managing to reach the perfection level of the 5th stage before the age of 30 means they're extremely successful, Li Yuan reflected. Now, he had a personal understanding of this. This was still under the circumstances of having a flying heaven-level soul. Without it, his progress would have slowed even more. Suddenly, Li Yuan vaguely sensed something and subconsciously looked up, whispering to himself, "Teacher?" Even though he was practicing in the underground martial arts room, Li Yuan's spiritual power was always radiating outward. The entire villa, and even the movements in the vicinity, could hardly escape Li Yuan's divine sense perception. In terms of perception ability, although Li Yuan was not on par with a real flying heaven warrior, he outclassed many prime warriors. Time to greet the teacher, Li Yuan moved, placing the Black Chen spear back on the weapon rack. He had already left the underground martial arts room. "Teacher, what brings you here all of a sudden today?" Li Yuan said with a smile as he welcomed Li Yang through the door. After brewing some tea, Li Yuan sat down with Li Yang in the living room on the 1st floor, making themselves comfortable on the sofa. "Just dropping by to see how you're doing," Li Yang said with a smile. "The school suspended classes this week to allow students to watch the battles, but I've noticed you've never gone to the competition space." Busy with training, Li Yuan responded with a smile, without much explanation. To watch the battles? In fact, Li Yuan had gone a few times. He'd watched 1 or 2 matches involving high-level fighters like Jin Huguo and Dan Taifeng, but as for the other matchups, they were a pure waste of time. Li Yuan naturally did not go, so it seemed as if he hardly ever appeared in the competition space. "How is your spear technique coming along?" Li Yang asked with a smile. "Difficult," Li Yuan replied with a nod. "Haha, to hear a peerless genius like you say it's difficult means that it must indeed be challenging," Li Yang laughed. "The cultivation of 5th stage skills is a step-by-step process of comprehending the cosmos, making the body gradually blend with the world. It's really tough, but your speed of progress is already quite strong." Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. Indeed, he was fast enough. "Don't worry too much. Even though Nevsky's breakthrough is confirmed, And there are several like Yin Man and Kunali who are suspected to have made breakthroughs. Even if they have, it won't have been for long, Li Yong said cheerfully. The gap is very small, and in a fight to the death. It depends even more on your performance in the moment. Li Yuan nodded slightly. From his own experience, in a fight between 5th stage experts, if the gap in skills exceeded 10%, it was usually difficult to win. But if the difference was only 5% or even less, the disparity in strength was minimal. The elimination rounds will end today, and tonight the final 10 slots for the finals will be decided, Li Yong said. If you're interested, you might want to take a look. It's not that meaningful, Li Yuan replied, shaking his head with a smile. Mostly it's 5th stages against 4ths, and there's only one battle between 5th stages. I'll see if I have the time. All right, it's up to you, said Li Yong with a laugh. In this virtual battle, the emergence of high-level 5th stage fighters wasn't particularly plentiful, with only 21 talents including the 2 who had broken through in the knockout stages. Not too few, but not too many either. However, with Li Yuan and Dan Taifeng, 2 freshman participants in this finals, this virtual battle was destined to be remembered by posterity. Li Yong did not talk about the idea of seizing the championship. Although the higher echelons of Kunlun Martial University harbored this desire, none of them actually mentioned it, as they all did not want to impose too much pressure on Li Yuan. There are a few more things, Li Yong said cheerfully. First is the Dragon Spirit Heart Fruit, which I've managed to purchase through other channels. It's already arranged to be sent to Zhang City. Dragon Spirit Heart Fruit? Li Yuan's eyes lit up, unable to hide the excitement in his gaze. Yes, there will be no mistake, Li Yong said. I'll arrange for a medical team as well, to ensure that your uncle is safe and sound and fully recovered. Li Yong understood Li Yuan's worries and knew what Li Yuan cared for the most. Thank you, teacher, Li Yuan said earnestly. Ha ha, I should be the one thanking you, Li Yong laughed. Just a Dragon Spirit Heart Fruit, it's nothing compared to what I've gained. Some things Li Yong didn't mention. His spiritual power had transformed to the Flying Heaven level, and after just half a month of cultivation, he had already vaguely seen the hope of a breakthrough. The bottleneck was loosening. Another matter is about that suspect from an alien race you discovered last time in Jiangnan province, Li Yong said. You remember, right? After the investigation these days, we have preliminarily confirmed. It indeed is a spy from the Tinliang clan, although we haven't completely netted them yet. Really an alien race? A mysterious light flickered in Li Yuan's eyes. So, the Divine Palace's inquiry could actually lock onto alien spies? Alas, the Divine Palace inquiry can only identify those within 10 levels above one's own, and can't probe beyond that threshold. Yes, your eyes are indeed sharp, Li Yong laughed. Although we haven't completely closed the net, the merit you're due has already been preliminarily counted towards you. Plus the great merit you earned in the Fierce Feather Star Realm's Flying Serpent Valley. Just like in that very popular promotional video you made recently, you've already qualified for a 3rd-class gold medal, Li Yong said. There should be an official award ceremony for you soon. A gold medal? Li Yuan's heart stirred. This was an honor that most prime warriors didn't possess, which also entailed many privileges. How is the situation in the Mingshu Star Realm now? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. When you and Lu Jing first helped us establish that rudimentary base, ahead of the Tinliang clan. Now we've almost locked in the victory. It's just that the battle with the Tinliang clan is very fierce, and we have suffered many casualties, Li Yong said with emotion. As the first discoverer of the mine, I estimate in another 10 days or half a month, once the battle situation is completely over. Then, the rewards will be distributed. All right, Li Yuan nodded slightly. According to Senior Lu Jing, should we finally seize control, at least there should be a reward of 10 billion blue star coins for myself. Which is astounding. Money, Li Yuan had always taken very seriously. For instance, there were over 10 billion blue star coins to Li Yuan's name now, which might seem plentiful. But once one becomes a prime warrior, just buying some treasures for cultivating origin power secret techniques, body secret techniques, each is a veritable gold pit. This amount of money was simply not enough. This was also why Li Yuan was so eager to aim for the top 3 or even first place in the virtual battle. It was not only to prove to the higher-ups in Sha country that they chose the right person. On the other hand, just the heavenly materials treasures worth 20 billion blue star coins alone were incredibly attractive. After sending off teacher Li Yang, who had informed Li Yuan of many things, it also gave him plenty to think about and reflect on regarding his own cultivation. He had just returned to the underground martial arts room. Master, Lin Lanyue is calling. The voice of the assistant AI sounded. Video communication. Lanyue? Li Yuan paused, then said, answer, beep. Countless beams of light shot out, quickly converging to form a holographic projection screen. In the projection appeared a figure in a red robe. Lanyue, Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. Why are you suddenly looking for me? Throughout this long period, through countless interactions and encounters, their relationship had become very good, already subtly surpassing that of mere classmates. It's nothing urgent. I'm just about to head to Feixing, so I wanted to tell you before I leave, Lin Lanyue said with a gentle smile. After all, once I enter the Star Realm, it will be difficult to keep in touch. The fierce Feather Star Realm? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. He had learned the name of the Star Realm from their last conversation 2 days prior and had looked up some information. It was a second-level Star Realm, highly dangerous. The overall situation bore some resemblance to the Mingshu Star Realm. It seemed that a grand battle had not erupted, yet it was filled with secrets and perils. The native existence of flying heaven level in the fierce Feather Star Realm was not few. Lin Lanyue nodded and smiled. The itinerary is already arranged. I can't watch you win the championship in the virtual battle, so I'll just have to congratulate you when I come back alive. Okay, for your congratulations, I will do my best to win the championship too, Li Yuan laughed. Then Li Yuan changed the topic and couldn't help asking, will there be any danger to life? As he finished asking, he shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. What a foolish question. How could there be no danger to life when adventuring in the Star Realm? There is danger. But for me, some things must be done. If not now, I'll still have to do them later, Lin Lanyue said calmly. I have no choice. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Though Lin Lanyue didn't say much, Li Yuan could guess some of it. The children of great families did not have it as carefree as ordinary people imagined, and aside from a few profligates, most of them fought very hard. And in fact, Lin Lanyue's rate of improvement in strength had somewhat exceeded Li Yuan's expectations. Over the span of half a year, Lin Lanyue's martial arts skills had progressed from the early 4th level to high-ranked 4th level. Although not as advanced as Tian Dazhuang's level, the progress was still striking. As time passed, the two of them continued to chat slowly. Make sure to come back alive, Li Yuan finally couldn't help saying, a hint of inexplicable worry in his heart. I will. After hanging up the video call with Lin Lanyue, Li Yuan felt an unexplained sense of anxiety and worry within. Hopefully, everything will be fine. Li Yuan shook his head, pushing down various thoughts and trying to calm his heart. He continued to practice in silence. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from where Li Yuan was unaware, in a small town, within an inconspicuous house. Blood Shadow. A black-robed figure stood in the room. In front of him was another figure. The figure looked exactly like him but was dressed in a blood-colored robe, emanating a strange aura. Rainy night. Perhaps it truly is a heaven-sent opportunity, the black-robed figure mused as he sat there, deep in thought. Whoosh! That blood-robed figure moved slightly, blending in with the darkness as if merging with the shadows. He was heading toward Kunlun Martial University. Spanning hundreds of kilometers, a flying heaven warrior, if flying at full speed, could arrive in just a few minutes. However, that would make too much noise. For number 3, he knew for certain that there would be flying heaven peakers guarding Kunlun Martial University, protecting Li Yuan. If he were to fully unleash his power, he might be intercepted before he could even get close. Fight with a flying heaven warrior? Number 3 was not interested. As one of the most terrifying assassins of the Tinliang civilization infiltrating the 7 Stars human civilization, he was an ace, rarely making a move. But once he did, it would be earth-shattering, and the target's value astonishingly high. Across the Blue Star, targets of Li Yuan's caliber had not appeared for a long time. It should be noted that even for Yu Jing, number 3, after some analysis, had chosen to refrain from acting, unwilling to take the risk. But Li Yuan? No choice. Geniuses of the 7 stars human civilization, if only having the potential to reach the peak of flying heaven, are not worth my effort. Number 3 was clear on this. Only those with the potential to become demigods. The flying heaven realm, it was only the beginning of transcending the mundane, still carrying the word mundane. They still fell within the understanding of ordinary people and could theoretically still be killed using conventional technological weapons. A demigod, however, already had a touch of the divine. A civilization can only stabilize itself by giving birth to demigods, like a tree with a main trunk that can flourish and become lush. If a civilization can produce a group of demigods, then it can truly be considered powerful, standing tall between heaven and earth, fearless of most storms. According to the records, Xia country gave birth to a total of 3 demigods. Number 3's true body sat cross-legged in the inconspicuous house in the small town. His consciousness was entirely focused on the blood shadow incarnation, which blended into the rainy night and continued to move forward. The stealth speed of the blood shadow incarnation was very slow. It only moved a few hundred meters per second. However, whether it was rivers and mountains along the way or the streets and houses of the towns they passed, mere terrain offered no obstacle to his progress. 1. Dongfang Ji, stationed at Feixing. 1. Dantai Lai, guarding the entrance to the Wanhan star realm. Only the oldest star lord Bai Shan remains, far away in the central capital of Xia country. After I kill him and turn into a shadow to flee, Bai Shan will take at least 10 minutes to arrive, and he won't be able to track me, number 3 thought to himself. The other flying heavens secretly guarding? They can at most kill my blood shadow incarnation. He had absolute confidence in the star techniques he practiced. Star techniques. They were mighty powers developed based on the star meridians in the body, requiring immense origin power to drive. Any star technique, once mastered, held unbelievable power. The stronger and more numerous the star meridians, the more potent and numerous the star techniques that can be cultivated. The life star is the source, the star meridians are the foundation. For instance, the 2 major star techniques that number 3 practiced, blood shadow star technique and shadow star technique, allowed him to create blood shadow incarnations and to move unseen in darkness, respectively, both unique even among the Tinliang clan. Those 2 major star techniques, working together, had allowed him to breach the defenses guarded by demigods of the 7 stars human civilization and infiltrate Blue Star. Direct combat. Number 3 was rather average at the flying heaven level. But under the combined effect of the 2 star techniques, he became an extremely terrifying flying heaven assassin. This was also why the Tinliang clan chose him for the task. Choose any other infiltrator? Spy? They would undoubtedly die facing the traps set by the 7 stars human civilization. Only number 3, he was sufficiently confident. About 15 minutes later, number 3's blood shadow incarnation was gradually getting close to the location of Kunlun Martial University, becoming increasingly cautious in his movements. Many powerful beings. Number 3's consciousness, hidden in the incarnation, carefully perceived his surroundings while concealing his aura. He dared not release his spiritual power at all. Kunlun Martial University, as one of the 7 stars human civilization's vital places, was constantly staffed by more than 4 flying heaven warriors, each of whom felt as scorching as the sun to number 3's senses. Fortunately, the blood shadow incarnation was not number 3's true form, carrying little of his soul power, difficult for other flying heaven levels to detect. At the same time, number 3 could also sense that there were some extremely terrifying things hidden within Kunlun Martial University. It's the origin power array, as expected, containing lethal attacks. Number 3 became even more vigilant. Suddenly, his blood shadow incarnation stopped, frowning. The rainy night is conducive to my advance. The weather can interfere with one's perception. But today's rain is far too heavy, abnormally heavy. Downpours like this in the northwest of Xia country during winter? But number 3 didn't think much of it, as so far, he hadn't noticed anything particularly out of the ordinary. Time passed. Finally, number 3 infiltrated outside the villa area belonging to the 6th Institute, but he dared not be the slightest bit careless. As expected, there is a flying heaven-level existence closely guarding such obvious spiritual fluctuation. Number 3 continued as the map directed. At this moment, he was only about 500 meters away from Li Yuan's villa, and he didn't dare to get any closer because he sensed a flying heaven-level presence within that villa. The aura didn't seem very strong, but it undoubtedly belonged to the flying heaven level. Wait. Number 3 was very patient, completely concealing his own aura, blending perfectly into the darkness. Instead, he felt reassured. If there were indeed an enormous trap laid, the 7 stars human civilization would not leave such a glaring loophole. Perhaps, the 7 stars human civilization's lethal trap is intended to lure top-grade origin martial artists into attacking, number 3 thought. Time continued to flow. The rain gradually lessened, and the clouds covering Kunlun Martial University began to disperse, revealing the first light of dawn. A new day, which seemed to promise good weather. This blood shadow incarnation was now completely concealed, with both blood circulation and heartbeats nearly non-existent. He silently stared at the beautiful villa, waiting for the villa owner to come out, or for the flying heaven-level bodyguard to leave. He waited until daylight grew brighter. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, the clouds had completely cleared, the villa's surroundings were tranquil, with only the sounds of birds and insects. Occasionally, some students would leave the other villas. Finally, at villa number 61032, the logistics department's delivery staff brought meals to the front door. Soon the door moved, and a young man dressed in a black practice outfit walked out. It's Li Yuan. He is a flying heaven-level soul? Number 3 was shocked to his core as he watched intently. He was able to sense other flying heaven-level beings by feeling their spiritual fluctuations, a secret technique he had cultivated. Number 3 then realized what had happened from last night until now. The flying heaven-level guardian he believed in was actually Li Yuan himself. This was absolutely staggering news. A first-rank martial artist, possessing a flying heaven-level soul? Perhaps some demigods could pay a great price to accomplish this, but what would be the point? Normally no one would do such a thing. Many thoughts flashed through number 3's mind as he considered all the possibilities. The next instant. Kill. Number 3's blood shadow incarnation acted in a flash, without a hint of murderous intent. The sword was already thrust out abruptly. Swoosh. There was not the slightest disturbance in the air. 500 meters? For a flying heaven-level being, they could easily fly at the speed of sound, and even several times faster when going all out. In just 1 second, number 3's blood shadow incarnation would be able to kill Li Yuan. Resist. No matter how skilled you are as a first-rank warrior, there is no chance of survival. Kai, in an instant, number 3's blood shadow figure had already covered 300 meters, leaving less than 200 meters remaining. At that moment, Li Yuan had just received his breakfast from the delivery person. You're as good as dead. The eyes of the blood shadow incarnation turned icy, and a thread of killing intent finally revealed itself. Thank you, Li Yuan said politely, taking the breakfast. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, as his overwhelmingly powerful spiritual power instantly sensed something. Danger. Extreme danger. Li Yuan instinctively looked up. He saw a nearly transparent figure crossing the vast sky in a flash, a sword whistling as it thrust straight at him. With one glance, the assailant had closed in by dozens of meters again. Not good, Li Yuan thought, greatly alarmed. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuan instinctively cast the spiritual secret technique, Soul Shock. Escape? Li Yuan's mind reacted quickly, but his body was too slow to support any attempt at escape. Boom! An overwhelming wave of spiritual fluctuation swept out like a river in flood, crashing into the blood shadow incarnation's consciousness. It could only slightly affect it. As an incarnation of a flying heaven-level being, number 3's cultivated blood shadow incarnation, despite containing little soul power, was still of the flying heaven level. Blocking Li Yuan's spiritual shock wasn't difficult. At that moment, die. Number 3 could no longer hide his murderous intent. Just as number 3 thought his success was inevitable and Li Yuan believed his death was certain. Suddenly, boom! The vast sky seemed to darken, as if dense clouds and rain were enveloping it. Both Li Yuan and number 3's blood shadow incarnation instinctively sent out a thread of their consciousness. They both sensed it. Whoosh, it was a drop of rain. From a kilometer high in the sky, a drop of rain hurtled towards them. This drop was moving so quickly, far surpassing number 3's blood shadow incarnation's burst. 10 times the speed of sound? 20 times? What? Li Yuan was stunned for a moment, as he vaguely saw many mysteries within that fleeting raindrop, containing the utmost beauty and truth of the universe, inspiring longing and reverence. It was like the ancient saying, "Hear the way in the morning, and you can die content in the evening." At that moment, from that single raindrop, Li Yuan had a vague glimpse of the way, an origin of everything he sought after.
A single raindrop. Insignificant at a glance, but when it embodies profound and supreme mystery, it holds an incomparable might.
Pucci. The raindrop had crossed the heavens and earth, landing on the forehead of number 3's blood shadow incarnation, where a flicker of terror flashed through his eyes. The law? It's the legendary law's profound meaning. Number 3's consciousness dissipated instantly. In silence, the body, nearly transparent and with a robe faintly tinged with blood red, burst apart like a bubble. Only weapons and combat armor fell to the ground, a single raindrop. A flying heaven-level force had fallen. This, Li Yuan was stunned, swallowing reflexively. The delivery person beside him was even more baffled, far weaker and not even fully realizing what had just occurred. That was? Li Yuan looked up towards the sky, not having noticed before, but now finally seeing clearly. At a kilometer's height, a young figure in black clothes was standing in midair. Eye contact. As Li Yuan looked up at him, the black-clothed figure also looked down, peering at Li Yuan. Boom! Li Yuan felt as if his very soul were thundering, his entire spiritual view dominated by the presence of the figure in black. A divine being. At that moment, to Li Yuan, the figure in black clothes seemed an omnipotent deity. It was truly terrifying. At that moment, Li Yuan even had an illusion. It seemed that with just a thought from the other party, he could be killed. Boom! Li Yuan's consciousness returned to clarity. "Stay here and be good," a gentle voice came into Li Yuan's ear. The next instant, in Li Yuan's vision, the black-clothed figure a kilometer up in the sky took one step, and the light around him seemed to twist. Then he disappeared without a trace. Boom! The sense of overcast clouds enveloping the world also vanished in an instant, and Li Yuan was completely back to normal. Who was that? Li Yuan was indescribably shocked in his heart. He believed that the black-clothed figure he had just seen was definitely the most terrifying existence he had ever witnessed in his life. Without a doubt, he was definitely one of the peak existences of human civilization, far surpassing the average flying heaven level. After all, Li Yuan had seen Dean Hai, a flying heaven warrior, and the sense of oppression he brought couldn't even begin to be compared to the other party. They were not in the same league at all. A single raindrop, to kill a flying heaven-level warrior? Li Yuan recalled the scene just now, a shiver going through his heart. It was utterly unimaginable. It had surpassed Li Yuan's understanding. Is it the power of heaven and earth? Sixth stage techniques? Many guesses emerged in Li Yuan's mind. Or even more sophisticated levels of skill? It was too fantastical. If the other party had used a weapon, a sword or spear to kill the opponent, Li Yuan, while still shocked, would somewhat understand the realm of that power. But just a raindrop flicked from a fingertip. How was that possible? Is that mysterious and terrifying existence someone beyond the level of flying heaven? Has he been protecting me all along? Li Yuan already thought of many possibilities in his heart. The assassination plot with himself as bait was most likely controlled by that black silhouette in the background. Just as Li Yuan was lost in his wild thoughts, less than 10 seconds passed. Boom! Boom! 2 streaks of light swept across the vast sky, and 2 shadows flashed across the earth at high speed before rapidly converging into solid figures. One of them was Dean Hai. Their speed was fast, but in their unity of heaven and man state, The disturbances they caused as they advanced were not too great. You too? The delivery person was slack-jawed with amazement. Even with a slow reaction, he had a vague realization that he might have just experienced something significant. You can leave now, Dean Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, the delivery person nodded repeatedly, leaping onto the flying vessel and quickly drove it away. He did not want to get involved at all. Silence fell over the grassland. Li Yuan. Are you all right? Dean Hai had landed on the ground and approached Li Yuan, his voice urgent. Are you hurt? Dean Hai stared at Li Yuan. He was worried about Li Yuan's safety. Just now, both of them had suddenly sensed a terrifying fluctuation of the power of heaven and earth erupting. Especially Dean Hai, his first thought was of Li Yuan. Dean. Li Yuan shook his head. I'm fine. I was just saved by a mysterious black-clothed predecessor. The two great flying heaven warriors looked at each other, already having a rough understanding of what had transpired. It must be the Chancellor, Dean Hai muttered. Definitely, the other person, a lady in white, nodded firmly. According to the plan, we were just a cover, responsible for secret surveillance and protection, while the Chancellor took the lead. The Chancellor? Li Yuan was stunned. Was that mysterious black-clothed man the Chancellor of Kunlun Martial University? Phew. Dean Hai waved his hand, and the weapons and combat armor lying at a distance flew before the two of them. Then a strand of origin power filament shot out from Dean Hai's hand, directly infusing the weapons. He seemed to be conducting an inquiry, after just a few seconds. Indeed, they are third-rank weapons. Only flying heaven warriors with an origin pill as their core or prime warriors who have mastered true intent can activate them, Dean Hai slowly said. The assassin, with a 99% probability, is of the flying heaven level. A flying heaven level spy. But there's no fluctuation of an origin pill vanishing. It must be the doppelganger technique. This is a very high-end star technique. Among our warriors, very few in our civilization have successfully cultivated it, Dean Hai said with a serious face. If nothing unexpected has happened, the assassin must be Shadow, the most fearsome flying heaven assassin of the Tinliang clan infiltrated within our Blue Star. Clearly, Dean Hai knew a lot and was privy to many secrets. Shadow. Upon hearing this, the white-clothed woman's face changed slightly, and she couldn't help but look towards Li Yuan. To think that Shadow personally made a move to assassinate you. You really live up to being recognized by the higher-ups as Blue Star's #1 talent of the future. Li Yuan was taken aback. The #1 talent of the future of Blue Star? Did the higher-ups have such high expectations for him? Li Yuan, don't worry too much, Dean Hai said. Surely you must have noticed, from the release of the short video to the Chancellor personally guarding, in reality, it was a killing formation deliberately set up, orchestrated by the Chancellor himself. Not telling you was just to make everything appear more real, to force the most terrifying of the infiltrators to show themselves. The Chancellor dared to do so because he was absolutely confident, Dean Hai said earnestly. Understood. Li Yuan nodded. Sometimes, the higher-ups not telling him in advance naturally have their considerations. Li Yuan couldn't help but say, Dean Hai, who exactly is the Chancellor? One move to kill a flying heaven level. With such strength, not only terrifying, was he merely the Chancellor of Kunlun Martial University? Could it be that all over Blue Star there were a large group of such terrifying beings? Dean Hai and the woman in white looked at each other. In fact, you've heard his name before, Dean Hai said with a smile. Heard it before? Li Yuan became even more confused. Previously, you were not qualified to know, but now you are nearly qualified. Dean Hai smiled. The headmaster of Kunlun Martial University is just the least noticeable amongst his many identities. He has two other identities. One identity is as the Star Master of the Seven-Star Alliance. The other identity is the Hall Master of the Starfire Blue Star headquarters, Dean Hai said with a laugh. Li Yuan listened, dumbstruck. The Star Master of the Seven-Star Alliance. He had heard about that from Li Yong. But the Hall Master of the Starfire Blue Star headquarters? This. Among the three great martial halls, the Starfire Martial Hall is subtly ranked first. To be the Hall Master of Blue Star is absolutely one of the pinnacle existences of Blue Star. Then why would he be at our school? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. Why would such a supreme existence come to be a headmaster? He did not come to be the headmaster, Dean Hai said with a faint smile. The location of our Kunlun Martial University happens to include a star realm, named the Kunlun Star Realm, which is also a second-level star realm. Over the past few decades, it has been showing a trend of upgrading to a third-level star realm. Kunlun Star Realm? Li Yuan held his breath. Every additional third-level star realm is a disaster to the entire human civilization. It is from that time that the headmaster came to assume the role, Dean Hai said with a laugh. Being the headmaster is incidental. In fact, he is responsible for guarding the entry and exit of the star realm. To prevent any unexpected incidents, Li Yuan suddenly understood. The headmaster's name is Fang Hai, Dean Hai said with an enigmatic smile. Yes, the very Fang Hai I used to mention to you so often. Fang Hai? The headmaster is Fang Hai? Li Yuan's eyes bulged out in shock. As Li Yuan was chatting with Dean Hai, 300 kilometers away from Kunlun Martial University, in a small town, inside a house. The mystery of the law. A demigod. Has Sha country birthed another demigod? Number 3, clad in a black robe and having failed in his assassination, felt extremely shaken. He could have never imagined that a demigod was secretly protecting this place. Demigods on Blue Star could be counted on one's fingers. Without any hesitation, whoosh, number 3 immediately fled for his life. He was indeed scared. If it was a flying heaven warrior, he was confident that he could escape without the opposition tracking him, but a demigod, especially one who grasped the mystery of the law, it was truly terrifying. Whatever dreadful methods the other party possessed were beyond number 3's estimation. Without a sound, without alerting anyone, number 3 had already escaped the town's vicinity and sprinted into the vast barren mountains and ranges. At this moment, he didn't even dare to burst forth at full speed, fearing he might cause too much disturbance in the natural world. Phew! As he kept fleeing, just a few minutes later, number 3 had already escaped by over 100 kilometers, letting out a sigh of relief internally. Having escaped this far, and considering the previous 300 kilometers, he should be beyond reach now, right? He had arrived at a vast and undulating mountain range. The sky to the northwest was boundless, out of the blue. Whoosh! The color of the world changed. What was once a sunny sky instantly became overcast with clouds, followed by countless raindrops being spawned out of nowhere, pouring down. The whole world seemed transformed. Not good, number 3, who had just relaxed, turned pale, and no longer caring for caution, burst out with full force, his body burning with endless golden light, and his speed skyrocketing to more than 5 times the speed of sound. He soared into the sky, attempting to break out of the scope of the gloomy rainy weather. Whoosh! Yet again, a single raindrop, containing boundless terrifying power, shot towards the golden figure in a flash. Too fast. The speed of the raindrop far exceeded that of the golden figure, giving him a sensation of unavoidable doom. Again. Number 3's expression changed, but his true strength as a primary entity was not comparable to that of a doppelganger. He suddenly roared, "Get lost!" Whoosh! A dazzling golden light flashed by, ferociously striking at the raindrop. SS's in a silent collision, number 3's charged attack instantly dissipated, and his entire body was violently thrown back, coughing up blood, his arms exploding into pieces. The entire figure plummeted towards the ground on all sides. He was severely wounded. Boom! Number 3 crashed into the ground full of rubble, the terrifying force causing the earth to tremble, smashing a large crater and kicking up countless clods of earth. Number 3 struggled to get up and thought to continue fleeing. Whoosh! But an invisible force was already surging in from all directions, pinning him down so hard that even flying became difficult. Whoosh! A rope suddenly descended from the void, instantly binding both his arms and legs. In the distance high in the sky, the light warped and then returned to normal as a figure in a black robe seemed to step out from the void. He walked right up to number 3. Number 3 stared fiercely at the other party, trying to struggle, but could not break free. "Shadow, I have been waiting for this day for a long time," said a young man in black with a faint smile. "The last time we met was over 30 years ago, wasn't it?" Over 30 years ago. Number 3 was stunned. Then his pupils constricted as if he realized something and almost cried out, "You're Fang Hai?" To be commended, Shadow, you have a good memory, the young man in black replied with a faint smile. Back then, you attempted to assassinate me 3 times. Today, I set a trap once. Quite fair, I'd say. It's just a pity that your strength has improved too slowly. You were at the 31st level back then, and now you are still only at the 33rd level. Cultivation is slow? Upon hearing Fang Hai's words, number 3 felt like vomiting blood. It had risen 2 levels in several decades. That was a very normal standard within the Flying Heaven realm. After all, in most cases, when Flying Heaven warriors mentioned peak Flying Heaven experts, they were usually referring to level 35 martial artists. At the Flying Heaven level, the gap in strength between each level was very large. As for those above level 36, they were not normally achievable within the Flying Heaven realm and required extremely harsh foundational requirements. Haha, it's such a pity that I didn't kill you back then, number 3 suddenly laughed ferociously. Especially the 3rd assassination attempt, just a little bit more, and if Bai Shan hadn't arrived in time, you would have been dead for sure. Just a little bit, number 3 thought with unwillingness. Decades ago, the most dazzling talent in the entire Blue Star and the 7-star human civilization was Fang Hai. As the most terrifying assassin of the Tinliang clan infiltrated within Blue Star, he had struck multiple times. Even risking assassination under the protection of a demigod, he failed. The 3rd assassination attempt cost him his Blood Shadow incarnation, but he still managed to retreat safely, just never getting another chance to assassinate Fang Hai. Because, after the 3rd attempt, by the time he had cultivated another Blood Shadow incarnation, Fang Hai had already entered the Flying Heaven level. Fang Hai looked at his opponent calmly, not the least bit angry. I can sense that you are still at the Flying Heaven level, number 3 stared intently at Fang Hai. At the Flying Heaven level, yet you have grasped a trace of the law's mystery. Your talent is truly unbelievable. The 7-star human civilization has always propagated that you were trapped at the Flying Heaven peak, but somehow, you have already reached this stage. He felt some hatred in his heart. If he was already so formidable at the Flying Heaven level, what if he broke through to become a demigod? With a stronger foundation and further comprehension of the mystery of heaven and earth. How strong would he become? Number 3 dared not even imagine. He could vaguely see that another terrifying existence, comparable to Dongfang Ji, was rising. And Fang Hai, so powerful yet deliberately not breaking through, what was he waiting for? Number 3 couldn't figure it out. When I was a prime warrior, you couldn't kill me, Fang Hai said faintly. Now? My strength is not something you can fathom. You indeed are formidable, number 3 stared at Fang Hai, his voice hoarse. Tell me, how did you track me down? This was his biggest confusion. His Blood Shadow incarnation had died, and he thought he fled at the first opportunity. How did Fang Hai, a Flying Heaven martial artist, manage it? No need to ask more, Fang Hai said faintly. Although he had captured his opponent, Fang Hai had no intention of revealing his secrets. There might still be ways for his opponent to send messages. A strange smile appeared on number 3's face. Back then, even Bai Shan semi-divine couldn't track me, but you could. You must have cultivated some kind of tracking star technique with an extremely terrifying perception. Haha, I'm certainly going to die, he said. But Blue Star, as well as the entire 7-star human civilization, will definitely be annihilated by us. Number 3 suddenly laughed out loud. Laughing. Boom! A terrifying fluctuation suddenly exploded from within him, fierce and surging origin power roared, and then blasted out in all directions. The ropes that were originally binding number 3 couldn't withstand such a terrible shock at all. Whoosh! Origin pill self-destruction. Fang Hai frowned slightly and instantly retreated backwards, following the terrifying origin power shockwave that swept out like a storm in all directions. A tremendous shockwave also headed straight for Fang Hai. Suppress. Fang Hai pointed from afar. Rustle, rustle, countless raindrops appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, they condensed into an invisible giant hand that protected Fang Hai. Rumble. It was like the explosion of a small nuclear bomb. The whole world thunderously exploded, and the terrible impact covered several kilometers, the shockwaves sweeping even further. Fang Hai was also engulfed. Whoosh! 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 The sky clouded over with threatening rain, which then poured down like a deluge. Not long after, on the desolate plain, everything quieted down. Except for a big crater at the original spot, and the shockwave traveling in all directions, it seemed as though nothing had happened. Who could have thought? A powerful flying heaven warrior had just perished here. Indeed, a decisive move. I intended to be patient and talk until Bai Shan arrived. Fang Hai still stood in the same spot, frowning slightly. The flying heaven level self-destruction couldn't hurt him, it didn't even dirty his clothes. Though his realm was profound, he was only in the flying heaven realm after all. He couldn't seal the origin pill of a flying heaven warrior. In short, if a flying heaven warrior wanted to self-destruct in front of him, he couldn't stop it. Of course. If Fang Hai had been decisive enough just now and immediately decapitated his opponent, number 3 wouldn't have been able to self-destruct either. Fang Hai waited quietly in place, waving his hand. Many weapons lying on the ground fell into his hand. There are some treasures. Fang Hai glanced over them briefly and paid no further attention. More than 10 minutes later, whoosh! A flash of white light appeared, and as the light solidified, an old man in white stood nearby. It was the Star Lord Bai Shan, who had interacted with Fang Hai before. Is he dead? Star Lord Bai Shan looked around. He's dead. He wanted to self-destruct his origin pill, and I couldn't stop it, Fang Hai said faintly. You're too slow. I rushed as fast as I could, arriving at the earliest moment, Bai Shan glared. Fang Hai smiled. He knew that the other party had been speeding over. Did you gain anything? Star Lord Bai Shan asked. Isn't killing the infiltrator the biggest gain? As for the rest, as a top-notch infiltrator, he wouldn't leave too many clues, Fang Hai said softly. Killing him is worth the many years I've lain hidden. Yes, this was the only opportunity, Star Lord Bai Shan nodded. Although I don't know if the infiltrator sent the message back, even if he didn't. It's enough for the Tinliang clan to deduce many secrets. Let them guess, Fang Hai said indifferently. Fang Hai and Star Lord Bai Shan had nothing to regret. Killing the infiltrator and removing such a deeply embedded thorn from Sha country and Blue Star was success enough. Whether it was the Tinliang clan, or for other foreign civilizations to produce a similar flying heaven-level assassin, it would also be extremely difficult. Now that the Shadow is dead, not only Sha country, but also the upper echelons of various countries across Blue Star can breathe a sigh of relief. In the past decades, Fang Hai had been concealing his strength and even whereabouts, just to prepare a killing formation at the right moment. Even before that, many flying heaven warriors didn't even know that the Dean of Kunlun Martial University was the Starfire Blue Star Hall Master. Go see Li Yuan, said Star Lord Bai Shan. Using him as bait for the setup without informing him in detail. You should still comfort him a bit to prevent any untoward thoughts from arising in his mind. As a member of the 7-star civilization, one should have such awareness. Fang Hai shook his head gently. How many things can be fully explained? When it comes to geniuses, after all, they're treated differently, laughed Star Lord Bai Shan. There's nothing different, said Fang Hai indifferently. When he takes your place, he will do the same. Star Lord Bai Shan smiled and said no more. This time, the killing formation would definitely involve Li Yuan taking risks, including promotion and making public appearances. This was an open secret. It was to tell alien civilizations that indeed, here was a top-grade talent, and you have a great chance to assassinate him, and moreover, this is a trap. So, these alien civilizations either do nothing, and as soon as they consider taking action, they can only deploy their most top-grade infiltrating combatants to have any hope of a successful assassination. Therefore, number 3 came. Having escaped from a demigod's hands on several successful occasions, number 3 had sufficient confidence. In fact, had Fang Hai not been there, number 3 would still have been able to escape unscathed. What a pity. Fang Hai, this once targeted assassin, after decades had passed, now stood at an exceedingly high level, capable of supporting a sky for the entire human civilization of the 7 stars. Let's go. Li Yuan has entered the intermediate rank of the 5th stage and is also comprehending, meaning of the stellar, said Fang Hai indifferently. As the founder of this secret manual, you should meet him. You're more suitable to guide his cultivation than I am. All right, Star Lord Bai Shan nodded. Whoosh, whoosh. The two Star Lords quickly headed toward Kunlun Martial University. Kunlun Martial University. Dean Hai and a woman in white were still inside Li Yuan's villa. Li Yang had also arrived. The previous celestial phenomenon at the school flashed by and went unnoticed by anyone other than a few flying heaven warriors, and a select number of top-grade origin martial artists like Li Yang. Other teachers and students didn't detect anything. When top-tier fighters clash, unless it's intentionally done so, or their strengths are so close that the battle becomes uncontrollable. Usually, the power is extremely focused, and the resulting disturbances are smaller. Li Yang cautiously waited at the side. Li Yuan was chatting with Dean Hai, mainly listening while the dean spoke. Through the conversation, Li Yuan learned many secrets he had never known before. These were things never revealed on the virtual networks. Not even found in the database of the Starfire Martial Hall. Of course, it might also be that Li Yuan's clearance wasn't high enough. Suddenly, Li Yuan sensed something. Dean Hai and the woman in white both looked up. A figure in black quietly appeared in the void above them.
His features were rugged, and at first glance, he looked like a young man in his late 20s, but his eyes were very profound. Dean, said Dean Hai in a situation where it was inappropriate to call him Old Fang. Dean, the woman in white, Li Yuan, and Li Yang all bowed slightly, very respectfully.
You all stay here. Li Yuan, come with me, said the young man in black indifferently, looking down at everyone. As he spoke, he turned and flew toward the high sky. Li Yuan was stunned at this scene. How can I follow? I can't fly. The next second, an invisible force suddenly enveloped Li Yuan and swiftly carried him towards the high sky. This force seemed gentle, yet it was overwhelmingly powerful, something Li Yuan couldn't possibly resist. Whiz. Whiz. The man in black took Li Yuan soaring into the sky, and as they reached high altitude, the light around both of them faintly warped and they vanished from the sight of Li Yang, Dean Hai, and the others. Dean. Where did the dean take Li Yuan? Li Yang couldn't help but ask. He should be going to the dean's office, Dean Hai said. The dean's office? Li Yang was startled, suddenly recalling that there was no such office in the entire school. Could it be that the dean's office is in the sky? Don't ask too many questions. Dean Hai glanced at Li Yang. Focus on your cultivation, and once you become a flying heaven warrior and take my place, you'll naturally find out where the dean's office is. Li Yang fell silent. This place? Such a huge flying saucer craft? Li Yuan looked around in astonishment. No matter what, Li Yuan had never imagined that such a massive flying vessel existed above the school.
Standing in the campus, one simply couldn't see this vessel.
He and the man in black were now standing on top of the craft, which had an extended platform. Without thinking much, Li Yuan's gaze involuntarily fell on the elder in white not far away. The elder wore a smile, appearing quite amiable, but Li Yuan's heart trembled, for the elder's appearance was all too familiar. Li Yuan had seen him countless times, even having the elder's commemorative statue in his home. Are you Senior Bai Shan? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. Haha, your gaze is certainly sharp, the elder in white laughed, to recognize me in a single glance. Who in Sha country doesn't recognize the venerable appearance of you, senior? Li Yuan said with a respectful smile. This respect was from the bottom of his heart. In terms of strength, naturally, Dongfang Ji was the more powerful, indisputably the first person of civilization. But within the bounds of Sha country, if speaking solely of prestige, perhaps this elder held a higher place. This was the accumulation of years, not something merely suppressible by strength alone. Li Yuan, using you as bait to set up a killing formation, you shouldn't have any objections, right? The man in black spoke indifferently, looking at Li Yuan. His gaze was very calm. None at all, it's what should be done, Li Yuan responded firmly. I trust the principal's decision. The education from an early age had long ingrained in Li Yuan this awareness. In a broader sense, the students of Martial Arts University were essentially pre-service soldiers. Even with trust, this matter poses some risk to you. After all, that is a formidable Flying Heaven assassin, Star-Lord Bai Shan said with a smile. Of course, your principal is indeed powerful, far surpassing the Flying Heaven level in some aspects. Ultimately, the result was good, Star-Lord Bai Shan said with a smile. Li Yuan nodded slightly and couldn't help but say, Principal, Dean Bai Shan, I heard from Dean Hai just now. The one who died was that Shadow's clone, right? I have found his true body and killed him, said Principal Fang Hai indifferently. Li Yuan's heart jolted with surprise, growing even more curious about the principal. So powerful? Li Yuan, don't be too surprised, Star-Lord Bai Shan said with a smile. Your principal can do it, and in a few more years, once you reach the peak of Flying Heaven, maybe you'll be able to do it too. Perhaps even stronger than your principal. Li Yuan laughed and said, the principal's past deeds have always been a goal that encourages me to move forward. Just kidding, with Principal Fang Hai standing right there, how could one casually agree with such a statement? Perhaps Star-Lord Bai Shan holds a higher status, but the current official is not as relevant as the current authority, so it's still important to follow the principal's lead. Li Yuan, Principal Fang Hai finally spoke. It was Dean Bai Shan himself who recently confirmed your selection for this year's second-class martial god inheritance quota in our Sha country. Li Yuan instantly understood the principal's intent and immediately responded respectfully, Thank you, Dean Bai Shan. A small thing. This quota, which we in Sha country must select annually, historically, most geniuses chosen were not as excellent as you, Star-Lord Bai Shan said with a smile, looking at Li Yuan with increasing favor. Among the young generation in Sha country today, you are the best, it is only fitting we chose you. Li Yuan remained silent. Fitting? Sha country has a population of over 2 billion, with countless martial arts prodigies under 30 years old. It was only an existence like Star-Lord Bai Shan who could regard this selection as trivial. Li Yuan, killing the Flying Heaven assassin infiltrator from the Tinliang clan, you've indeed earned great merit, Principal Fang Hai continued. Additionally, in the Blue Star Grand Competition virtual battle, your spear technique advanced to the intermediate rank of 5th stage, truly exceptional. Therefore, Dean Bai Shan's visit today is not only to verify the identity of that infiltrator but primarily was to meet you, Principal Fang Hai said. To meet me specially. Li Yuan held his breath. He suddenly recalled what Dean Hai had said before, that the higher-ups in Sha country placed great importance on him. Now, it seemed, this so-called higher-up was likely referring to Principal Fang Hai and Star-Lord Bai Shan. Every year, I meet with the top geniuses that have emerged in our Sha country, Dean Bai Shan said cheerfully and kindly. Don't be too constrained. Yu Jing was much more relaxed when he came to see me last year. Li Yuan was speechless. Relaxed? Yes. In theory, his potential talent might be higher than Yu Jing's, but that was all theoretical. Yu Jing, he was someone whose combat power was on par with the Flying Heaven level, with strength at hand, naturally he had more confidence. Your core practice is the stellar spear technique, and the meaning of the stellar, right? Star-Lord Bai Shan continued. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. This was no secret. Dean Bai Shan is the founder of the meaning of the stellar, Principal Fang Hai said. Many of the third-rank secret manuals openly available for free study in the Alliance today were created by Dean Bai Shan. Created by Dean Bai Shan? Li Yuan was surprised. Long ago, he had wondered who could have created those third-rank secret manuals used for the mass study of prime warriors. Second-rank secret manuals were not difficult to create. Even Li Yuan, if he spent the time, could hope to create one now, since they were just summations of methods in the use of vigor. At most, they weren't as refined as those thoroughly honed secret manuals. But third-rank secret manuals? This represented an artistic conception. One must achieve unity of heaven and man, sensing nature itself. Like Li Yuan, currently, he could only cultivate on his own. As for summarizing a secret manual? Passing it on to successors? Li Yuan wasn't capable of that? It was indescribable, indefinable. Just like how Li Yong and Dean Shu had taught Li Yuan before, they did so through repeated real combat, letting Li Yuan himself experience the moves of unity of heaven and man. Even the powerful virtual network could perfectly imitate techniques below the 4th level. But 5th stage skills? It could only imitate up to 50%. Haha, no need to be amazed, it's just a manual that guides towards the true intent of heaven and earth, Dean Bai Shan said with a laugh. When you reach the realms of your principal and me in the future, you'll likely be able to create many similar manuals, guiding the younger generations. Li Yuan smiled. If only it were really that easy. By the looks of it, the whole of Sha country might not even have a handful of people who reached the level of Principal Fang Hai and Star Lord Bai Shan. The martial god inheritance is the highest level of cultivation prepared for geniuses by the entire civilization. My Sha country cannot provide that, Dean Bai Shan said with a smile. But given your excellent performance, as your senior, I naturally should express some acknowledgement. Li Yuan's heart caught in his throat. He knew the crucial moment had arrived. The 2 star masters coming to see me definitely wouldn't just exchange pleasantries. Just like when elders meet juniors for the first time, they usually prepare a gift. The 2 hardest paths in your upcoming cultivation, the first is law creation, which is essentially awakening star veins, and this point, you should be clear about, said Star Lord Bai Shan. Li Yuan nodded. The junior understands, having perused many texts within the martial hall. Dean Fang Hai stood silently to the side, quite indifferently. You have strong spiritual power and a high level of skill, and with many methods to guide you, awakening 3 star veins will not be difficult, stated Star Lord Bai Shan. But I believe, Xiao Hai. That is, Dean Hai has probably told you that your body likely contains a higher spiritual nature. He has mentioned it, Li Yuan nodded. Your physical quality is improving very quickly, which is probably related to this, said Star Lord Bai Shan. So, my advice is that in the Prime Warrior stage, you don't need to rush into the Flying Heaven realm. Don't need to rush? Li Yuan was puzzled. So-called physical talent is actually star vein talent. Star veins are the foundation of origin power, the basis of life, Dean Fang Hai suddenly said. Your real, star vein talent, is extremely high, so try to awaken as many star veins as possible during the Prime Warrior stage. The more, the better, ideally 4, 5, or even 6. The more star veins you awaken, and the stronger each star vein is, the stronger your foundation will be, and the stronger you'll become as a Flying Heaven warrior, said Fang Hai. Li Yuan listened carefully. These were things he did not know before. Star vein talent involves, firstly, the number of star veins and, secondly, the number of life stars, stated Star Lord Bai Shan. To become a 3rd-rank Flying Heaven warrior, you must at least awaken 3 star veins. Otherwise, no matter how adept your skills are, it will be hard to break through. Becoming a Flying Heaven warrior requires at least a 29.9 level physical quality, 5th stage perfect skill, 29 levels of spiritual power, and the awakening of 3 star veins. Li Yuan was all ears. These 4 requirements form the foundation of becoming a Flying Heaven warrior. That's just for achieving Flying Heaven. If you want to surpass Flying Heaven in the future, you must awaken even more star veins, Star Lord Bai Shan said earnestly. Similarly, after advancing to the Flying Heaven level, the more powerful your star veins are, the more you will continue to break through your limits and even have the chance to rival demigods in terms of physical origin power. Demigods? Li Yuan was startled. To surpass Flying Heaven is to achieve the 4th rank of demigod, stated Dean Fang Hai blandly. Li Yuan suddenly realized. It turns out that transcending the Flying Heaven level is to reach the semi-divine realm, which is also known as a 4th rank existence. Flying Heaven level can rival a demigod at the basic level? Li Yuan listened breathlessly.
This was undoubtedly a great secret of the martial arts cultivation path.
Li Yuan, what do you think is the level of physical origin power of a peak Flying Heaven warrior? Star Lord Bai Shan suddenly asked with a smile.
Flying Heaven peak, level 39, I guess, said Li Yuan as a matter of course. Star Lord Bai Shan and Dean Fang Hai exchanged a look and both smiled.
Wrong. What we commonly refer to as peak Flying Heaven warriors are at level 35, said Star Lord Bai Shan. whereas demigod warriors are at least at level 40.
Level 35. Demigods at level 40. What about levels 36 to 39 then? Li Yuan couldn't help asking, surely they couldn't be vacant. When origin power cultivation reaches level 35, that is the flying heaven peak, and if the skill realm is sufficient, one can step into the semi-divine realm, which takes them directly to level 40, Dean Fanghai explained. However, to cultivate to level 36, one must awaken 6-star veins.
To cultivate to level 37 in the flying heaven realm, you must awaken 7-star veins.
And so on. In theory, if one could awaken 10-star veins, they could cultivate to level 40 within the flying heaven realm. However, 6-star pulse already signifies a dazzling genius.
Being able to cultivate to level 37 with 7-star veins is an inconceivable achievement, and it's nearly legendary in the many foreign civilizations known to our human civilization, worthy of being called invincible in the same realm, said Fanghai impassively. As for more than 8-star veins, it exists only in theory. 6-star pulse. 7-star veins. Li Yuan listened, breath taken away with awe, as Fanghai and Star-Lord Bai Shan seemed to be opening a great door for him. A door he had never known existed before. It turns out that the peak of a flying heaven warrior is only level 35, not the 39 that he had imagined. It turns out that the more star veins one awakens, the more one can continuously break through the limits of life.
Likewise, the more star veins you awaken, and the stronger they are, the more fearsome the star techniques you'll be able to cultivate will be.
The usual peak flying heaven warriors are only at level 35, and they have no ability to withstand demigods who are over level 40, said Fanghai calmly. But if one has a 6-star pulse or 7-star veins, cultivating to the upper limits of level 36 or 37 within the flying heaven realm, the fundamental gap with demigods will greatly narrow. Coupled with the multiple star techniques cultivated from many star veins, it may be possible to parallel demigods. If the skill realm is even more sophisticated, for instance, stepping into the threshold of laws, one may be able to truly rival demigods with the body of flying heaven. Fanghai spoke slowly, and a mysterious light flashed in his eyes. Or even, slay a demigod. To slay a demigod with the body of flying heaven? Li Yuan was shaken to the core, filled with longing. He was well aware that the further one progressed in cultivation, the harder it was to fight across ranks. It's not uncommon in human civilization for a first-rank martial artist to fight a prime warrior. But for a prime warrior to battle against one in the flying heaven realm? That's very rare, and each one is a top-tier genius. After all, which young flying heaven warrior was not a genius of the martial path? Not to mention overcoming a demigod? In our 7 stars human civilization, has anyone achieved this? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. Fanghai fell silent for a moment, then said slowly, not yet. No? Li Yuan was surprised in his heart. He had thought Fanghai could do it. After all, considering Fanghai had killed the flying heaven level infiltrator, Shadow, before. Fanghai's strength must have reached a terrifying extent. Li Yuan, even a 37th level flying heaven is only approaching the foundation of a level 40 demigod. Star-Lord Bai Shan seemed to perceive Li Yuan's confusion and smiled, but to truly compare to a demigod is extremely difficult. Moreover, having strength comparable to a demigod and being able to kill a demigod are two different concepts. Our 7-star human civilization has encountered many foreign civilizations, and for a flying heaven level to kill a demigod, the difficulty is frighteningly high. Not only must the foundation have 6-star pulse or 7-star veins, but also several of these veins must achieve an extremely high rank, even perfect star veins, said Star-Lord Bai Shan. Only then can one cultivate some extremely powerful star techniques. Perfect star veins. Dean, predecessor Bai Shan, what is a star technique? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. The perfect star veins were described in the Starfire databank, such as in the summary left by predecessor Dongfang Ji. But star techniques? It was only now, from Dean Hai's words, that Li Yuan first learned of them. The human body is like the universe, with the life star being its essence and treasure, and the star veins its core, said Fanghai indifferently. Origin warriors absorb origin power, but only a small amount remains in the star veins, and they mainly fight using their physical strength. Li Yuan nodded involuntarily. Indeed, even a top-grade origin warrior mainly relies on physical combat. The power of the body is limited, whereas the power of heaven and earth is boundless. Once one steps into the flying heaven realm, origin power becomes robust, circulating within the body's Zhou-Tian, as if everything has a source, and the life star also transforms to an astonishing level and the star veins become capable of special deductions like the true universe, unleashing real might. This is what star techniques are, Fang Hai said, because each person is different, with different comprehensions and laws. The star techniques they can cultivate naturally vary. For example, shadow, cultivated, clone, and stealth, star techniques, making him an extremely fearsome assassin, Fang Hai said. Li Yuan had an epiphany, gradually forming a vague concept of his future. It seems, star techniques can only be cultivated by flying heaven warriors. Star techniques are cultivated based on the star veins and the practice is extremely stringent, the Star Lord Bai Shan at the side said with a smile. You're at level 19. You understand the difference in law creation. Can a star vein awakening 12,960 life stars be the same as one awakening 129,600 life stars? Not the same, Li Yuan shook his head. The stronger the star veins, the more terrifying the power they can unleash, said Star Lord Bai Shan gravely. We usually call the just awakened star veins as first layer star veins. Each star vein, with every additional 12,960 life stars awakened, undergoes a fundamental transformation, gradually advancing to second layer star veins, third layer star veins, until the legendary perfect star veins, also known as 10th layer star veins. Some terrifying star techniques, like the myriad gold divine body, cultivated by Dongfang Ji from our 7-star human civilization, requires a 7-layer star vein as the core and is famed throughout, said Star Lord Bai Shan with emotion. Not many among the demigods can achieve it. Legendarily, there are some supreme star techniques that can only be cultivated with a 9-layer star vein, sighed Star Lord Bai Shan. Our civilization has obtained several incomplete ones, but no one has been able to cultivate them. In our 7-star human civilization, over the centuries, some demigods and a large number of flying heaven warriors have been born. Among them were peerless geniuses with awakened 6-star pulses. But to deduce a star vein to 9 layers? It hasn't happened yet, said Star-Lord Bai Shan shaking his head. 7-star veins are legendary. Similarly, awakening a star vein to the 9 layers level is legendary. Li Yuan appeared astonished, as if he was full of yearning. Yet, his heart was thumping wildly. Li Yuan really wanted to say, no one in human civilization can cultivate, but I can. 9-layer star vein? That's nothing, I've awakened a perfect star vein. Unfortunately, limited to his level 19, Li Yuan couldn't speak up. Moreover, with the information revealed by Star-Lord Bai Shan and Dean Fang Hai, Li Yuan could infer how miraculous the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace was. A single spiritual guidance could let me awaken a perfect star vein? Although the vast unawakened life stars were my own innate potential, without the help of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace's guidance, relying solely on myself, who knows when I could fully awaken them? Potential is potential. Turning potential into actual strength is what truly matters. The more he thought about it, the more Li Yuan felt that not exposing the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace was a good thing. Of course, Li Yuan was not in a hurry about the few incomplete supreme star techniques that the high echelons of civilization possessed. He was only at level 19. It wouldn't be too late to find a way to get them once he became a flying heaven warrior. Senior, can I understand it as, to raise the limit of the origin power in the body, one must awaken more star meridians? Li Yuan summarized. But to cultivate powerful star techniques, one must make a certain star meridian extremely strong. Correct, Star-Lord Bai Shan said with a smile. The quantity and quality of star meridians are both very important. Li Yuan nodded slightly. The number of star meridians is to increase the lower limit of strength, like cultivating to level 36, level 37. Even without cultivating powerful star techniques, one can still easily defeat a level 35 flying heaven peak warrior with a strong foundation. The quality of star meridians, on the other hand, is to raise the upper limit of strength. Only with a strong foundation, combined with terrifying star techniques, can one hope to fight beyond one's level and battle with demigods. The quantity of star meridians and life stars complement each other, Star-Lord Baishan said with a smile. Generally speaking, a 6-star pulse talent can hope to awaken 1 or even 2 main star meridians to the 7th layer or above. 7-star veins? Li Yuan thought to himself, are they strong? But he agreed with Star-Lord Baishan's theory, only with a sufficient number of awakened life stars can one awaken more star meridians. Like himself, many of the life stars he had awakened were isolated. But in the future, as he awakens more star meridians, many of the currently inactive life stars may belong to a new life star vein, making the awakening of a new star meridian easier in the future. Li Yuan had many discussions with Star-Lord Baishan and Dean Fang Hai. He gained a profound understanding of star techniques, star meridians, and more. He finally understood the most important thing at the origin martial artist stage: awaken more life stars. The more, the better. The earlier you awaken star meridians, the better, Dean Hai said indifferently. The origin martial artist stage is the fastest for awakening. Even after becoming a flying heaven warrior, one can continue to awaken star meridians, but the difficulty will skyrocket. Once one becomes a demigod, the foundation is set, and it's almost impossible to make any changes. Li Yuan suddenly realized, so that's how it is. No wonder Star-Lord Baishan said there was no need for me to rush into becoming a flying heaven warrior. It's not too difficult to gradually advance the star meridian from the 1st layer to the 2nd, to the 3rd layer. This can wait until you've stepped into the flying heaven realm to continue, Star-Lord Baishan said, but the number of star meridians will essentially be fixed by the time one reaches the flying heaven warrior stage. This is a matter concerning a lifetime of cultivation and must be taken seriously. Understood, Li Yuan nodded emphatically. One sentence. At the prime warrior stage, the quality of the star meridians can be overlooked, but the quantity cannot. Our goal for you is to at least awaken 5 star meridians before stepping into the flying heaven level, Star-Lord Baishan said seriously. You should have that potential. Understood, Li Yuan committed it to memory and contemplated in silence. To awaken 5 star meridians? I've already awakened 2 star meridians now. It shouldn't be too difficult, should it? Suddenly, Li Yuan seemed to think of something and couldn't help asking, is Senior Yu Jing trying to awaken more star meridians? As far as I know, Yu Jing seems to be at the 6th stage of skill, yet he has never made a breakthrough. There must be a reason. Both Star-Lords smiled. You're quite astute, Star-Lord Baishan smiled. Indeed, Yu Jing is continuously trying to awaken more star meridians. He now has 5 star meridians and is hopeful for the 6th. Li Yuan suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Your starting point is lower than his because he was naturally compatible with high-rank cultivation methods, and as soon as he became a prime warrior, he quickly awakened 3 star meridians, Star-Lord Baishan said, but this is only temporary. In the future, you will definitely need to spend more time, but don't be impatient, don't be swayed by the noise of the outside world. Star-Lord Baishan looked at Li Yuan. You need to be able to endure the loneliness. What they were most worried about was that Li Yuan wouldn't be able to endure this loneliness and would desire to step into the flying heaven level sooner. Ordinary origin warriors, struggling to reach 5th stage perfection in their arts, already find it challenging. They become flying heaven warriors sooner, venturing into the star realm in search of opportunities, possibly with a better chance to reach demigod, so the Alliance's higher-ups won't force them to stay at the prime warrior level, Star-Lord Baishan said, but for someone like Yu Jing, including your dean when he was younger. You are all rare outstanding geniuses, and our expectations for you are extremely high. Because you have high comprehension, profound skills, and the ability to maximize your potential. Li Yuan was listening intently. He had already sensed this point earlier. The stronger the skill, the more it will nurture your soul to become stronger, making your perception of the life star more acute. In short, the more profound your skills, the more you can maximize your potential of the star meridian, Star-Lord Baishan said earnestly. As for awakening star meridians, we can't help you, even though there are many experiences with cultivation techniques to learn from. In the end, it's all up to you. However, we can help you improve the level of your skills, Star-Lord Bai Shan said. Li Yuan held his breath. Help? How? Logically, understanding the mystery of the heavens and earth should also be a very personal matter. Suddenly, whoosh, Star-Lord Bai Shan gently raised his hand, his fingertip touching Li Yuan's forehead. Too fast, Li Yuan had no time to react. In an instant. Boom! Li Yuan's whole mind went blank, and even his flying heaven-level soul couldn't help but shake. Streams of information flowed directly into Li Yuan's mind and, incredibly, imprinted themselves in his memory. It was magical, as if knowledge was being poured into his brain. Brain nourished. But before Li Yuan could think further, he was completely immersed in this wondrous change, absorbing the flood of information that came pouring in. This was a cultivation technique. To be precise, it was a star technique. Named, True Solution of the Earth Star Vein. According to the description in the information, it was incredibly magical. If one could cultivate it to the pinnacle of perfection, theoretically, it could greatly increase one's compatibility with the law of Earth, and drastically increase the chances of stepping into the threshold of the law of Earth. But cultivating it was extremely difficult, with many challenges. Not only did it require certain talents in the star meridian, but also numerous precious materials to assist in cultivation. Very difficult. After a while, Li Yuan finally came back to his senses. He had noticed that the star technique he received wasn't complete. It was just a small part, seemingly the introductory chapter. But it was already astounding. How do you find this method? Star-Lord Bai Shan asked with a smile from the side. It's a miraculous technique. Li Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Theoretically, it enhances a person's talent from the foundation up. It's just that the cultivation is extremely difficult. Even just starting out requires an Earth origin crystal, which I can't afford to cultivate. Suddenly, whoosh, Star-Lord Bai Shan flipped his hand, revealing a yellowish-brown crystal in his palm, emitting a hazy glow. The brilliance circulated, and the surface of the crystal seemed to stream with a divine aura, instinctively drawing one's desire. This is... Li Yuan held his breath. What kind of person is Star-Lord Bai Shan? Having taught you the introductory chapter of True Solution of the Earth Star Vein, he naturally has prepared everything for you, Dean Hai said with a smile from the side. This is a fourth-rank treasure. The Earth Origin Crystal. Essential for cultivating this star technique and also a reward for you. Take it. With it, once you become an Origin Warrior, if you can resonate with the technique, you should be able to successfully start within a year. Within a year? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. That quickly? Within a year, given your cultivation speed and skill level, you will certainly become a prime warrior, and there's a high probability you'll successfully awaken 1 or 2 star meridians, Star-Lord Bai Shan said with a smile. By then, with the assistance of the Earth Origin Crystal, you'd be able to attempt cultivating the True Solution of the Earth Star Vein. Just mastering the introductory part isn't difficult. A prime warrior can cultivate star techniques? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. According to what was said before, star techniques should only be cultivated by a flying heaven warrior. The two star lords exchanged smiles. Star techniques are divided into many categories, such as clone, stealth, protective, scouting, escaping technique, attack, and cultivation assistance. Fang Hai said in a calm manner. The more combat-oriented and powerful star techniques require the full burst of star meridian origin power. Their might is too strong for prime warriors to withstand, so it's not recommended for them to cultivate these techniques. However, prime warriors can still choose 1 or 2 supportive techniques to cultivate. The True Solution of the Earth Star Vein is one such supportive type of technique for enlightenment. Prime warriors can start to cultivate it at their stage, Fang Hai continued. Such methods, if there's a chance, even flying heaven warriors would choose to cultivate one. Li Yuan understood. Star techniques like the True Solution of the Earth Star Vein seem not to directly enhance combat strength, but they can accelerate the comprehension of skills. Skills and star meridians are the foundation of cultivation. Only when these two aspects are strong can one continuously break through limits and strive for even higher realms in the future. What about combat-oriented star techniques? In a sense, they are not as important. The true solution of the Earth Star Vayan is indeed a rather magical star technique, Star-Lord Baishan said with a smile. I also chanced upon the introductory part. With the Earth Origin Crystal, as long as you have a certain level of resonance with the law of Earth, and with some time, cultivating it successfully isn't difficult. But if the level of resonance isn't high, then it becomes very difficult to refine successfully, said Star-Lord Baishan. How can you determine the level of resonance? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. About laws. Li Yuan had only read about vague concepts in some documents when browsing through the archives at the Starfire Marshall Hall. They were too far-fetched. It was about the most fundamental mysteries of heaven and earth. There's no way to directly test it. Heaven and earth nurture countless spirits, and each being is a completely independent individual, but there's a general similarity in the bigger picture, Fang Hai at the side said. Your previous cultivation of the solid rock cultivation technique indicates you resonate with the invisible earth source power. Your cultivation of meaning of the stellar is incredibly smooth, showing you have the potential to comprehend the stellar true intent. Stellar true intent is just a very small part of the law of earth. From your previous signs, your resonance with the earth vein is very high. Li Yuan suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Fang Hai and Star-Lord Baishan, their strength far exceeded his own, and they had much higher perspectives. They could infer many things from his past experiences. Dean, I know the 6th stage skills are the true intent of heaven and earth, but at which skill level are the laws? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. He was indeed curious. 4th stage skills are about achieving extreme control over one's body, Fang Hai patiently explained. 5th stage skills gradually reach unity of heaven and man, and upon reaching 5th stage perfection, one's movements become unified with the heavens and earth, each action drawing upon the power of nature. 6th stage, the true intent of heaven and earth, is truly comprehending the profound mysteries of nature to an extremely deep level. Having grasped a hint of the true essence of the operation of heaven and earth. Above true intent is the law. Crossing into the threshold of the law represents 7th stage skills. The law is the ultimate mystery of the operation of all things in heaven and earth, representing the essence. Fang Hai looked at Li Yuan and said softly, Star-Lord Baishan teaching you the true solution of the Earth Star Vein and giving you the Earth Origin Crystal also signifies his hope that someday you will cross that threshold of the law. You must understand that a single piece of Earth Origin Crystal is enough to make many flying heaven warriors pursue it, Fang Hai said solemnly. I will certainly not forget the kindness of Star-Lord Baishan and will do my utmost, Li Yuan said earnestly. The 4th rank treasure, Earth Origin Crystal, to a flying heaven warrior, it is an absolute treasure. To give it to a youngster like him, it's very rare. Haha, your dean is making it sound too serious, Star-Lord Baishan laughed, don't bear too much pressure. You come from Sha country, and I should certainly cultivate you with all my strength. The true solution of the Earth Star Vein is not as magical as you imagine. Its effectiveness depends greatly on the strength of the star meridian, Star-Lord Baishan continued with a smile. The stronger the star meridian you base your cultivation on, the better the results. So, when you first start, the effect will definitely be mediocre, just a slight improvement, but the effects will get better and better as you progress. The junior understands, Li Yuan said respectfully, yet a thought couldn't help but stir within him. The stronger the star meridian, the better the cultivation effect. What if one were to cultivate with a perfect star vein? Whether star techniques or spiritual power, they are merely aids, just amplifiers, for your comprehension. Fang Hai spoke slowly. Understanding the mysteries of heaven and earth, what's important is your inner self. These things can be relied upon, but not depended on. Yes. Soon after, Dean Fang Hai sent Li Yuan back to the school, then quickly returned. Not going to admonish him a few more words? Star-Lord Baishan joked.
Admonish what? Fang Hai shook his head. We've given him the best resources for cultivation, and in 5 months, he'll head to Faxing where the Marshall Halls, Marshall God Inheritance, is one of the top resources of the Alliance. The rest of the journey is his to walk.
How far he can go also depends on his own efforts and fortune. Interfering too much might not be a good thing, Fang Hai said lightly. No matter how much we help, We can only assist him in becoming a flying heaven level at most. Can we really help him become a demigod? Even I am not a demigod. Fang Hai shook his head. Haha, you really share the same temperament as your master. Star-Lord Bai Shan laughed. All right, since you're the dean, what you say goes. I'll be taking my leave, call me if there's anything. Sure. Fang Hai watched as Star-Lord Bai Shan departed, then looked down thoughtfully at the continuous stretch of villas below. He pondered for a moment. 7-star meridians? Law? Fang Hai murmured to himself, and then the hatch of the flying saucer beneath his feet opened. Fang Hai walked straight in, back inside his own villa. Dean Hai, Li Yang, and the white-clad woman had already received orders to leave. At this moment, the sun had just risen outside, but inside, Li Yuan's heart was filled with excitement. The events of today had surpassed Li Yuan's imagination. Before getting breakfast, what Li Yuan had in mind was how to work hard to win the championship of the Blue Star Virtual Combat Competition. But this morning, he first encountered an assassination attempt by a stealthy flying heaven warrior from an alien race. Then, 2 more Star Masters made their appearance in succession, that snap of a finger slicing through the heavens with a drop of rain. In the end, the tales of the 10-star meridian and the 9-layers star vein further opened the door for Li Yuan to gaze upon a new world. One could say, the pointers from Fang Hai and Bai Shan reshaped Li Yuan's understanding of the transcendent martial way. Perhaps, Li Yuan was still outside the door, but he could already see the world within. Li Yuan suddenly came to a realization. Not good, I haven't eaten breakfast yet, don't let it get cold. After eating the still warm breakfast, Li Yuan went back to the underground martial arts room. The lights turned on, as if it were daylight. Li Yuan activated all the protections in the martial arts room, took out a cushion, and then sat cross-legged on it. Phew! Li Yuan flipped his palm, and a clay-yellow crystal appeared in the center, radiating a hazy glow. It was the Earth Origin crystal that Bai Shan had just gifted him. A 4th-rank treasure, huh? According to the data archives, treasures of this level simply cannot be valued with Blue Star coins, thought Li Yuan to himself. This was quite normal. Currency, by nature, was issued by the Human Alliance, backed by the formidable martial force of Star Masters and demigods, thus gaining recognition from flying heaven warriors, prime warriors, and ordinary people alike. Therefore, for Star Masters, currency carried little significance. The treasures that could capture their attention certainly weren't something Blue Star coins could measure in value. No amount of money could buy them. Li Yuan gazed at the Earth Origin crystal, understanding its worth by the mere fact that it was called a divine crystal. If I hadn't shown talent, I probably wouldn't have been qualified to receive such a treasure, Li Yuan thought privately. But should I use the perfect star vein to cultivate it? Whether it was Fang Hai or Bai Shan, they both believed that Li Yuan would need at least several months before he could start cultivating true solution of the Earth Star vein. However, Li Yuan himself knew that he could start at any time. To cultivate true solution of the Earth Star vein required 3 major conditions. First, a certain compatibility with the Earth vein. Second, the awakening of a star meridian. Third, skills must reach the unity of heaven and man level, or spiritual power must be above level 29. Li Yuan met all the criteria perfectly. The only thing that made Li Yuan hesitant was which star meridian to use for the cultivation. Using the perfect star vein to cultivate would naturally yield the best results, Li Yuan thought, but as the dean just mentioned, once a star technique reaches a certain level of proficiency, it leaves a deep imprint on the star meridian, making it very troublesome to reconstruct later on. Is it appropriate to reserve a perfect star vein for merely an auxiliary star technique? Li Yuan was somewhat hesitant. Star meridians are like a plot of land, and star techniques are like constructing on that plot. If the land is empty, anything can be done quite conveniently. But if a residential building has already been constructed, trying to change it into a pig farm, naturally, that would be extremely troublesome. After much thought, let's do this, Li Yuan made up his mind. Based on past experience, once my spiritual awakening level reaches 50%, I should get another chance for spiritual guidance. And I will also keep awakening star meridians on my own. Martial techniques just make me stronger during certain stages. By cultivating true solution of the Earth star vein with the perfect star vein, I can maximize the potential of this star technique, Li Yuan contemplated. It will also allow my skills to progress faster. It was like the soul undergoing a transformation to reach the flying heaven level. Before and after the transformation, the efficiency with which Li Yuan practiced his spear technique and movement technique was completely different. With sufficient mastery over the skill, I could hope to tap into the potential of my star meridians as much as possible during the prime warrior stage. Li Yuan was filled with anticipation. A 5-star meridian? No, Li Yuan's goal was the 7-star meridian, and even the 8-star vein, which was already legendary among many alien races. The Mind Spirit Divine Palace gave Li Yuan enough confidence. Having thought everything through, Li Yuan no longer hesitated, calmed his heart, and with a thought. SS's, the Origin Power Battlesuit surge, completely placing the palm-sized Earth Origin crystal on his abdomen. And it was completely wrapped by the battlesuit, invisible from the outside. Absorb. With a thought from Li Yuan, he immediately began to follow the cultivation directions of true solution of the Earth star vein. The flying heaven level soul activated, sensing the Earth Origin crystal. Star meridian activate. Gradually, Li Yuan faintly felt the fiery hot cluster within his waist and abdomen, as if it contained an unfathomable essence, beyond imagination. SS's, following the star technique's guidance, that one perfect star meridian within Li Yuan's body moved, and countless light dots flickered on his body's surface, beginning to absorb the essence from within the Earth Origin crystal. Boom! A strand after strand of peculiar power penetrated through his skin, quickly spreading into Li Yuan's body, and was swiftly absorbed by the only perfect star meridian. This power was much purer than Origin power. The most important aspect was that it seemed to contain a mysterious substance that quickly integrated into Li Yuan's perfect star meridian. In an instant, the sensation, so vivid, Li Yuan was astonished within his heart. The strange power bestowed upon him made the feeling of countless light spots on that perfect star meridian exceptionally clear. 129,600 life stars, all sensationally vivid, far surpassing what he had ever experienced before. Moreover, every life star's aura became immensely powerful, as if they truly came to life. Begin the attempt, thought Li Yuan. With a strong spiritual power enveloping each life star, he tried to mobilize the origin power within them, attempting to form mysterious and profound star marks, incredibly easily. Success. Just like that, I've succeeded with one? Li Yuan was stunned. Didn't Elder Bai Shan say that I should expect to fail hundreds of times at first? After imparting the true solution of the Earth star vein, Star Lord Bai Shan had discussed many key points of this method with Li Yuan. Each life star contains the essence of a creature's life. To brand star marks on the surface of a life star is, in essence, to make subtle adjustments to the essence of each life star with powerful spiritual power and superb skill. Of course, it's only an adjustment to the surface, and not a complete change of a star. Thus, as long as there are enough life stars branded with star marks, once the star meridian is activated, these life stars will trigger a chain reaction, eventually unleashing inconceivable power. This is exactly why a star meridian, as an entirety, under normal conditions, can only cultivate one star technique. Cultivate multiple star techniques within a single star meridian. Once the star meridian is activated, it's easy for the non-homogeneous star technique star marks to collide with each other, potentially causing fatal harm to oneself. These are lessons learned by many predecessors with their blood and tears. Similarly, some star techniques with extremely terrifying power, to run completely, must also have a sufficient number of life stars to drive them together, demanding the 7th layer star vein and even the 8th layer star vein, 9-layer star vein. According to Star Lord Bai Shan, my skill and spiritual power are sufficient, and I have the Earth Origin crystal to stimulate the potential of the life stars. As long as there is a certain degree of compatibility with the Earth vein, branding the star marks should quickly become successful as proficiency increases. Li Yuan recalled Bai Shan's words, but to succeed on the first try. Is it because of skill? Spiritual power? No, definitely not. Given Star Lord Bai Shan's perspective, He is well aware of my level in these areas, and it's unlikely he made a mistake in his estimation. So there are only two possibilities, Li Yuan thought. First, my compatibility with the Earth vein is extremely high, to an astonishing degree, so branding the star marks is much easier. Second, it's the perfect star vein. Just as low-tier star meridians struggle to cultivate high-level star techniques, conversely, a powerful star meridian will find it much easier to cultivate ordinary star techniques. A powerful star meridian is like fertile soil, whatever is planted in it grows easily. No matter. Whatever the reason, being able to succeed so quickly is still good news. I'll strive hard to see if I can fully master the basics of this star technique. Li Yuan quietly closed his eyes. With the thought, he continued to activate the perfect star vein, absorbing the peculiar power contained in the Earth origin crystal. Actually, Li Yuan had initially tried to see if he could cultivate on his own. He found that, without the Earth origin crystal, the life stars were too dim, and he could only manage a vague perception. He couldn't hope to perform complex operations on the surface of the life stars. Only with the aid of the Earth origin crystal did Li Yuan have the hope to now cultivate the true solution of the Earth star vein. Time passed. Whoosh, the Earth origin crystal was continuously absorbed by Li Yuan, and he went all out, with full spiritual power perception, persistently trying. One after another, life stars were successfully branded with star marks. One after another. Even if he occasionally failed, Li Yuan quickly adjusted. Life stars are the essence of life, and as many life stars on the perfect star meridian were branded with star marks. They quickly integrated into Li Yuan's flesh and blood. Gradually, as the star meridian operated, it brought about many subtle changes to Li Yuan's perception of the outside world. Each life star caused only a minuscule change, very inconspicuous. But sand accumulates to form a tower, 100, 1,000, 3,000. When the surface of tens of thousands of life stars were branded with star marks, it naturally resulted in a slight but noticeable change in Li Yuan's entire aura. Finally, when Li Yuan had branded the 12,960th life star, boom! Under Li Yuan's perception, the star meridian operated, and the entire perfect star vein's surface seemed to be enveloped in a hazy earthy yellow glow. Very dim, but clearly visible. At this moment, Li Yuan felt that his understanding of the entire world had vaguely undergone a subtle transformation. Indescribable, ineffable. Perception. The wood source power, fire source power, and so on, remain unchanged. It's the earth source power. My sensing of it is clearer, Li Yuan could clearly feel. His perception of the subtle fluctuations brought about by the strands of earth source power in the vast world became clearer. The extent of the improvement was not very pronounced, but this was an unbelievable transformation. Because this kind of transformation was akin to someone's spiritual power transforming from level 29 to level 30, fundamentally improving one's efficiency in skill cultivation. Although the effect wasn't as miraculous as a transformation of spiritual power, it was still incredibly magical. This is only the first step, Li Yuan thought with anticipation. According to the information in the star technique, for every additional 12,960 life stars branded with star marks, the effect will increase substantially. Continue. Li Yuan devoted himself to cultivation, displaying great patience. Sharpening the blade won't delay the chopping of firewood. The secret technique he was currently cultivating was laying the foundation, establishing a solid base for future skill cultivation. As for tomorrow night's virtual battle final, Li Yuan was quite at ease in his heart. Even if he focuses on practicing his spear technique now, with only 1 day left, how much can he improve? 1%? It's not meaningful. Rather than that, it's better to fully cultivate this star technique to a high level first, perhaps yielding unexpected gains. Time passed. More and more life stars were branded with star marks by Li Yuan, and he became more proficient as he proceeded, his cultivation speed increasing, to the point where he could brand the star marks of over a dozen life stars with just a single thought. The 25,920th, the 38,880th. Every key milestone reached further enhanced the operation of the full perfect star meridian, increasing its effect and producing more profound changes. Layer upon layer of accumulation, Similarly, Li Yuan's frantic cultivation of the true solution of the Earth star vein also caused the Earth origin crystal in his possession to dissipate at an alarming rate. Finally, as the sun once again set and darkness enveloped the land, the time had come to 11 p.m. on February 17th. Quite abruptly, Li Yuan suddenly felt the entire perfect star vein dim, and the clearly sensed life stars suddenly became obscured. Gone. Li Yuan was stunned for a moment. In an instant, Li Yuan realized that it wasn't that he couldn't continue cultivating star techniques, but rather, the Earth origin crystal was completely exhausted. This, all gone. Li Yuan felt distressed, because he had already imprinted more than 80,000 life stars, and there was only about 1/3 left to completely imprint the entire star. This feeling was like having to pull up your trousers in the middle of a necessary act. He took a deep breath. According to what Senior Bai Shan said, the Earth origin crystal he gave me was quite plentiful, making it easy for me to cultivate the star technique to second-rank perfection. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. In the end, I've used it all up, and I haven't even reached perfection in the first layer star technique, let alone start on the second layer imprinting. Star techniques, according to the foundational cultivation requirements, could be divided into first layer star technique, second layer star technique, all the way to the legendary ninefold star technique, which is also known as the supreme star technique. For example, the myriad gold divine body that Senior Dongfang Ji cultivated was a seventh layer star technique. Similarly, as far as Li Yuan knew, the two major star techniques cultivated by the assailant, Shadow, of the flying heaven level, should both be fourth layer star techniques. However, they were extremely rare. Also, all star techniques, whether a first layer star technique or a ninefold star technique, are divided from low to high into first rank, second rank, third rank, according to the depth of cultivation. That's true. According to what Senior Bai Shan indicated, I should be cultivating the true solution of the Earth star vein with either a second layer or third layer star vein. Li Yuan thought to himself, in this case, even if I cultivated to the second rank, it would only be imprinting 3 or 4 10,000 life stars twice. But in reality, Li Yuan had an entire perfect star vein that needed imprinting. Well, I will have to find another way. Li Yuan shook his head silently. He couldn't possibly go to Star Lord Bai Shan or Fang Hai right away to tell them that his Earth origin crystal was used up. At least, not until he attained Prime Warrior status. Subconsciously, Li Yuan glanced at the Divine Palace panel. Suddenly, Li Yuan was stunned, his pupils dilated. How is this possible? Ninefold star technique, this. According to what Senior Bai Shan said, isn't the true solution of the Earth star vein supposed to not have a specific grade? Li Yuan was already feeling a storm of shock inside. Because, after a night of star technique cultivation, a special change had appeared on his Divine Palace panel. Life level, 19.7, first rank, fist strength, 64,100 kilograms. Speed, 111.1 meters per second. Spiritual power, 30.4 willpower, 32. Spiritual awakening level, 37.9%, current limit 40%. Star meridian, level 11, cultivation efficiency 10 plus 0.5. Skill realm, spear technique, 5th stage 33%, movement technique, 5th stage 33%, fist technique, perfection. Star technique, ninefold star technique, true solution of the Earth star vein, first rank, level 6/6. Note: when spiritual awakening level reaches 50%, 75%, 100%, 125%, spiritual guidance will be received again. Star Lord Bai Shan gifted me with a ninefold star technique? A supreme star technique? Li Yuan's mind was somewhat bewildered for a moment. This was something he had never dared to imagine. After all, this was a star technique that Star Lord Bai Shan seemed to have given casually, giving the impression that it wouldn't be very precious. However, if someone else said that the true solution of the Earth star vein was a ninefold star technique, Li Yuan might not believe them. But now, the one pointing this out was the Divine Palace panel. The Mind Spirit Divine Palace has never been wrong, whether it's the visualization method, origin power entering the body, spiritual guidance, or the palace's inquiry. All have proven its miraculous and terrifying nature. Many thoughts flashed through Li Yuan's mind. The Divine Palace panel possesses an unbelievable scouting function. I've probably been under its monitoring and perception while I cultivated the true solution of the Earth star vein. The fact that Star Lord Bai Shan couldn't discern the specific grade of this star technique doesn't mean the Divine Palace panel can't, Li Yuan thought to himself. Over time, Li Yuan had long since convinced himself that the marvels of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace were far beyond the understanding of the high ranks of human civilization among the 7 stars. Its power was undeniable. A ninefold star technique? Li Yuan's heart was trembling. One must know, over the course of hundreds of years, amidst the many wars waged by the 7 stars' human civilization across various star realms, only a few very incomplete ninefold star techniques had been obtained. But so far, no one had been able to cultivate a ninefold star technique, and they could only be stored away. That's not right. Star Lord Bai Shan was able to support my cultivation of the true solution of the Earth star vein, and before that, he must have also helped flying heaven warriors and even demigods to cultivate it. Even if this star technique is incomplete, with only the methods for the first 2 ranks of star mark cultivation, at most it can only be cultivated to the 2nd rank. But as a ninefold star technique, once cultivated to the 2nd rank, the power should be comparable to ordinary star techniques cultivated to the 3rd or even 4th rank, Li Yuan wondered. There's a reason why they are called supreme star techniques. According to Principal Fang Hai, in the legends of some powerful foreign civilizations, the most inconceivable strong warriors of the flying heaven level deploying a ninefold star technique, even without cultivating it to a profound level. The terror of its power would crush many demigods using 5th layer star techniques. This is also an important reason why the freakishly powerful among the flying heaven level can slay demigods. But why couldn't Star Lord Bai Shan and others discover it? There's only one possibility. There was a gleam in Li Yuan's eyes. This true solution of the Earth star vein, though a ninefold star technique, has a very low threshold to entry, and cultivating it with a 3rd layer or 4th layer star vein can also produce certain effects. It's just that the effects aren't so noticeable. Only by cultivating with a 9 layers star vein, and imprinting more than 116,640 life stars, can this star technique fully unveil the brilliance it ought to have, Li Yuan boldly speculated. This speculation also confirmed what Star Lord Bai Shan said: when cultivating it through a powerful star meridian, the effectiveness of the star technique will also be stronger. In short, according to Li Yuan's speculation, one must cultivate this star technique to the 9th level of the 1st rank, or even to the 9th level of the 2nd rank, to truly unleash its might as a supreme star technique. Li Yuan felt an intense craving in his heart. Under the night sky, in the underground martial arts room of Li Yuan's villa, it was as bright as day. Others, when they cultivate the true solution of the Earth star vein, reach the limit after achieving the 3rd or 4th level of the 1st rank and then step into the 2nd rank. Li Yuan shook his head to himself. Yet I need to cultivate it to the 9th level of the 1st rank, no, maybe even the 10th level. Only then can the star technique achieve perfection at the 1st rank and advance into the 2nd rank. Of course, the effects will certainly be much greater. If I wish to continue training, I will need even more Earth origin crystals. Li Yuan shook his head to himself. Once I have cultivated to perfection of the 1st rank and proceed to train in the 2nd rank, the Earth origin crystals needed will only increase. It's just not feasible to obtain them. He could only put it aside for the time being. There's no way to speak directly about it, and what if I did? Even if Bai Shan and Fang Hai believed me, could they actually produce more Earth origin crystals? This is a 4th rank treasure, it's not a cabbage on the roadside. Having fully consumed the Earth origin crystals, Li Yuan's heart became much more tranquil, and he stopped mulling over it. In the following 4 hours, Li Yuan practiced the visualization method, all heaven's stars, once more, and his heart became completely at peace. Time had reached 4 a.m. on February 18th. If the star technique can't be perfected for now, let's leave it for later. Once I become a prime warrior and go to Faxing. Naturally, there will be many methods. After practicing the visualization method, Li Yuan felt refreshed and clear-headed. He picked up the Black Chen spear from a nearby rack. Whoosh! Li Yuan began practicing the stellar spear technique anew. Each move was continuously switched, increasing the speed of the long spear to become faster and more ferocious. The spear technique was seamless. The spear light danced like a flowing river of stars, relentless and powerful. Extremely smooth. Cultivating the true solution of the Earth Star Vein to level 6 has indeed made me much more attuned to the universe. A spark lit in Li Yuan's eyes as he had never felt the cultivation of spear technique this smooth before. This type of star technique that enhances the efficiency of skill cultivation is very mystical and unpredictable, very hard to perceive directly. One must practice it personally to feel the difference. Only 16 hours remain until the virtual battle finals. Nevsky, as well as Yin Man and Harmon, might all possess intermediate rank 5th stage skills. At least, Nevsky has proven this. If I want to win, relying on offense will be difficult. Li Yuan still remembered his duel with Hoffman. The meaning of the stellar excels in defense but not in offense. When facing opponents with a far weaker realm, it's irrelevant. But when competing against a high-level adversary with similar strength, offensive clashes can easily lead to defeat. I'll focus on defense. As long as I can hold my ground, I have a chance to win the final. Li Yuan focused on perfecting his spear technique. I'd like to see who among them can penetrate my spear technique's defense. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Li Yuan practiced, his mind became even smoother. Gradually, his entire being, his consciousness melted into the spear technique until he almost merged with the universe itself. With every thrust of the spear, he tried to harness the most essential mystery between heaven and earth to maximize its power. As the spear technique exploded, he even began to draw upon some of the universe's divine power. Slowly, Li Yuan entered a self-forgetful state, completely immersed in the spear technique. Silently. Your spear technique realm has increased from 33% of the 5th stage to 34%, a Divine Palace notification flashed by. But Li Yuan did not notice, remaining deeply engrossed in his training. As the sun set and rose, Li Yuan's practice lasted for over 10 hours. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next afternoon. With Li Yuan's current physical quality, he was capable of enduring such intense cultivation for well over a dozen hours. After all, it wasn't a life or death struggle, just pure spear technique training, not pushing the body to its explosive limits. Suddenly, boom, boom. After practicing for over 10 hours, Li Yuan, as if blessed with sudden inspiration, made his long spear roar like a dragon and revolve like a reversing galaxy, tracing brilliant streaks of light in midair. It seemed like an enormous vortex burst forth with an astonishing suction power. It was like a colossal barrier, capable of absorbing and blocking all incoming attacks from the front. Rustle. Rustle. The frighteningly magnificent streaks of light completely enveloped Li Yuan. At that moment, any attack entering this range would be sucked in and then shattered by the starlight composed of countless spear lights. For a long while, the aftermath settled, and the martial arts room returned to peace. This, just over one night, did I unconsciously create such a defensive maneuver? Li Yuan was fully alert and astonished. Its power is indeed great. Spear technique. Whether it's weapons or origin power star techniques, they are all just the foundation. To fully unleash these powers, one needs an extremely high skill realm. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had finally created a true third-rank spear technique. That's right. Star techniques are important. The quantity of star meridians is important. But no matter how strong these aspects, a prime warrior facing a demigod would still be killed in one move. How do you become a demigod? Firstly, your skills must be exceptional. Like star meridian awakening and physical quality, spiritual power, etc., it is possible to find external means to compensate. But only the skill realm must be realized on one's own. Just like becoming a flying heaven warrior, even if you awaken the 7-star veins, the 8-star veins. Without the 5th stage perfect skill, you cannot become a flying heaven warrior. If the skill level is high enough, it will also make one's strength extremely terrifying. Like Principal Fang Hai, that drop of rain with a flick of a finger. It was the most impressive scene in Li Yuan's memory. A simple strike eradicated a flying heaven-level combatant. My skill has progressed too quickly. Half a month ago, I just entered the 5th stage skill. A month ago, I just transformed into a flying heaven-level soul. I haven't had much time to integrate and comprehend, Li Yuan thought excitedly. In terms of skill level, I'm already very high, but I've never been able to completely create my core technique. In his previous battle with Hoffman, Li Yuan had used the Stellar Spear technique. He defeated his opponent in the end by relying on the absolutely powerful meaning of the stellar. But no matter how sophisticated the skill is, to fully utilize it, one must execute it through techniques. The third rank secret manual, Meaning of the Stellar, just contains multiple layers of the stellar true intent, gradually guiding successors to comprehend the intent, but it lacks specific techniques. It's best to create one's own spear techniques. In martial arts cultivation, direct comprehension of nature and the universe becomes harder as one progresses, and everyone's path is unique. Even the secret manuals created by predecessors might not fully suit those who come after them. Therefore, like the massive skill secret manuals in human 7-star civilization, the higher the rank, the more vague the guidance becomes, merely indicating the general direction and tending to encourage successors to create their own. What you create yourself is the strongest. What you create yourself is also truly your own to control. Keep trying. Cool-headed in creating this technique, Li Yuan took a brief rest before continuing to cultivate with all his might. Whoosh! Whoosh! The long spear was like a dragon, erupting suddenly with Li Yuan at the core. The spear tip tearing through the air like a traversing galaxy, as if an entire resplendent star system were revolving around a center. The starlight converged in the middle. It was akin to a massive vortex, forming the most astonishing twisting sucking power capable of nullifying some extremely terrifying offensive techniques. This technique has significantly boosted my spear's defensive capabilities, more than twice as strong as when I used stellar illumination, Li Yuan said with a trace of a smile. Before, someone like Hoffman attacking him wouldn't have the slightest chance of victory. Now what? Even facing Nevsky, who easily defeated Dan Taifeng, Li Yuan was confident of withstanding the terrifying blade light. This technique, let's call it Galaxy Whirl, Li Yuan decided on the name of his self-created technique. His gaze fell on one of the columns on the Divine Palace panel. Skill Realm. Spear Technique, 5th stage 36%, Movement Technique, 5th stage 36%, Fist Technique, Perfection. In one night, his spear technique improved by 3%. You must know, this was 5th stage spear technique. To have such a large improvement, it must be because of the defensive technique I created, Li Yuan thought quietly, but the fact that I could integrate countless past comprehensions overnight to create a 5th stage spear technique. True solution of the Earth Star Vein is truly incredible. This kind of auxiliary star technique may not seem significant at first. But over time, its effect is difficult to measure precisely. Judging by my current clarity in sensing the operations of everything in the universe, Li Yuan thought silently, it probably won't be too long before I can reach the limit of the intermediate rank of the 5th stage. Flying Heaven Level Soul. True solution of the Earth Star Vein, Level 6. This has made Li Yuan's foundational efficiency in cultivating skills far superior to that of other geniuses. Li Yuan's experiences over the past couple of days could be described as mystical. But for students from martial arts universities across Blue Star, what they were most looking forward to was the annual Global University Martial Path Competition Finals. They were imminent. On February 18th, today, from the top 20, the top 10, top 5, and even the final champion will be decided. Dan Taifeng, Zhu Tong, Hoffman, Jin Huguo. Everyone who came through the elimination rounds are 5th stage masters. Including the likes of Li Yuan, Yin Man, Nevsky, and 10 other top battlefield contenders. A total of 25th stage masters, that's really crazy. As long as they don't fall in the future, they're almost certain to become flying heaven warriors. Who will take the championship? I'm betting on Yin Man. I think it'll be Li Yuan. I'm rooting for Nevsky. Our Sakura country's Bai Chuanming is the strongest, he'll definitely take first place. Haha, out of the top 20, Sha country has 6, maybe they'll sweep the top 3, amid countless fervent discussions. As time gradually approached 8 in the evening, the virtual battle finals were about to begin. After a melee and 8 rounds of knockout, one martial path genius after another emerged. In addition, the promotional videos of Li Yuan and Dan Tai Fung spread during the journey. It can be said that the fervor for the virtual battles of this global martial arts tournament for colleges had reached an apex. Phew. When Li Yuan leisurely practiced his spear technique, adjusted his mindset, and logged on punctually at 7:40 p.m. As soon as he entered the competition space, he appeared in the spectator platform area belonging to Kunlun Martial University students. Immediately, whoosh! The broadcast screen, high up in the battle space, instantly focused on him, and Li Yuan's face appeared on the big screen. Boom! Li Yuan. It's Li Yuan. Li Yuan. The competition space, with over 6 million spectators, erupted with a sound like a mountain roar and a tidal wave. Not just spectators from Xia country, but those from most other countries were shouting his name as well. The cheers from millions of people all at once. What kind of concept was that? With a thunderous momentum that reverberated throughout the vast competition space, even Li Yuan, who had just come online, was given quite a shock. This many people? Li Yuan, hearing the earth-shaking cheers, was somewhat stunned. Spectators from Xia country were understandable, but why were spectators from other countries so excited? Haha, Brother Yuan didn't expect it, did you? Your popularity is frightfully high. Ji Yu Cheng'an excitedly laughed. You are practically famous around the world. I didn't expect it. Li Yuan shook his head. Senior brother, you and Dan Tai Fung are now worldwide sensations. Haven't you seen your Vlog followers? It's already over 40 million. That's a global following, and Nong said excitedly. Li Yuan was stunned for a moment. 40 million followers? Was that an exaggeration? Li Yuan had been focused on training these past 2 days, not logging onto the virtual network, so he really wasn't aware of these things. You should know that the virtual network operates a strict real-name system. Under full network monitoring, zombie fans basically don't exist. This is genuine popularity. He could be compared to top-tier global celebrities. Can't be helped. Previous short videos were certified by Starfire Martial Hall, and the praises were boundless, and Nong said with a sigh of admiration, Blue Star's #1 talent of the contemporary era. The pillar of human civilization who may surpass the flying heaven level in the future. Li Yuan couldn't help shaking his head. The principal and Star Lord Bai Shan over-exaggerated to attract the hidden flying heaven level members of the alien race. But the result was good. More than 10 seconds later, the broadcast video switched to other finalists, and the shouts about Li Yuan subsided quite a bit. Only in the Kunlun Martial University area, a large number of spectators were still excitedly waving their hands towards where Li Yuan was. It's a bit too crazy. Li Yuan sat down and shook his head. Shouldn't everyone cheer for Senior Brother Jin? Senior Brother Jin also made it to the top 20 in the finals. How can that be the same? A magnetic and robust voice came from behind Li Yuan. You are absolutely dominant, defeating Hoffman and directly entering the finals, while I barely made it into the top 20. How could it be the same? Senior Brother Jin? Li Yuan's eyes lit up as he turned to look. When he was unaware, Jin Huguo had already taken a seat behind him. He had a square face, not particularly handsome but with a rugged hard man's presence. With their exchange, Ji Yu Cheng'an and a Nong beside him dared not to speak. Among the nearly 10,000 students at Kunlun Martial University, the status of Li Yuan and Jin Huguo was transcendent.
After all, even ordinary teachers were not as skilled as they were.
Senior brother jests, Li Yuan laughed. With your strength, you might even make it into the top 3. Li Yuan had researched his main competitors. For example, he had watched Harmon's real fight, which was the battle against Jin Huguo, several times. In Li Yuan's view, Jin Huguo's skill level was not far off Hoffman's, and if he was weaker, it was by not much. Don't flatter me. Jin Huguo chuckled and shook his head. Whether I can get into the top 10 is a matter of luck. As for the top 3, there's not a sliver of hope. As for you, junior brother, fight hard. Aim to take first. Jin Huguo smiled. Our school has never won first place in the virtual battles of the Blue Star Championship. Or rather, ever since the inception of virtual battles, looking globally, the champion of every edition has always been taken by one of the three top-tier martial schools, without exception, Jin Huguo said seriously, never an exception. No exception. Li Yuan paused. He knew Kunlun Martial University had never won the virtual battle championship, but from Jin Huguo's meaning, if he could claim the championship, it would not only be creating history for Kunlun Martial University. In a sense, it would also be creating a new history for the tournament, breaking the monopoly of the three top-tier martial schools over the virtual battle championship. Li Yuan, Jin Huguo said emotionally, haven't you noticed that among the top 20 finalists, aside from you and me, and a martial path genius, Alicia, from Europa, the other 17 are all from the three top-tier martial schools? Li Yuan nodded slightly. Indeed, that was quite striking. But on second thought, it made sense. Even among the 5 famous schools of Xia country, perhaps only a senior would occasionally emerge as a 5th stage student. But a 5th stage student before their junior year? That's too difficult. Jin Huguo, for instance, was a rarity for Kunlun Martial University in recent decades. That Alicia is actually a bit like you, Jin Huguo laughed. She also hasn't awakened her martial spirit, and thus didn't get into Blackstone University. Her comprehension can't match yours, but it is also extremely astonishing. To break through to the 5th stage by her junior year is already very impressive, Jin Huguo said earnestly. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Around the world, even if one hasn't awakened their martial spirit, as long as they have high comprehension, there are many ways to gradually rise. As Li Yuan and Jin Huguo chatted, time slipped away until it was finally 7:58. The competition's start time was drawing closer and closer. Suddenly, buzz, buzz, 2 fluctuations materialized from nowhere, sweeping past Li Yuan and Jin Huguo simultaneously. Both of them vanished at the same moment. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the center of the grand competition space, surrounded by the massive battle platform. It wasn't just the two of them. Other unparalleled geniuses like Yin Man, Zhu Tong, Dan Taifeng, Hoffman, Kunali, Nevsky, and the like also materialized around the platform. Alicia, Li Yuan couldn't help but glance at the blonde, blue-eyed woman. She, like him, had not awakened her martial spirit. As the 20 ultimate talents who made it into the finals appeared, the entire competition space immediately erupted, with countless spectators from all over the world madly roaring the names of contestants. Raja, Kunali, we from Tianzhu are the strongest. Nevsky, kill Harmon. Li Yuan, Yin Man, take the first place. Numerous voices rose, everyone cheering for their country's finalists. Without a doubt, Li Yuan's name was called out the loudest, which was a testament to his popularity. Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 days of brutal competition, this edition of the Global, the burly host in black appeared once again, his voice thundering across heaven and earth. More than 6 million contestants fiercely vied for the top, and at last, we have selected 20 martial path geniuses. They are Blue Star's strongest 20 talents in skills this year. And today's finals will decide the top 10, top 5, and eventually the very first place in one go. First place means Blue Star's number 1. The top 3 talents identified today will soon represent Blue Star on the distant Faxing to compete against the most prodigious geniuses from the 6 great planets. The host spoke with impassioned voice. Stirring the voices of all the spectators, timely music also started playing. Wow! The number of spectators has already exceeded 6 million, haha, this is absolutely unprecedented. Alright. Next, I will introduce the top 20 contestants one by one. They're Yin Man, Li Yuan, Bai Chuanming. Each time the host announced a name, the entire competition space rang out with earth-shaking roars, echoing the names of each contestant. At last, after announcing the last contestant's name, it's already past 8 o'clock, the host's voice turned somber. First off, we will begin with the 20-10 first round of the finals, and the matches will follow ranking by total points earned in the melee battles, with the first ranked fighting the 20th, second against 19th, and so on. Therefore, the first match of the first round will be Yin Man versus Hades. The host's voice rose once again. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 20 contestants who were originally surrounding the battle platform were instantaneously teleported into it. Yin Man, Li Yuan immediately turned to look, considering her one of his most important competitors. As for Hades, Li Yuan had no deep impression of him. The other contestants were also watching intently, seizing the opportunity to understand the abilities of their potential next-round opponents. Since both parties' physical quality was set at level 18, the diameter of the battle platform was 300 meters. Over 6 million people were watching. Upon the battle platform, Yin Man and Hades wasted no words and immediately burst into combat. This battle ended very quickly, but it left the spectators and contestants alike in shock. Because Yin Man was terrifying, as with just a single sword, she defeated the brilliant Hades from the knockout stages. From start to finish, Hades barely stood a chance to resist, completely overwhelmed by Yin Man. In the end, Yin Man secured the first spot in the top 10. Yin Man. Invincible. The most beautiful Yin Man. Millions of spectators from Sha country cheered excitedly. What a terrifying Yin Man. Harmon, Nevsky, and other peerless talents all marveled at Yin Man's swordsmanship and felt the pressure. After all, according to the data, Yin Man was best with dual swords. If she could easily defeat Hades, also of the 5th stage, with just one sword, how terrifying would she be once she unleashed both swords? Intermediate rank of the 5th stage, indeed, intermediate rank of the 5th stage. Another one, including Li Yuan and Nevsky, that makes the third one. Many Flying Heaven warriors discussed among themselves in the higher spectator space. More than 100,000 Prime warriors came to watch today, but there were even more than 100 Flying Heaven warriors. Today is the finals, and the Star Master didn't come? Not sure. Let's wait and see, maybe he will come for the final showdown. Many Flying Heaven warriors who came to watch were actually hoping to meet the Star Master. Unfortunately, the Star Master didn't show up today. While these Flying Heaven warriors were having their discussion, the second match had already ignited. The second battle, between Nevsky and Hoffman, erupted between two super geniuses from their respective nations. But in a brief moment, the battle was over. Once Nevsky's axe technique fully unleashed, a succession of axe lights cascaded continuously, crushing Hoffman outright. In the end, Nevsky captured the second spot in the top 10. The third match, Dan Tai Feng against Yu Mingwei, from Sha country, another talent, was a civil war within Sha country. Unavoidably, due to the rules, with Sha country occupying 6 spots of the top 20, an internal battle was bound to happen. This fight was bitterly contested by both sides, and against most spectators' expectations, Dan Tai Feng emerged slightly superior, enduring his severe injuries to win over Yu Mingwei. Haha, won. Dan Tai Feng's eyes shone with light, one of his arms completely broken, blood flowing. But Dan Tai Feng didn't care at all, broke into the top 10. As a freshman breaking into the top 10, that's a historical moment for Sha country. Back in the day, Yu Jing, as a freshman, only made it to the top 20. Dan Tai Feng laughed out loud. He even couldn't help but look towards Li Yuan, grinning. Li Yuan, I made it to the top 10 before you did. Dan Tai Feng knew that his chances of breaking into the top 5 were very slim. Making it to the top 10 was already a miracle. Bai Shan, you truly go beyond our ancestor in both strength and age. Dan Tai Feng mused to himself. One session of guidance, and I've improved this much. Li Yuan had received help from the higher-ups of Sha country. Similarly, Dan Tai Feng had also received gifts from the elders of Sha country. Every genius, in their growth, will have their own opportunities. Dan Tai Feng's sword and shield coordination has gotten even stronger. Yu Mingwei actually lost. The other contenders all secretly marveled. Most had thought that Dan Tai Feng would lose. The fourth match, the fifth match. One peak duel after another, the ones eliminated were all at the 5th stage. And those 5th stage experts who remained were only going to be more fearsome. It quickly came to the 7th match, Li Yuan against Kunali. As the two were teleported into the duel arena, the sky erupted with earth-shattering roars. This was a battle that everyone was watching. Li Yuan. millions of Shah country's spectators were all shouting, "Kunali! Kunali!" Nearly a million spectators from Tianzhu country were equally unabated. Spectators from other countries felt a bit emotional. The cheer from these two populous countries far surpassed those from other nations. On the duel platform, Li Yuan, everyone says you're the top genius of Blue Star's current generation, with high hopes of winning the championship, but I don't buy it. Kunali, with his high nose bridge and pale skin, stared intently at Li Yuan. I will prove to everyone that I am the strongest. Bring out all your strength, so you won't have excuses after you lose. After I defeat you, I will advance to the top 5, and from there, claim the championship. Kunali had full confidence. As Tianzhu's #1 genius, his fame was indeed considerable. All right. Li Yuan smiled faintly. Out of respect for you, I will bring out all my strength. Boom. Boom. Both sides exploded with power, rushing toward each other, clashing like lightning. Kunali was an expert of the sword and shield art, with extremely exquisite sword technique and unparalleled shield technique. This was also the reason why many people, despite not favoring him to win, believed he could hold his ground against Li Yuan for a long time. But, when they truly crossed swords, Kunali suffered a crushing defeat, in just over 10 lightning-fast exchanges. Peefed. With a spear that cut across the vast sky, Li Yuan's long spear had already pierced directly through Kunali's neck. Slain. Kunali, defeated. I thought he was stronger than this. Li Yuan quickly retracted his spear, slightly shaking his head. Such a big name. But to me, he seems probably even worse than Hoffman. Thump. Kunali's body heavily fell to the ground. Asking me to go all out? Too weak. However, Li Yuan also knew in his heart that it wasn't that Kunali was truly weak, but rather that his own strength had increased. What? How is this possible? Kunali lost so quickly. Li Yuan, Harman, Yin Man, Nevsky, and other victorious contenders all changed their expressions, with shock filling their eyes. So strong, before the finals, most of them had analyzed Li Yuan, especially his duel with Hoffman. These martial path prodigies had concluded. Li Yuan was good at defense, not offense. But now? With Kunali going all out on defense, he couldn't even withstand more than 10 thrusts under Li Yuan's fierce attacks? This level of spear technique was significantly stronger than what Li Yuan had displayed when he defeated Hoffman. That's just sick. Dan Taifeng muttered to himself. He was quite shocked in his heart. He just broke through to the intermediate rank of the 5th stage during the melee. Has he become so much stronger in less than 10 days? Dan Taifeng thought that his own progress was fast enough. But compared to Li Yuan, the gap seemed even bigger. Could it be? Li Yuan has got one of those spear technique leveling systems from novels. Dan Taifeng couldn't help but think. Why don't I have such a show-off system? Then my progress would surely be just as fast. Aside from practicing, Dan Taifeng occasionally read web novels. Such impressive spear technique, truly beautiful. Meaning of the stellar, can attack power really be so strong? His spear skills must have seen substantial improvements. Flying heaven warriors in the higher spectator space were also quite astonished. Most of them had anticipated Li Yuan would win. But for him to win this easily? It went beyond their expectations. Haha, I previously thought Yin Man was stronger than Li Yuan, but now I'm not sure anymore. Me, too. Li Yuan won. Li Yuan rocks. Shah country's millions of spectators were exhilarated, screaming frenetically. Because, with Li Yuan's victory, Shah country's 6 great prodigies now had 3 who advanced to the top 10. Zhu Tong and Jin Huguo hadn't competed yet. The only one eliminated, Yu Mingwei, had actually lost to an internal fight. This success rate was astonishing indeed. Quickly, the last 3 matches of the first round of the finals came to an end one by one. Zhu Tong lost, defeated by Sakura country's #1 prodigy, Bai Chuanming. Bai Chuanming's swordsmanship. So fast. Such a formidable sword technique. Many spectators exhaled in admiration. Even the already qualified top 10 contestants like Dan Taifeng and Raja showed grave expressions. Only in terms of sword technique power, it seemed that Yin Man's swordplay was faster and more ferocious. But in terms of speed, Bai Chuanming's sword technique was faster. Definitely the fastest among all the weapon techniques of the martial path prodigies in the finals so far. In the world of martial arts, speed is unexcelled. Absolute speed itself signifies tremendous might. The first round of the finals, the 10th match, Jin Huguo won. He and another martial arts prodigy, Alvis, fought a fierce battle, lasting over 10 minutes. It was the longest fight among the 10 matches. Keep in mind, most of the previous fights ended within 3 minutes, as all participants didn't have Origin Power Battle suits for protection, and the fights were close combat. A slight lapse was all it took for a fatal consequence. The fact that the fight reached a staggering 10 minutes shows that the strengths of both sides were exceedingly close. Eventually, Jin Huguo won by a hair's breadth. The calmness tinged with madness in the final stage of the battle shocked countless spectators. Senior brother Jin is really impressive. In terms of strength, he and Alvis are neck and neck. Li Yuan marveled silently. Perhaps senior brother Jin's actual strength is slightly weaker, but his decisiveness in life and death situations far surpasses his opponent. Li Yuan questioned if he could have done any better himself in such decisive moments. Li Yuan couldn't help but think of the battle between Jin Huguo and Harmon. Though clearly inferior in strength, Jin managed to nearly reach mutual destruction against Harmon with his terrifying battle awareness. Thus far, the top 10 of the virtual battle were all selected. In front of over 6 million spectators, the time had arrived at 9 o'clock in the evening. Yin Man, Dan Tai Feng, Li Yuan, Jin Huguo, Bai Chuanming, Harmon, Raja, Nevsky, Alicia, Amos. The host announced excitedly, "Let us congratulate these 10 geniuses, they're the top 10 of this session's virtual battle." Li Yuan, Yin Man, Harmon. Millions of spectators were extremely excited, many even waving their arms. Especially the over 1 million Sha country spectators, they were ecstatic. Haha, 4 out of the top 10 geniuses are from our Sha country. It's a pity that if Dan Tai Feng and Yu Mingwei hadn't faced each other, maybe we could have had 5 spots. Occupying 4 out of the 10 spots indeed stood out. However, those who were most excited and frenzied were the students and teachers of Kunlun Martial University. Because among the 10 spots, Kunlun Martial University accounted for 2, Li Yuan, Jin Huguo. In a higher-tier spectator space, haha, 2 of the top 10 geniuses are from our Kunlun Martial University. Li Yong boasted proudly to the surrounding top-grade Origin martial artists, "Old Lu, look at your school, it hasn't had a top 10 for so many years. Look at you, so smug, over such a small matter." This Li Yong always loves to show off. Vice principals from Sha country's other 4 famous schools couldn't help but mock. "What do you mean, show off?" Li Yong glared. "This is called confidence. If you had students this amazing, you'd be more confident than me. Don't think I don't know what you guys are like." The top 10 geniuses of the virtual battle were selected. After only 10 minutes of rest, the second round of the finals was about to begin, the top 5. The matches would be randomly paired by the virtual network system. "Good. The pairing is complete," the host stated solemnly as he looked at the freshly printed list of match orders. "In the top 5, the victor of each fight will break into the top 5, and then the final round will determine the champion. I announce the first fight of the second round. Li Yuan versus Bai Chuanming." The host's voice was full of vigor. Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Yuan and Bai Chuanming were instantly transported to the ring, immediately drawing the attention of countless viewers. These two, one hailed as the #1 talent of the current era from Blue Star. The other had just shown formidable strength and was considered by many to have a chance to break into the top 5. And now they were clashing together. Li Yuan. Bai Chuanming, you are the strongest. Bai Chuan will definitely take the championship. Cheers thundered from the spectator platform from countless Sha country and Sakura country spectators. On the ring. Li Yuan, your strength is indeed formidable, but I will not give up. Bai Chuanming, gripping his sword tightly, stared fixedly at Li Yuan. Your sword is very fast, Li Yuan said calmly, holding his long spear with a slight smile. Come on, let's see how fast your sword can be. Countless spectators were incredibly excited, shouting the names of Li Yuan and Bai Chuanming, especially those from Sakura country and Sha country, who were paying utmost attention. Because there were only 3 rounds in today's final match, and if one could advance from the second to the final round, they would have a chance to claim the championship. However, among the spectators, the truly formidable experts, such as Hoffman, Zhu Tong, Tian Dazhuang, and other top 10 combatants who had yet to compete, like Yin Man, had a clear understanding in their hearts. At least from the perspective of demonstrated strength, they were more inclined toward Li Yuan. Because whether it was defeating Hoffman in the melee or Kunali in the first round of the finals, Li Yuan had shown overwhelmingly powerful strength. On the dueling stage, a person's reputation, like the shadow of a tree, was facing Li Yuan, the overpoweringly dominant first-year student who had swept through numerous geniuses. Bai Chuanming, Sakura country's top prodigy, also felt immense pressure. "Come on," Li Yuan said with a smile, "you should be aware that once I make a move, your chances of winning are very slim." If the opponent expressed goodwill, Li Yuan generally wouldn't show hostility. Since Bai Chuanming wasn't as arrogant as Kunali, naturally, Li Yuan wouldn't be too overbearing. "All right, then let me learn from Li Yuan's spear technique," Bai Chuanming said in a low voice, his hands gripping his sword. With a flicker, his figure surged forward tens of meters, attacking Li Yuan. The sword struck. Whoosh! A dazzling streak of light lashed out. Clang! Li Yuan, responding a split second later, wasn't careless. Gripping his long spear with both hands, he thrust forward explosively, the spear tip touching the blade. A terrifying force transmitted through the long sword slightly affected Bai Chuanming's body, causing him to involuntarily retreat sharply backward. It was too precise. Impossible. Bai Chuanming's complexion changed slightly as he flashed forward again, the sword striking out anew. Whoosh! 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 The sword light was like a cascade of light, each stroke executed with a speed that reached alarming levels. But Bai Chuanming's sword was fast, yet Li Yuan's spear was faster. In an instant, Li Yuan's spear burst forth with terrifying spear light, transforming into an all-encompassing barrage of spear shadows. Clang! 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 With each collision like a strike of lightning, every sword light was met in midair by Li Yuan's spear and immediately parried. Truly fearsome. It should be understood that Li Yuan wasn't just blocking or sweeping aside the attacks, he was simply using direct thrusts to seal off all of Bai Chuanming's options. No matter how fast Bai Chuanming's swordsmanship, no matter how nimble his movement technique. In front of Li Yuan, all his actions appeared to be anticipated, leaving him without any power to resist. What? Such a fast sword technique. Bai Chuanming's swordsmanship is not to be underestimated. But Li Yuan's spear, that's the real terror, absolute control. Harman, Nevsky, Alicia, and others all had their expressions change. At this moment, in their hearts, Li Yuan had been marked as the #1 enemy. There was no helping it. Even if they were confident they could beat Bai Chuanming, they definitely couldn't do it to this extent. As for Dan Taifeng, Jin Huguo, Raja, Amos, and others, they were even more shocked. Because, let alone Li Yuan, they weren't even sure they could win against the strength Bai Chuanming had shown. Finally, on the stage, after more than 200 exchanges, Bai Chuanming grew increasingly distressed as he retreated explosively backward. "It's time to end this," Li Yuan finally moved. Indeed, during the 200 exchanges, Li Yuan had been standing still, and this move was like the sky-shattering stone. Despite acting later, Li Yuan's burst speed completely surpassed Bai Chuanming's. He closed the distance in a flash. What, over 110 meters per second? Dan Taifeng, Jin Huguo, and even Yin Man and Nevsky had their expressions change, as they saw the data calculations on the projected screens on each side. In that instant, Li Yuan almost burst forth to that speed in 0.3 seconds. Too terrifying. It is known that all competitors had a standard physical quality of 18 levels, with a standard speed of only 85 meters per second. Fifth stage masters, once they erupted, could essentially reach 110 meters per second under a state of subtlety, but that required acceleration, at least 1 or 2 seconds. Li Yuan? It was practically an instantaneous burst. This demonstrated that his control over his body, his integration with the surroundings, far surpassed theirs. On the stage, whoosh, whoosh, Li Yuan held nothing back, his spear thrusts swift as lightning, spanning the vast sky, one after another like a barrage of stars crushing down. He attacked Bai Chuanming. Not good. Bai Chuanming's face changed, watching the lightning-fast spear thrusts approaching, swinging his sword in an attempt to block them. Clang, 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 12 consecutive thrusts, each faster than the last, and by the time the final blow came, both the speed and power had far surpassed Bai Chuanming's ability to defend. He just couldn't block it. Splurt. The tip of the spear swept by, directly slashing Bai Chuanming's throat. Because it was too quick, blood didn't even flow out for a moment. I've lost. He's definitely at the intermediate rank of the 5th stage, and not just recently advanced to that level. Bai Chuanming realized this point, barely managing to smile and murmured a, "Thank you." Bai Chuanming could no longer speak. He knew, if Li Yuan had fully unleashed his power from the start, he would have been completely overpowered. No matter how he attacked with more than 200 moves, the final outburst, in a sense, was helping him.
Bai Chuanming was thoroughly convinced by his defeat. At this point, the first victor among the top 5 emerged, Li Yuan. Li Yuan won. Li Yuan is indeed powerful. Once he exploded with an attack, Bai Chuanming definitely couldn't withstand it. Worthy of being Blue Star's top talent. Numerous people from Sha country excitedly said, and even in their discussions, they began to subconsciously overlook the premise of this generation.